validation, now I validate myself. Building inner strength, putting doubt up on the shelf. No more unnecessary drama, no more wasted time. Climbing higher constantly, making my own climb. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. My network is my net worth. Choose your company wise. Surround yourself with eagles, not with sheep in disguise. Every interaction is a reflection of my brand. Quality over quantity, that's my personal command. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. Whoa. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield. Standing on higher ground, where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds. Raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision. Cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield. To mediocrity and chaos, I will never yield.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to This and That. I'm your host Xander, where we're talking about this, that, and everything in between. We almost started without a hitch today because we're right on time as a comparison to what we said we were going to do. Um, 10 it off half past the hour. So proud of myself for meeting my own goals. Now, tonight we're on Thursday night, and here on Thursday, while we do not let the sun rise without going live, we don't always start on time, and that's why we ask you guys to like and subscribe, and also mash those reaction buttons while you're here on the live. Go and hit that notification button for all the shows that we have coming up so that you don't miss the live when the live does start because it starts at different times. And double check the membership and see what we got going on in the membership because we've got a lot of things rolling out in the membership. A lot of information, a lot of details that we can use to benefit you guys on a regular basis. So we ask you guys to go ahead and take a look at that and see what stuff holds you down. Um, we have there's been so many things being discussed right now lately, and I have not put a pin on the details of what next Monday show is going to be about. But we are in fact going to be discussing how our money is going to either benefit or negatively be impacted by what's been transpiring thus far. We recognize that they're on a 60-day negotiation period. we recognize there's been some funding discussions because they had found I think $35 billion somewhere. That doesn't quote unquote benefit us as American people for the how you doing there? Tech. Good to see you, Tech. Um, the observation is that it doesn't benefit us directly to the magnitude of um like we're going to pay less taxes or we're going to get more benefits because Donald Trump has rolled back a lot of money that was being released, rolled back a lot of resources that we were going to be getting. And so it really is just them reorganizing their budget. But that's some of the things that's been being discussed in politics recently. And I'm going to really only cover politics to the magnitude of how you guys are directly impacted or indirectly impacted by some of the things that are going on in this country. Now, we can talk about how the opportunity cost of them wasting resources directly impacts our decision making because we have quarterly elections coming up on the 23rd of November. So you should be really paying attention to who you want to stay in there representing you. So we want to make sure that you guys pay attention, but we're really going to be trying to cover some heavy issues that either in the long run or in the immediate is going to be drastic changes that you guys are going to experience. Like for example, tech companies are talking about putting like the um, there's like a vehicle tracking device on vehicles specifically designed for DUI individuals. So it's almost like a modern um, equipment for those people who get the DUIs because back in the day, those people used to have to get this breathalyzer machine installed in their car and they had to breathe in the machine and they had to update the tech because they used to have other people breathe in the machine for them, and now they're upgrading the tech where it actually scans the vitals of the person that's in the car, and now they've got some technology out there that's requiring you to plug it into the OBD2, and they started putting OBD2s in cars after 1991. So if you have a car before 1991, that car can't be used because the tech can't be installed into the car aftermarket and all of this stuff. I want to cover that in a way because it's there's certain things that's standard on all vehicles that we're not going to like for the manufacturing of all new cars. But there's certain things that's going to be aftermarket installed on older vehicles under conditions. And we want to actually kind of clarify with like what conditions does that apply to. Now, I'm still a firm believer of until they outlaw vehicles made before 1990. I'm telling y'all, the less tech you get, the better you are because an older model vehicle that any mechanic can fix is going to be more beneficial to you than a newer model vehicle that needs dealership authorization in order to fix. Yeah, the newer model vehicle is going to have higher gas mileage, might look techy. It might have a lot of nifty features. You might have the benefit of Bluetoothing your cell phone to your radio, but the conveniences, which we're going to be talking about later on in the week, the conveniences of modern tech is going to have the inconveniences of your personal privacy. So, in order to protect your privacy, you have to be a digital caveman. You have to really be pretty much off the grid. You have to get used to analog. You have to go back to rolling your windows down manually kind of stuff. You got to really get into the old school before internet style lifestyle that used to exist. All right. Before color TV used to exist, you have to dial yourself back to that type of lifestyle in order for you to maintain your privacy in the modern tech era. You're not going to be able to fully maintain your privacy because with the they got this technology out there right now where there's street cameras out there that's monitoring your whereabouts. I told you guys about that before, but now they're utilizing it in a way where from point A to point B, where they scan your license plate, they can determine that the time it takes for you to get from one checkpoint to another checkpoint, you must have been speeding in order to accomplish that distance in such a short period of time. And they use those calibrations to send you a traffic ticket. Now, This means that you can get on the interstate and you can haul ass, no cops needed. But because you pass this checkpoint and this checkpoint over here in too short of a time frame, they're going to assume that you were speeding in order to accomplish that, and then automate a traffic ticket and send it to your the address of the owner of the vehicle, whatever address you have on file. Now, that's in a lot of states, and that's probably what we're going to talk about on Monday, because that's in a lot of states: Florida, Texas, California, New York specifically. That's in a lot of states. So you got to really be really close to the speed limit, only 5 or 10 miles over the speed limit, and really just kind of coast, because when you start doing 25, 30 miles an hour, you will find that, my dude, they're likely to send you some He said, I can confirm that does not work. I have not gotten a ticket yet. Okay, you have not gotten a ticket because you are not driving in a location where they have these devices set up. These devices are in effect and they are issuing tickets. Um, the equipment does work. It just isn't everywhere. And that's probably, I'm glad you said that, Stephen. I'm going to have to talk about, probably that'll be the topic I talk about on Monday, to tell you guys exactly, because I can't give you every location of every device. I can't tell you every city that it's functioning in. I can kind of give you the broad spectrum states that are utilizing this diligently. And then depending on where you are, you can tell where these things are, because they're going to be structures that are on street corners or in the middle of the block that's pointing in the direction of traffic, where it can catch your plates as you pass by. It might not take a photo of your license plate like the traffic cam lights do, but and what I mean, it's not going to necessarily take a photo. I mean, it's not going to be the camera flash as you pass by. So you're not going to see a giant pole in the middle of nowhere flashing light as you're driving down the street. That would distract the people on oncoming traffic. Instead, it's a scanner that you pass by it, and it documents the fact that you passed by. The algorithm is designed, when you pass by the second one, it's just like GTA 6 or Need for Speed, the checkpoint situation. From one checkpoint to the other, if you do it in a shorter period of time than projected, then after a certain level of speed, they calculate that as you were speeding. Because if it's supposed to be 5 minutes from one cam to the next cam, and you got there in four, you were definitely going over the projected speed limit. Right now, they would probably determine, this is going to be one thing that could buffer the reason why you haven't gotten a ticket yet, is there is a thing called flow of traffic. If all of the cars are going a certain speed, certain average speed. So say you're supposed to be going 65, 70 miles an hour on the interstate. That's supposed to be the limit. But the average car on the road, meaning that you probably got two, 300 cars, 70, 80 cars on the road that are all doing 85. Then the flow of traffic is 85, regardless of what the speed limit is. Now, if there are 50, 60 cars on the road that are doing 70 miles an hour and you're doing 94, in that dynamic, you would have gotten mailed a ticket. And that's what we're referring to. Now, I don't have the details on how their software is programmed, but I can guarantee you that the technology that they have is in full effect, and it does work in the cities that have them. But from what I understand with the research I've done limitedly, is that there's only like 90,000 units out there already. So with 90,000 units across 50 states, and it's not in every state, or at least it's not heavily in every state. There are some states that have it, but there's not a lot of them. I haven't received one in the mail, and I'm in areas where there are no traffic cameras that I can see where I'm located at, and to the magnitude, I can't even find police officers out here. For the most part, you might find one every 5 days, and I see myself doing 100 miles an hour everywhere I go. So if I don't see them before they see me, I should get pulled over twice a week. But there's nobody out here, and especially on the interstate. So, if you're in an area where it's not widely populated and they don't feel the need to put as much tech out there for that, then you're less likely to get caught up in it. But especially if you're heading to Miami, certain areas that are overly dense and populated, that especially an area that has a wide reputation of speeders, they're going to have that technology there. And if you're one of the ones that's speeding at that time, you'll find yourself getting caught up with um, these programs. So we're going to be trying. I guess we're going to make that the topic of discussion on next week, Monday. But um, since we got a different topic every night of the week, we start on Sundays with questions and comments from the fans. Mondays, we talk about how politics negatively impacts your ability to make, save, and invest money. Tuesday, we talk about different ways to save money, make money, invest money, um, budget money. And budgeting money and saving money is not the same thing. Budgeting money is how you spend the money that you get. Saving money is not spending a certain quantity of money, and then investing money is taking the money that you're saving and putting it somewhere to make more money for you while the money is sitting still, not being used. And then we change your mentality about how you address money and what decisions that you made. Because like I actually had a buddy contact me earlier today, a guy I ain't talked to in a long time. Now, I'm a good friend of his, and I'm gonna say it like that because in his times of need, I have gone above and beyond the call of expectations. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, he has come through for me in the clutch in some minute scenarios. But there was a situation where we fell out because when the chips were truly down, and I had to call in that favor, he didn't come through. So I was there for him in like bury my family members, worst times of your life kind of situation. And then when money was tight situation for me, it was like, nah, bro, kind of the scenario. And that's when I started realizing, damn, y'all can count on me, but I can't count on y'all. What kind of bullshit is this? Upside pyramid kind of network, and I'm holding everybody up, but nobody's holding me down. So, you know, we start falling out in a scenario where not because he wouldn't come through for me, but because right after he wouldn't come through for me, I made him some money and didn't ask for nothing. Then later on, he come out there talking to me like giving me a commission for helping him make sales for the charity case. And I'm like, nah. When I asked you, you told me no. And then right, and I think what I asked him for was like $10 for a bus pass or some shit like that because I didn't have a car at the time. And I ended up making him $400 right after he told me no. And I'm like, yeah, don't even worry about it. I'll walk. Fuck this shit. I'll walk. I pushed my car from downtown uptown once before. So if I can't get my homeboy to slide me some bus fare money, then fuck this shit. I'll just, I'll figure it out, right? Now, later on, we tried reconciling during the pandemic. And I came across some people. My homeboy was trying to expand the work that he do. I found some people that could partner with him and blow up his business. And I tried to schedule meetings. This motherfucker talking about the business was trying to schedule meetings at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This motherfucker trying to schedule appointments at 3 o'clock in the morning. Bro, this is a business. And then you're making me look bad because I'm trying to connect you to somebody who's interested in what you do. They're willing to invest in what you do by sharing their resources with you. This would have expanded your situation tenfold. And you not even respecting the fact that I set this up for you. I said, man, you know what? I don't even got time for you because mentality wasn't there. You're down for the hustle, you down for the grind. I'm down. And then if I would have got a small commission for putting these two people together, it would have been less than $400 I had earned him years ago. I'm just doing this because I network and I know that this person will benefit this person, and let's put these two people together, right? Because I figured that if I help my squad come up, then they will no longer struggle. It didn't work out in neither sense. So that's when I was like, you know what? This isn't good. This isn't gonna work for me. Dude reached out. I don't know why. After all these many years, we don't talk no more. And he keep calling me, hey buddy, what's going on? Maybe we can touch base and have a cup of coffee. No, I don't got time for that, my champ. I don't have time for that. And why do I not have time for that? As I've told you guys before, when you build a network, your old network that you used to have before you started improving your life might have been the squad that you allowed to deal with because that's all you had. That's all you could have created. When you was lesser than what you are now, you allowed yourself to affiliate with people that either didn't value you and your efforts, or individuals that took advantage of you and your efforts. Now you have to put yourself around people that will benefit from your efforts, but you benefit from them as well. So now you got to set apart. And I told you guys, when you have people in your network that are not positive to your success, you got to distance yourself from them. Things like don't answer the phone, don't respond to text messages, don't sacrifice your time to have a phone call, don't sacrifice your time to have a business meeting. A lot of the times, people will hear through the grapevine that you got stuff, folks that you ain't talked to for several years. And now that they think you got something, they're going to call you and see how you're doing because the average behavior pattern from loud wealth from broke people is that as soon as you get something, you got to tell the world that you got something. The one of the first things you're supposed to do is shut the fuck up because nobody needs to know that you got nothing. They don't need to know where it's at. They don't need to know where you at. If they're not benefiting you on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, it ain't none of their fucking business, right? So since we understood that, I'm like, I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I gotta do. And this is important because just like the other buddy that I have that, I'm helping him because he helps me because he's handling my operations in a different location and he's making $1,200 a year off of the fact that when I call him and say, "Hey, run an errand for me," he runs that errand. But the $1,200 a year that he's saving on my efforts, he's not using that extra money to benefit his life. It ain't about whether or not he does what he needs to do for me. It's about the fact that his overall budget now has an extra $1,200 in it, and he still is paycheck to paycheck. If you was paycheck to paycheck before, you're not supposed to have lifestyle creep because you freed up $1,200. You're supposed to relocate that $1,200 into an investment opportunity in order for that money to make money for you. But instead, he has recalibrated his budget to live from paycheck to paycheck with the $1,200 budget, that the $1,200 buffer. He's still living paycheck to paycheck, so he doesn't have an extra dollar left over, which is why last week he was calling me asking for money. And I'm sitting over here like, well, if you would have been sitting on the hundred something dollars a month that you're not having to pay, then you would have it for yourself, but you wouldn't have to call me and ask me for it, right? But financial irresponsibility, that's some of the things that we don't think about when we're trying to make money for ourselves, when we're trying to budget, when we're trying to save. And that actually becomes a problem because since you're always living from paycheck to paycheck, if you make an improperly timed decision financially, like when my buddy tried to get himself a secure credit card with his card note money, knowing that his card note only takes cash, now he's got to borrow $500 to pay his card note. He should have paid his card note in cash and then took his light bill, water bill, phone bill money and put that on the credit card because he can charge the rent, not the rent, but the light bill, the phone bill, and the car insurance. He could charge that to a credit card. And then he could have had him a system going, right? Recalibrating your budget. We have to think about it. And that other discussion that we had with Sterling, where if you either do one or two things, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you either increase your income without increasing your lifestyle, or you decrease your lifestyle so that you're 30% of your income. These two choices have to be made so that you can have more money than you need, so that you can build enough wealth, so that over time you can build yourself a foundation of retirement. Because even with Sterling's situation, if you need $1,200 a month worth of medication, then you're ultimately needing like $14,500 or $15,000 a year worth of money. If you're trying to get $15,000 a year worth of money to pay for your medical expenses out of pocket, that means you need at 10%, $150,000 in a brokerage account that's putting out at least 10%. And if you're trying to offset 3% taxation, you're probably going to take one of my portfolios out of the membership and build you a portfolio that's pushing out 15 to 18% return on investment. So that when they take out the 3% for taxation, you still got 12% left, which out of $100,000 or $150,000, you're producing more than the $15,000 a year you need to pay for your medical expenses, right? This is the stuff that I talk to you guys about. If you make bad decisions because you rob a Peter to pay Paul, bailing people out of jail, paying for their financial mistakes, you could be building financial wealth successfully and then sabotaging yourself by taking your success and bailing out somebody else's bad financial decisions. Or you not buffering for the future could have you impulse spend, not necessarily buying something frivolous, but actually just timing your spending wrong, where you're paying for something on at the wrong time, and now you don't have enough money to pay for something else that's equally important. And we got to pay attention to that. That's why budgeting is important, because budgeting is not just who gets what, it is also who gets it when. Because you don't want to take the same dollar for two different people at the same time when you don't have another dollar to back up that transaction, right? Now, after Tuesday, we talk about on Wednesdays different countries around the world that we could potentially live in and invest in, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we discuss personal development, self improvement, relationship topics, negotiation, socialization, building your brand, raises, promotions, retirement, forced retirement, termination, severance packages, and then the importance of your 20 and 30-year plan. Because as I've been explaining for the last 20 minutes, is that if you figure out where you're trying to be and how much it costs to get there, you can reverse engineer how much money per month need to put aside to get that, which puts a buffer between your now and your later, which makes your later greater because you have the capability to forego or set up a plan of action for most things that could happen in your life. You can't plan for everything. There isn't a solution for every problem because not every problem can be calculated. Steven says, for me, it's when do you say you are okay and have enough? For me, yesterday after work, I seen my friends on a job site and stopped by to say hi. Was invited to work and took a rain check. Uh, Not allowing burnout is where I'm at, and that's a smart move because I would have said, "Fuck no, you just finished work. I'm not trying to pick up another job." He's, it's hard to turn down money, but I'm learning how to. I'm not putting enough time into self care and prioritizing that now, and that actually is clearly important. And that's one of the reasons why I've been slowing down with the membership, with the information that I'm putting into the membership. I'm doubling down in spurts because I have been 18 hours a day for 4 years straight. And I'm like, man, I didn't earn the ability to set up the type of rotation where I could take a little bit of time and sleep, rest, get my mind together, and then go all in so that I can build a little bit of a buffer. I need a vacation, and my vacation might be doing a little less, a little longer, and then go back into the overdrive so that I can still keep my pace together, avoiding that burnout or recovering from burnout, because I've already passed the burnout phase, but recovering from burnout is something that you have to do, and then build a pattern of performance that is inside of your capabilities. Because as soon as you're recovering from burnout, you're not supposed to set you a 26-hour a day schedule on a 24-hour a day timeline, knowing that you need 4 to 6 hours of sleep. You're leaving yourself with 10 hours extra work that you're not going to be able to accomplish, and then you're stressed on the fact that there's so many things to do when you don't have enough time to do it. If you have too much stress, you'll end up not doing anything. And then you're going to be even more stressed because now you're going to feel behind because yesterday you didn't do enough. So now you have all of what you didn't do yesterday, plus whatever it is that you wanted to do today. And now you're overworked, double booked. You got 2 days worth of work on a 24-hour schedule when you can only accomplish half a day's worth of assignments, right? One of the reasons why reducing your monthly expenses is important is because if you owe less money to less people, then you don't have to make as much money. When you are not having to make as much money. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about. So there's two things I want to talk about. I want to talk about those traffic cameras, but I really want to talk about this 32-hour work week. So I want to talk about that too. So that's two things we're going to be covering for Monday. But um, reducing the financial requirement to go to work is important, because when you reduce that, then you have the ability to take days off. You have the ability to work a regular 40-hour a week or 35-hour a week with your 5 hours of off time, because that's um 4 days, 4 10-hour shifts with a 1 hour lunch, 35 hours, right? That's a normal 40-hour work week. And that gives you 3 days off, 4 days on, 3 days off, 1 full day to sleep, 2 full days to enjoy your life, right? This is the work-life balance, and that means that if if you need the money in your mind, you're gonna feel like you're being lazy. But you need rest, like he said, like Steven said, you need to recover. You need to recover your mentality. You need to be able to get you some sleep. So even though your homies might have a side hustle that could put a little extra cash in your pocket, you have to ask yourself, is that worth your time? Not can I do the work? Is that worth your time? They might be offering more than what you get per hour on your job, but what sacrifices are you making by getting off from your job, knowing that last I heard you had two jobs and you got a college education? So even if you're taking a summer off, you still have at least one job that you're going to, and you need to get you some sleep. So just like when my friends call me and ask me, "Oh, let's go hang out." Nah, I don't want to go hang out because I want to be awake at a certain time to do certain things. If my friends say, "Hey, you want to come and work with me and do X, Y, and Z," and a lot of the times when you're working with your friends, it's hard to work with your friends. There are some goal-driven friends that will buckle down and make things work, but you also have some ride the coattail kind of friends where they're down for a good idea that they can get paid from, but they're not always down to put in the grunt work to get the money. So in order for it to be successful, you might have five people high five and like Captain Planet and try to make this shit work. In theory, then when it's time to go into practice, there's only one person putting in all the work. You become Captain Planet when you were one of the five that was supposed to be building Captain Planet, and that makes no damn sense. Then because of your friendship, y'all lose respect for one another as friends. And because y'all lose respect for one another as friends, when you try to stand on business, they disrespect you as a friend because loyalty. I don't have to. We homies. You know me. We good. Blah blah blah. And that relationship that y'all have, that impersonal relationship that y'all have, contradicts a professional work ethic. Because had they been a stranger that they were doing business with, they would give it their all. But because y'all like brothers, they don't have to perform. We still good. You're not gonna hate me after the fact. We still gonna hang out after this, even if I don't perform. So they can bring their worst self to work, and loyalty will prevent them from being fired. But if they bring their worst self to work, starting up a business with them could prevent you from getting successful. And then when we think about you being subcontracted to do work with your homeboys, they're not going to put you in a position where you're making more money than them. At best, we're all going to get the same amount of money. At worst, you're going to get what's left over, where they're going to make the bulk of the money, but they're going to give you like $20, $40, slice of pizza, some cola to help them out. They might get a couple beers, you know, to help them out because we boys. You should be able to do me a favor and work this gig for free because we're boys. If you respect my time, I should never work for free. If I respect your craft, I should never benefit from your craft for free. If you're an artist, I should buy your record from the stove. If you got a concert, I should buy tickets at the door. I should support whatever it is that you try to do. If you got a clothing line, I should buy your clothing line from the store. If you got a book, I should buy more copies of your book that I'm going to read if I'm going to support your cause. Because our friendship isn't going to be the statistics of success on your business. It's the quantity of consumers that aided in sales that's going to show the success in your business. So if I'm your friend and I'm going to support you, then I'm going to invest in your sales. I'm going to invest in you by paying for your sales. If you create an algorithm with a subscription, I'm going to subscribe to it because I'm going to support you not by getting a free subscription and benefiting from from utilizing the service because we homies. I'm going to pay for the subscription so that you benefit from my ability to benefit from your product. Showing support. right? So, Stephen, you did a good job by telling your homies no because you take your ass to bed. Even if you told them no, so you could come to the podcast so that you can go to sleep right after the podcast instead of doing an all night flight with them. Mental stress, because I know a lot of times men feel like physical stress, or not physical stress, but physical fatigue is the only thing that a man is supposed to pay attention to. Your body could be strong and your mind can be weak because you fucking tired. And no matter how other people rationalize that, you can pick that box up. But if you start to get dizzy because your eyes hurt because you've been awake for too long, you can miss something, fall and hurt yourself when you could have took your ass home and took a nap and then came and did this. And if the job is over by the time you wake up, you shouldn't be doing this job. That's why they tell you don't operate heavy machinery when you're tired. Don't operate heavy machinery with medication that makes you drowsy. Do not perform when you're not mentally coherent. They actually have a legal standard where you can't even sign a contract. You can't even sign an agreement when you're not completely coherent. And incoherence could be as little as being tired as fuck. I was sleepy when that was happening. So I mind fog. I wasn't in my right mind when I signed that contract, which would void the entire fucking contract. Which to that magnitude, when we start talking about consent, when we start dealing with women, if she's not coherent, that's not consent, which means that in business, in love, in hooking up, in work, if you're not awake 100% with rational train of thought, you're not supposed to be involved, right? Nobody pays attention to that. But if you did, at any point in time, you feel tired, you think tired, and your homeboy says, "Hey, extra manual labor." Nah, bro, I'm tired. So, getting into today's show, we were supposed to be talking about global perspectives on lifestyles, which part of what we're talking about right now. When you think about the fact that you've got a job, you've got bills to pay, right? And you might even have a little money saved, and you feel like you're doing okay, maybe even comfortable to some degree. You know, you see yourself as part of a vast global middle class, right? You feel good. You part of the minor elites, right? But what if I told you that feeling of financial security, that whole picture of where you stand is based on a lie, a series of lies, actually, right? We're about to pull back yet another curtain on a number of uh, uh, situations where we're going to reveal to you the true place in the world's economy where you actually stand at this point. And for most of you, it's not actually where you think. We're going to dismantle the myths that you've been told about money, success, and your spot in the global pecking order. Now, this isn't about making you feel guilty or even proud. This isn't about making you feel bad about your situation. It is about replacing a comfortable lie with an uncomfortable but empowering truth because you can't win the game until you know the real rules. So, let's start with a hypothetical scenario. Let's say, you have a person that has a degree, decent job in a developed country, earning about $60,000 a year, got a car, rents an apartment. By all local standards, this person is squarely in the middle class. Not rich, not poor, just average, right? If you were this person, you'd feel the same way. The daily grind, the monthly budget, small savings for a future vacation, it all reinforces this identity. But this person's perception of being in the middle of the pack is the first and most foundational lie. It's a comfortable, intuitive, and completely false story. The truth is, this type of person and anyone like this person, including you potentially, are standing on a very different rug of the ladder than you might imagine. And that's because the ladder itself is not what it seems. The lie about your financial position isn't a single falsehood. It's more like a three-layer cake of deception. Now, to peel it back, we have to understand that global inequalities isn't one simple gap between the rich and the poor. It operates on three distinct and often contradictory levels. Now, these are the invisible architectures that define your economic reality. The first layer is going to be within a country of inequality. This is the one that we all are aware of. It's the gap between the rich and the poor inside your own nation. It's the headlines grabbing stats about your country's top 1% versus everyone else. When someone compares a $60,000 salary to a neurosurgeon's $500,000 income, the gap feels immense. And this is the inequality that you're going to see, the one that shapes your local perspective and makes you feel distinctly not rich. It's real. It's been growing in many places, and it's the source of most of our financial anxiety. Data from the World Inequality Database shows that since the 1980s, the share of national income is going to the richest 10%, and that has risen in many, through not all of countries that the world has. So the majority of income trickles from the bottom up to the top richest 10% of people in most countries, not all of them. Now, the second layer is between country inequalities. Now, this is the economic gulf between living in, say, Switzerland versus living in, say, Somalia. So for decades, this gap was enormous. But recently, something strange happened. And this particular form of inequality actually started to decline. The rapid economic growth of massive countries like China and India has lifted hundreds of millions of people to a higher income level, narrowing the average gap between nations. Now, this is often touted as a huge success story of globalization. And in a narrow statistical sense, it is. But this good news masks a much darker trend and feeds right into the lie. The third and most critical layer is top ended global inequality. Now, this isn't about average countries, it's about the staggering concentration of income and wealth among the world's absolute richest individuals, no matter where they live. This is the story of the global 1%, the 0.1%, and the microscopic 0.001%, pulling away from literally everyone else on the planet at an accelerating pace. Now, these three layers move in different directions, creating a confusing picture. You can feel squeezed by rising inequality at home, layer one, while hearing that global inequality is falling, layer two, while the super rich achieve escape velocity from the rest of humanity, which is layer three. Now, this confusion isn't an ancient accident. Actually, in the present, it's the perfect environment for a lie to fester. The lie that your local struggles defines your global position. It's time to tear that lie down. The most fundamental lie is the one well told, where we tell ourselves every day and everyone around us that our income defines our financial standings. Remember, we were talking about this on the show just the other day, where we were talking about being rich, the difference between being rich versus being idealistically rich, where FX Trader, I think it was, that was mentioning about how people making $500,000 are actually broke because they live paycheck to paycheck, and how I was explaining to people that if you were living in the right city and state with the right income, that you could potentially have a very financially free lifestyle at $40,000, $50,000 a year, especially if your overhead was $20,000 a year. If you're living at 30% of what you need to survive, it doesn't matter how much money you have versus how much money you spend, because the truly, and this actually, now that I think about it, probably was yesterday, the ideology of financial freedom, the ideology of freedom is freedom from responsibility, and the earned freedom from responsibility, because you know how your bills are going to get paid, where the money's going to come from, and you don't have to worry about anything. You can fundamentally automate everything, or the majority of things, where money gets direct deposited into your account long before the bills need to get paid. Auto bill pay puts money directly on the bills long before the bills are due. You don't have to do anything but take the discretionary spending left over and utilize it to entertain yourself, which is the ideal retirement. You don't have to worry about how your medication is going to get shipped to the house. You don't have to worry about anything. You know, everything is covered. If something breaks, it gets fixed. That is the ideology of freedom. And then it gets to another level, because just like we talked about on Wednesday, matter of fact, is the things that you don't want to do in life, or the things that you're physically incapable of doing in life, somebody else is getting paid to do that for you. That's the true fundamental observations of freedom, of retirement, right? Now, your salary is the number that you focus on. It's how you budget, you measure your career, and compare yourself to your peers, which is why when you haven't told your friends how good you're doing, and when you haven't told certain family members how good you're doing, they check in from time to time and ask you, how's your money look? Not because they're going to fucking help you, but because they want to know how successful you've become, so that they can compare your level of success since they've met you, or since y'all were young, to their level of success. It's not a fundamental, I genuinely care about your financial lifestyle. I don't give two shits about your financial lifestyle. But if you're making more money than me, I'm doing shitty with my life. If you're still doing less than me, then I'm still doing a good job with my life. Comparatively, people decide that their performance is acceptable compared to the other people in their network that they may admire or envy or idolize or respect, or lack of respect for. However you look at it, comparatively, their self perception is compared to external factors, right? But focusing on income is like judging a forest's health by looking at a single month's rainfall. It's missing the whole picture. Income is a flow, it's the money passing through your hands. Wealth, on the other hand, is a stock. It's the total value of everything that you own minus everything that you owe. Your assets, real estate, investment opportunities, savings, minus your debts, mortgages, student loans, credit cards. This distinction isn't just academic, it's the central engine of inequality. Okay? Income buys you a lifestyle, wealth buys you freedom. A high income can vanish tomorrow if you lose your job. Wealth is the safety net that protects you even if you don't have a job. More importantly, wealth is what creates more wealth. It generates passive income through investment, dividends, and asset appreciation creating a self reinforcing cycle. This is why globally wealth inequality is vastly more extreme than income inequality. So think of it this way: income inequality tells you who gets the biggest slice of this year's economic pie. Wealth inequality tells you who owns the bakery. They get a slice of every pie forever. According to the OECD, in member countries, the top 10% of households typically own around 50 to 60% of all wealth, while the top 10% of income earners receive close to 30 to 35% of all income. The gap is enormous because accumulated assets are where the real power is. So, when an individual looks at a $60,000 salary and feels middle class, this person is fixated on the flow. That income might be covering rent and bills, leaving little left over for anything else, but it completely ignores the stock. What is the individual's net worth after student loans, car loans? It could easily be a negative value. Meanwhile, someone with a far lower income who inherited a debt free house has a massive head start. They actually have wealth. And that's one of the things that we talked about before. Because I told you guys, I'm like, look, if you owned all your own shit, you could probably have a $24,000 a year overhead. That doesn't mean you're poor. That means you just don't owe a bunch of stuff. How much would your lifestyle be? Matt, we calculated this before. On the low end, an average standard of living for base bills could be about $4,000 a month, which is upward of $48,000 a year. That's before you start adding luxuries like hanging out with friends, dating, and all this other stuff. If you added an extra $15,000 to your $48,000 a year lifestyle, your $48,000 a year overhead is going to be the basic expenses: the mortgage or the rent, the car note, car insurance, light, gas, water, um, phone bill, and then potentially the fuel that you use in your vehicle. If you throw that in there, that's an extra $15,000 a year, just that alone, which brings your baseline from $4,000 a month to roughly 4,500 a month, 4,500 to maybe $500 a month. And then throwing in the food in there, right? So you're if you did like 50,000, that's like 55,000 a year, right? To cover everything. And that's one of the reasons why we've calculated comfortable standard of living includes leaving the house and having a good time. From a base standard of 55,000 a year, you might have an extra $5,000 a year to do stuff, but living comfortably would be 72,000 a year because you would have $15,000 a year to go out and have fun, which is spending a little over $1,200 a month on bullshit, which is roughly $300 a week that you'll be wasting on bullshit. That discretionary spending that would give you the lifestyle that you would be looking for is the reason why living comfortable is 72,000 a year. Now, if you're making less than that, if you're making 60,000 a year, you might still be good, but you might be living paycheck to paycheck, right? Now, if we dial it back, like I said before, uh, um, $4,000 a year is $48,000 a year, which is $20,000, $22,000 a year less than what we're talking about right now. Now, if that 48,000 a year was a base standard, if you imagine you don't have a mortgage, you don't have that $1,500 a month rent or $1,500 a month mortgage. Imagine you don't have that $500 car note. Even if you have the car insurance, you're taking like $2,000 off of your daily operation. If you take $2,000 off your daily operation just because you own the car and you own the house, your $2,000 a month base standard is now $2,000 a month. So you went from a $4,800 of a $48,000 a year overhead to a $24,000 a year overhead just by owning your own house and owning your own car, not having a mortgage, not having a car note. The car insurance is still the same, light bill, water bill, phone bill still the same, the quantity of gas that you use is still the same, but you save a shit ton of money because you own certain assets that you don't have to pay any money on, right? Because the house is not a liability. The mortgage on the house is the liability. The house is an asset. It's an appreciating asset. It's the mortgage that's on the house that's the liability, right? So a person with a $40,000 a year income could be perceivably wealthier with a $24,000 a year overhead than a person with a $60,000 a year income with a $48,000 a year overhead. One person has almost 20 grand a year worth of extra money that they don't need, and the other person barely has 12. The person with less money has more money accessible to them, and the person with more money has less money accessible to them. So it's not about how much money you make on a salary every year. It's about how much stuff you have versus how much stuff you have to pay for out of that salary every year. It's about how far your money will go if you took time off from work before you needed to get back up and go back to work every year. Which, in all honesty, that's where the fundamental observation of a damn vacation came from, because you get a 3 month vacation because your bills are paid for 3 months. You don't have to go to work for 3 months, so you can leave the country for 3 months and go and have a good time. The average person can't afford to spend more than 2 weeks off, which is why we have the standard 2 week paid vacation, because that's all we can afford is 2 weeks off. But the average person doesn't budget correctly, so we really can't afford 2 weeks off. We actually have to borrow against a stone to take a vacation, because while we're allowed in some situations to get paid to stay home, we ironically, y'all make sure that y'all match those reaction buttons and then like the show while you're here. But you find that even if you get that vacation money, so that you don't have to worry about where your paycheck is, when you want to go on vacation, well, you gotta take extra money outside of your paycheck and pay for that $2,500 cruise. Well, if they gave you a whole 2 week salary to stay home, but you're going to turn back around and spend $2,500 on a cruise, you're $2,500 in the hole from your 2 weeks paid vacation. Doesn't matter what the salary was. If your paycheck was $1,500 a paycheck, $3,000 a month, and you get the vacation pay, you can stay home from work for 2 weeks. But if you're going to spend $2,500 on the vacation on top of that, you spent one and a quarter paychecks on the vacation. Are you really wealthy in that scenario? No. And then when you come back from the vacation, guess what? You have less money than what you started, which means now you're stressed out about finances because you got to rob Peter to pay Paul to catch up on bills after you came back from the vacation. And the worst part about the way bro people handle vacations is we spend money on setting up the vacation, then we buy a bunch of shit while we're on vacation. So it's $2,500 to go on a Caribbean cruise. You're going to take a Carnival cruise line, go to the Bahamas, Freeport Island, Nassau, all this other stuff. But you're going to pay for the ATV ride. You're going to pay for the private island. You're going to pay for the tour over here. You're going to buy a bunch of things that's not under the meal plan on a cruise ship. You're going to get your two, three, four 1 gallon bottles of liquor just because you can and bring them back. But that's 400 extra dollars. Your $2,500 vacation cost you 5 grand. The job gave you a $1,500 paycheck to stay at home, and then you spent 5 grand on vacation. You're in the hole. So your actual overhead, your actual not just your overhead, your actual net wealth could be in the negative because you're ultimately spending more money than you make. You're just catching up on it like the US deficit, right? This confusion between income and wealth is the first pillar of the lie. It keeps you focused on your salary, which is a number that's precarious and limited, while the real game is being played on the balance sheet. Okay, you're focused from what you earn to what you owe. You're playing a completely different and much harder game than the world's truly wealthy. Now that we've separated income from wealth, let's look at the numbers. And be warned, this is a sheer cliff face. Okay. The data on global wealth and income distribution is so extreme it can feel almost nonsensical. Let's start with the bigger picture. Using recent findings from sources like the World's Inequality Report and Oxfam, globally, the richest 10% of population controls a staggering 70% of all wealth. So let that sink in for a minute, right? Three-quarters of every household, stock, and dollars in savings on earth belong to a tiny fraction of the world's people. Meanwhile, the poorest half of humanity, 4 billion people, collectively owns a mere 2% of global wealth. And I'm going to say that again. The remaining 4 billion people collectively together owns a mere 2% of global wealth. The so-called middle 40% are left with the remaining 22%. The income picture is also deeply unequal. The top 10% of global earners capture about 52% of all global income. The bottom 50% gets just 8.5% of it. So even looking at the paychecks, the disparity is going to be immense. But as we establish, wealth is going to be the real story. And the story gets wilder the higher you climb. According to the World Inequality Report, the top 1% alone captured 38% of all new wealth created between 1995 and 2021. The bottom 50%, they captured just 2% of that. And that is what discourages the bottom 50% from investing in anything because the amount of money that you get back is little or nothing. We even had that discussion when we had that 9 hour talk with Sterling last week when he was talking about how big business makes shit tons more money because the owners of Walmart have billions of dollars to invest. They could throw away a bunch of money, they could waste a bunch of money and still have plenty of money left over, where the poor people don't have enough money to invest. And if they did invest, they're not getting nearly as much. And if they lose too much of it, they don't have a leg to stand on. This is it. This is that, right? And according to a 2024 Oxfam report, since 2020, the wealth of the world's five richest men more than double, while nearly 5 billion people saw their wealth stagnate or, in some situations, fall in real terms. So let's zoom in even further. The top 0.001% of the world's population holds a share of wealth that is approaching that of the entire bottom half of humanity. Their fortunes have been growing at a rate that far outpaces the growth experienced by the vast majority. In fact, some analysis project that we could see our first trillionaire within the next 10 years, within the next decade. This extreme concentration matters because wealth isn't just money, it's power. It's the power to influence politics, shape the media narratives, and rewrite the rules of the economy to favor even more concentration. So when you feel like you're running in place, you're not imagining it. You're on a treadmill while a select few are in a rocket ship. And the gap between your widening, but the gap between you and them is widening at an exponential rate. And a lot of people are frustrated and pissed off about that. I could get two shits. I want to get to where those people were. At the one point in their lives, they were millionaires. Now they're billionaires. I was not a millionaire. I want to get to the multi-millionaire status. I don't give a fuck where they are right now. I want to get to where they used to be. To say I did that before I passed, right? I want to get from having too much responsibility to having no responsibility at all because my money controls everybody who's going to be doing it for me, so I don't have to do it, right? So we've laid out the brutal math of global inequality, and I want you guys to stay with me here because we got some decent information coming up right now. So let's bring back the example of the average person that's earning $60,000 a year in a developed nation. This kind of person will feel squeezed by local inequality, looking up at the national 1%. And this is going to be where the most jarring part of the lie is revealed because while this type of person might feel middle class at home on a global scale, this person is in fact elite. They just don't know it. Steven says, if I get chicken, chicken wings, and crab legs whenever I want, I'm happy. I'm shooting way higher though. I ain't even gonna cap, bro. If I can get steak, chicken wings, and crab legs, I don't know about crab legs because that's not a lot of meat. I fuck with the crab legs though. Yeah, I've heard that the wealthy doesn't eat um crab and shrimp and lobster because those are the bottom feeders of the sea. I love crab, shrimp, and lobster, but with the mercury and everything in the water and all of the red sea stuff, I don't know about. I still go for some seafood, but I don't know. I be slowing down on it because of some concern because I don't know where the food came from. I just know that I eat it, right? But I'm still down for uh the steak and the chicken wings. I still do some seafood gumbo, grab me some crab legs, maybe a lobster every now and again, but it's not every damn day. You know what I mean? But if I had like a steak and chicken on the regular, oh yeah, some fried chicken, some watermelon, some cornbread, some Kool Aid, yes sir. I I'd be feeling like a king right there. If I had some steak and potatoes with some asparagus, I'd be feeling like a king every day. You know, bake me a cake, I'd be doing all right. Trader says you need concentrated wealth to finance new industries and make technology progress. Yes, you do. But comparing yourself individually to concentrated wealth that you don't have access to, comparatively, you're judging yourself in comparison to people who started with, they hit the ground running. The people who inherited $50 million from their ancestors turns that $50 million into $100 million. And you, who started with a $5 a month allowance when you were six, now has an annual salary of like 60,000 a year, are jealous of the multimillionaires that started off as multimillionaires when they were born. You can't compare yourself to somebody who's halfway through the marathon when you just started, right? If somebody else drove them halfway across the track and you started at the starting line, you can't envy their progress just because they started with a handicap. I mean, you could, but you shouldn't. You should respect where you are, how far you've come, and how far you need to go to get to where you're trying to be, which is what we're kind of identifying here. But you do have a lot of the right mindset here. Trader says wealth inequality will always be with us in a free marketplace. Yes, it will. But wealth inequality, what we're pointing out here is poor people feel poor because they're comparing themselves to the ultra wealthy. Poor people are actually poor because they spend more money than they make, not because they don't have as much money on the sidelines as the ultra wealthy. The ultra wealthy spend less money than they make, not just because they're ultra wealthy. They became ultra wealthy because they already were spending less money than they make. If you live off of 30% of the money that comes in, you have the ability to take 70% of it and double down on building generational wealth. But if you live paycheck to paycheck, if you had $1 million coming in and $1 million going out, you're effectively broke. If you've got a multi-million dollar real estate investment business where you got millions of dollars coming in, all the stuff that you want and need is taken care of. You got your own car, it could be a luxury car. You got your own house, it could be a luxury house. But you can have your little spending money, get you some food on a company dollar, your phone's paid for on the company thing, you flying first class on the company jets and everything to that effect. But your lifestyle is based on an overhead where the income coming in is paying off all the debt, where there's no ultimate profit there. It's like zeroing out on paper. You got shit for wealth, actually. When we start talking about the net worth is what you owe versus what you have. If you owe more than what you have a negative net worth, even if you're living a good lifestyle, right? So when we think about wealth inequality, we think about um, what we have here, where we are, is not enough and compared to what we want. But comparatively, what we're about to get into is that if you take what you have now here and bring it to another country that costs less to do exactly what you want to do, you actually have more than what you need. You're just spending it in the wrong spot. Trader says the wealthy no longer eat bottom feeders. Yes, that's correct. The wealthy no longer eat bottom. Nah, they do escargot and calamari. They might find themselves in situations where they're trying some puffer fish or some type of left wing, God knows what else, monkey brains kind of situation because it's a delicacy in a different country kind of shit. They might be trying some wild stuff. Wealthy people also eat less than the rest of us because eating is a delicacy. Their palate, they just want to taste the food. See, I'm trying to gorge on that shit. I don't like you not sitting down at a table with me and we not getting mounds of food like Goku. I'm trying to have breakfast is bigger than the rock. I'm not trying to sit here and have the whole plate be this big. This is how much food is on a plate, on this big ass plate, where the decorations make the plate look pretty. But I'm still fucking hungry after the plate. Nah, that's all right, bro. I want a plate of food that's so big you can't see the plate. And every time you try to stick the fork in it, some of the food fall off of the plate. I'm trying to catch that food too and eat that too because I mean 10-second rule. That's what we talking about. Terry said, I agree with you. The starting positions is very unequal. It's how people always try to rally the poor to vote left. Well, not necessarily rallying the poor to vote left. You have to recognize that when we start talking about politics again, and I'm not on either side of the political spectrum. So before anybody starts trying to dive in here and contradict what I'm saying because you don't like Trump or contradict what I'm saying because you don't like Democrats, the Republican Party, more often than not, does promote our constitutional right to do the things that are in the Constitution, like carry firearms. But the rest of it is more to the magnitude of keeping money in the pockets of the wealthy. As of recent, their political platform has been the reverse of keep instead of keeping money in the pockets of the wealth by changing the law to make it easier for the wealthy to not get taxed on the money. They have changed their methods to putting more money into the pockets of the poor so that the poor people can spend more money so that the money goes into the businesses that the multi-billionaires own, and then they just get the profits from the company. Poor people are satisfied because poor people are spending more money. Rich people are satisfied because rich people are getting more money. It is not changing the dynamic. It just changed the way the system looks. Instead of taking from the poor and giving to the rich, they're giving to the poor, letting the poor spend it on stuff that the rich own so that they're volunteering it to the rich so that they've got more stuff. They've got more non-valuable discretionary crap in their house. They feel good inside, but they're still broke as fuck. Right? Um, But whether it's left, whether it's right, whether it's up, whether it's down, Democrats actually vote to put more resources back into the households of the poor, like it or not. They're going to want to tax the rich in order to cover this expense because poor people don't have it. So your government funded health care, your social security benefits, your VA benefits, that's Democratic policies. Unmasking ICE so that they're not murdering people in the street, that was Democratic policies. Um, Body cameras on law enforcement, that was Democratic policies. Uh, your ability to get food stamps with TANF programs for families that are financially challenged and needs resources for their children, that was Democratic policies. Obamacare, even if it's not covering the spread for you, that was Democratic policies. There isn't a Republican policy that is giving you reasonably affordable health care. Republican policies are mainstreaming privatization of everything where you have to work it out with a private business. The government is no longer funding it. Democratic policies are to have government fund the resources that the poor people can't afford, which is where free healthcare would come from, right? But nowhere in there is there a dynamic where you can't have both. You need the Democratic Party to provide resources to the working class so that the working class doesn't die out. And then, if you, for some kind of way, make money in your lifestyle, you need the Republican policies to keep your money in your pocket. Capitalism can't work without both sides. Because everything you said is true. But if you redistribute wealth, the people who know how to invest will end up on top again in a few years. Exactly. Exactly. And that was one of the things that the wealthy has thought about. It's like, well, if you put more money in the pockets of the poor, they're just going to spend it faster. Look at what they did with taxation. They readjusted the tax laws, put almost 30 grand in the pockets of a lot of people who were working overtime hours and the reason why I say that, because Sterling asked me, where'd you get that number from? You've got between $2,500 and $5,000 worth of tax credit for child support for this year, for this tax year. Then you had the map of $25,000 of deductions on overtime hours and tips. If you've got kids and you work overtime, the largest quantity of money you should have seen hypothetically would be around 30 grand. Out of that 30 grand, all the poor people wasted money on prom, or not all the poor people, the majority of the minorities wasted money on prom. And I'm not talking about like, oh well, it's a waste because you got them one little outfit. No, they were getting overly expensive, stapling $100 bills to the dress, Rolls Royces, Bentleys, limos, private jets, stacks of cash in their kids' hands, so that and then one of the kids got killed as a result, but they spent all the money on prom. Mama couldn't pay for the kid's funeral. They wasted the money. The faster they got money, the faster they spent it. Likely, if Kamala Harris would have been president, would have gave all those same people a $1.3 million to be poor, they would have wasted that shit before she would have finished her term. That $1.3 million they would have got, they would have wasted that shit before by the time she got halfway through term. If she would have got into office in 2025, started issuing the checks in 2026, the people who would have got those checks would have been broke by 2027 because they don't know how to save and invest their money. He said, I agree. If Jeff Bezos of Amazon, uh, he said, I agree with Jeff Bezos of Amazon that the people who make $75,000 a year or less should not pay any taxes. Um, I don't got to say on that. I mean, one way or another, Michael says, so fuck the poor people. I'll put that back up there. Go fuck the poor people. Look, um, even if we were to do the dynamic and say tax exemption on anything under $75,000. If we was to say inflation has put the poverty line at $50,000 instead of $30,000, if we were to say that, and we start taxing the rich at 25%, okay, let's say that. It ain't gonna change shit. The poor people would still be poor. Any rich people that get tax deductions is still gonna get those deductions. They're still gonna pay millions of dollars into the system, trillions of dollars into the system. So the government's gonna keep functioning. We're not gonna have to raise taxes if everybody under $75,000 a year doesn't get paid, and the poor people would not increase their financial standard of living because they would have more money accessible to them, which would allow for lifestyle creep where they would then spend more money, putting the money back into the pockets of the rich. It would be trickle up effect instead of trickle down, right? A single person earning 60,000 a year is likely uh, placed within the world's richest 10% of individual income earners, and possibly even the top 5%, depending on the country and cost of living adjustment. An income that feels merely okay in a high income country is a fortune from a global perspective. 30 to 40,000 a year is wealthy in most countries around the world. 72, $75,000 a year is ultra wealthy in Asia. Okay. Not well, that's one of the reasons why America is considered one of the richest countries in the world. But it costs more to be here. Dubai is wealthier than America to a degree because Dubai's people is less often struggling financially. The resources are more accessible. The median household income in the United States, for example, places a $60,000 a year household well within the top tier of the global distribution. Michael says a fair tax of 22%, no matter of your financial status. Well, if you tax everybody 22%, well, first of all, if we taxing everybody 22% standard, we would pretty much be where we are right now today. The only difference is that if you taxed everybody 22% mandatorily with no deductions and no depreciation values, poor people wouldn't be able to afford to live because 22% of their income will be gone. If you set tax at 22% of their income and then continue to offer the deductions until the tax bill is zero, then anybody who spends more money than they make would likely fall back into that exemption field. We're already taxed on. So my observation is this: instead of having an income tax, we're already taxed on sales. We have almost a 10% sales tax on purchases. I think what would be the most effective thing is to completely do away with the income tax system, and simply just rely on sales tax. You have sales tax and property tax. That's enough tax. You're taxing me on the stuff that I buy. You tax me on stuff that I keep. I've got property. I got to pay you taxes every month to own my land. I've got to pay in some states. I got to pay extra money every month, or not every month, but every year for continuing to own my car. Certain states actually have a tax on you keeping your car year over year. Not all states do though. So between me being taxed to buy things, groceries and other amenities, me being taxed to keep my land, and me being taxed to keep my assets, the United States government shouldn't tax shit else. So really and truly, I personally believe that there shouldn't be an income tax at all for anyone. Not big business, not small business. There shouldn't be an income tax from anyone. Tax me on the shit that I spend money on and leave it alone. That would be my observation. Trader says, in order to change society, you would have to force people to take your investment classes. they need to they need to change from consumers to investors. You are exactly right. But one of the reasons why the largest majority of my following is over the age of 30, 35 years old is because the people who are going to take my courses, the people who are going to join the membership and look at all the financial ways that they can improve themselves, the people that are going to follow this show on a regular basis are going to be people who no longer want to deal with the fucked up lifestyle that they have completed for themselves. And we put ourselves in that situation accidentally because we had a lack of knowledge. We had a lack of knowledge from our ancestors. The information is not being taught in local schools when we were growing up. They're not taught in the colleges that we assigned to. And we never got this information. Some of us will lease this information from a seminar or a guru that's trying to sell us a product where they don't give us all the information. They waste our time more often than not with one key factor of information and the hope that more information about that will occur. But they never give you the rest of the information. They make you pay for the weekend seminar. They make you go on a retreat. They charge you for all of this extra stuff. Then they sell you the database on their membership, but they never tell you how to use it. They never tell you how to make it successful. They have the probabilities. Like, for example, they can tell you, oh, yeah, you can borrow somebody else's money and buy a property and sell the property and turn a profit and pay off all of your investors and keep the change. And you can keep doing that and you can make yourself a millionaire. Yes, on paper, you probably could. But in order for an investor to invest in your property has to be worth more than what you're asking the investor for so that if the deal goes south, the investor gets to keep the property. You also have to recognize that if you're borrowing money against certain individuals, you might have to pay the monthly payments on that's the holding cost on the property. And if you can't afford the monthly payments on the holding cost, even if they're willing to give you $200,000 for $1 million property that generates a $200,000 a month income, there you don't have the money to pay the $7,000 a month holding cost until the property starts generating revenue, and as a result, you can't get the property, right? You can't do it. The other thing is that while they tell you, yeah, you can borrow somebody else's money, it's based on clout and credit. They don't know you, so you have no clout. You can't manage your finances. You've got a credit score of 550. That's the reason why you didn't get a loan from the bank. So your credit report shows financial irresponsibility, and you're a stranger to the money with the money. Who is gonna lend you this fucking money? Ultimately, one of two things is going to have to happen. You have to improve the way your credit report looks, remove all bad debt off your credit report so that when they do a credit check on you, you look good on paper, and then they'll front you the money on faith, or generate enough revenue to be able to prove that you can pay back the debt, or fund it yourself. Since most people starting out don't have rich friends who are willing to throw money on a bad idea. So, in order for you to finance it yourself, you have to take my course. You have to go through the membership. You have to get all the information that I tell you. You have to do like Stephen do and invest in your future so that you can leverage against your portfolio because Stephen builds $500,000. He does not have to sell his stocks in order to get 50 grand. He can leverage his stocks for a cash loan of 50 grand and then buy whatever the fuck he's going to go buy. And since he has a portfolio, if he's got 100 grand getting 15% back, that's $15,000 a year, which is well over $1,200 a month. And if he borrowed 50 grand and they wanted him to pay back $500 a month, if his brokerage account is giving him $1,200 a month, he has the $500 a month to pay back the cash loan. That's the other thing that wealthy people don't tell you. If you borrow against the stone and leverage an asset for capital to go and buy more asset, somebody's got to pay back the loan. If you can't afford to do it out of your paycheck, you have to be able to do it from somewhere else. It is ideally considered free to you because you don't pay for it out of your own pocket because the money coming from your brokerage account pays off the loan for the cash that was used to buy the asset. But that only happens if you build a brokerage account that's generating that kind of money. If you build a growth account, pure growth account, some of the best top name growth companies out there, your portfolio could be doubling in monetary value on paper every year. You can borrow 50% against that value. Now you got to pay that money back. Since the portfolio doesn't generate revenue, the payback comes out of your pocket. That's what they don't tell you. I tell you that stuff. So if people really want to learn how to make money for themselves, they're gonna come here, they're gonna chill here, they're gonna invest, and they're gonna start making better decisions because they don't like the way their life sucks. And the shit that I'm telling you ain't wrong. You can do your own research and be like, shit, that's been around for 25, 30 years, and I never knew. It is what it is. But that's because since the internet came out in 2009, the only thing we paid attention to was entertainment. We watch movies to turn our brains off. We play video games to turn our brains off. We want to remove ourselves from the stress of life. So we ignore the off time that we have to look into different ways to get rid of our stress. If you need a housekeeper because you got too much stuff to clean in your house, you need to find a way to pay for the housekeeper. If you need a housekeeper, and let's say you're going to have the housekeeper come just once a week to come and clean the house, $50 a week to come and clean a house, $200 a month, revenue. That means you need 20 grand in a brokerage account to get $200 a month. Nobody thinks about that. Now the housekeeper is free. Nobody thinks about that. Oh, Steven says, if you think about it, for anyone to be poor in a land of so many resources, that is hard to imagine if you ask me. It's not hard to be poor in a land with so many resources because people don't spend their money in the right place and then they owe more money than they have. You got people in Dubai who abandoned supercars because they couldn't afford to pay the notes. And in certain countries where it is nearly impossible to be poor, debt is a crime. And in those countries, they flee the country because they couldn't pay their debts. So there is a possibility to become poor. It's just less likely. Michael says the average on any item comes out to 1,003 taxes before you get it. Yeah, it'll be a little bit pricey. I think you meant $10, $10.03. Trader says, I agree that the income tax should be eliminated. The economy would explode. Bro, inflation would be rapid if we got rid of income tax because nobody would have to give the government money. If we did away with income taxes, then the government would not have to budget the IRS to watch people's money, right? They would only just benefit from actually, when you think about this, the reason why the government is getting money from the entire society is because if you think about sales tax has to go to the government, big business would be the only one paying taxes. Because if sales taxes and property taxes would be going, so people who own properties would pay taxes, people who own cars in certain states would pay state taxes, and then big business would give the government sales taxes, and that would be it. Wealthy would not have tax. Poor people wouldn't have tax. The average Joe Schmo who doesn't own shit wouldn't have tax because we would have no income tax. We would just be paying a premium for the stuff that we buy. The economy would explode. And because more money is being spent, more taxes is being paid because more stuff is being bought and everything from big business goes to the government. It's crazy. But the fundamental feature of that is poor people would still be poor. They would just have more shit in their house. They might have more expensive cars in the yard. They might have a nicer apartment. They might have more expensive furniture in their apartment. They might have premium subscription services, but they're still going to be fucking poor. He said, but we need consumers. We still have because poor people spend money. So then what's the point of going to school for 12 years and coming out stupid? Well, the educational system wasn't designed to teach poor people how to be smart. The educational system was originally designed to reinforce what you know. Your mommy and daddy was supposed to teach you at the house. You wasn't supposed to go to school for 12 years to learn how not to be dumb. You were supposed to learn how not to be dumb at your house, and then you were supposed to go to school and ask questions when you got to school. Parents use school, the first 12 years of school, as a free daycare center. The bottom 50% use school as a free daycare center. They send their kids to school, free breakfast, free lunch. You hold my child from sunrise until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then when they get out of school, don't fuck up until I get home from work at 7, 8 o'clock. So the kids got like 4 hours before you got to be inside for the street light come on to not fuck up society and get your ass home so that I can feed you, put you in bed so you can get up in the morning and do it all over again. It's a free babysitter from Monday to Friday. That's what school is. But if the average poor person was to pay for that school and invest in public schools the way they invest in private schools, and the public schools would be better than the private schools, and then the kids would actually learn some shit. If the teachers should not make less money than politicians. Teachers should not make Public school teachers should not make less money than private schools. Public school teachers should not make less money than 4-year colleges. But because we give two shits about our child's education, that's the reason why the system is the way it is. And the kids come out stupid because the adults are stupid. That's why the kids come out stupid. The adults are stupid. The adults don't have the knowledge to pass on to the kids, so the kids don't have the knowledge to be better. You teach them how to count so that they know how to count the register when they're at Walmart cashing people out. You teach people critical thinking skills so that they can handle customer service. But you don't teach them how to balance a portfolio, how to balance the paychecks, how to invest in things, what the stock market's looking like. You don't teach. Wealthy schools do that. The kids that the wealthy people go to are taught that. But a lot of times a private teacher would teach them that. Michael says, and then spend 4 more years of college equaling 16 years of wasted time. Yes, and then you're not even going to get a degree in what the fuck you went to college for, or you're going to get a degree and not get a career in what you got the degree in. So you got like I got 3 degrees, and what I'm doing right now, I got shit to do with none of them degrees. Outside of my communications degree, there is nothing that I got going on right now that is benefiting from the degrees that I got. It's a status symbol situation. Like I got 3 degrees. I'm like Sheldon from Big Bang Theory, talking about all the PhDs he's got, but he's still living in a apartment next to a dropout that works at a cheesecake factory because your degree means nothing, right? Michael says, my understanding about sales tax is for state use versus federal taxes. Okay. So imagine this, Michael, because every state has a sales tax, but every state also gets a budget from the federal government. And one of the reasons why Donald Trump can control certain states and force them to comply with federal law changes is because the states are subsidized by the government. The money goes from the person directly to Uncle Sam, and then it's issued from Uncle Sam to all of the states. That's why there's a federal state tax. There's a federal tax and a state tax. Okay. Um, the sales tax can be on a state level, but what I said was standardize the sales tax on federal level. Whether or not it is hypothetically done that way right now is not what I said. What I said was they need to, on a federal level, tax sales and assets the way they've been doing, but have that be the only money that go to the feds and have the feds redistribute that money back to the states, where more people would spend more money on purchasing stuff, which would put more tax into the system because the federal government issues money to the individual states. The individual states have ways of earning their own money or generating their own money, but they get subsidized from the federal government. But they have sales tax, property tax, ownership of vehicle tax in some states, and then income tax. And you can't tell me that the bottom 50% of America is making $30 trillion of money. Okay. But we're spending $30 trillion of money. Right. Trader says, poor people with more junk in their houses. Yes, sir. That's exactly what they're going to have. I think we are the dumbest creatures on this planet. Well, can't argue with that. So school teaches you servitude. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It teaches you repetition. It teaches you how to follow instructions. It teaches you, it doesn't always teach you organization, but it will teach you some levels of organization. It teaches you how to follow instructions, but it doesn't teach you how to branch out and be your own boss. It doesn't teach you how to branch out and establish your own business. It doesn't teach you how to structure a lifestyle of financial and social independence. This is does Florida pay federal taxes each year? I don't know how that meshes with the current discussion. I would acknowledge the fact that right now, as it stands, income tax goes to the feds. Does local sales tax go to the government? Does the state pay the government taxation money? I'm not familiar with the operations of that. So I would have to do some digging to find out if sales from um, purchases made in Florida goes to the federal government. But hypothetically, if it was a top-down scenario where sales tax went to the federal government and then the federal government dispersed it to the people, we would lose that 22, 25, 35 bracket and stick to just sales tax. Even if sales tax went up to say 15% in every state around the country, no matter who bought what, 15%. Think about the fact that when a billionaire buys a $100 million asset at a dealership, they're paying at 15%. That's stimulating the economy if it went straight to the government and then came down. 8 hours of doing what is told a day with a lunchtime built in and bells to move you along. Yes, sir. That's servitude in the training. Glad I had a paper out. I'm trying to tell you if you didn't learn financial responsibility when you were young, and you definitely ain't gonna have it as an adult. Special shout out to Sterling. He said there's no federal sales tax. Five states have no sales tax. Yes, sir. I understand it. I completely understand that. I was saying that hypothetically, when we were talking about the observation of doing away with income tax refunds or income tax system in and of itself. I said if we replace that income tax system with paying the federal government sales tax and land tax and whatever taxes that's already existing, if that was going to the federal government instead of the income tax, then poor people would have more money to spend. They're going to spend it. They're going to buy more stuff. And that is going to be the taxation that would go to the government to stimulate everything. And it would likely increase the budget because if you had a flat rate 10%, 15% across the board, across all 50 states, no exceptions, state taxes, or not state taxes, but federal taxes would have a trickle down effect because the government issues money to the states outside of whatever money that the states collect on their own, the government issues money to the states. That's what I was saying. Yeah, Sterling's in the house. Sterling's in the house. Bombay. Florida plans to eliminate property taxes. I cannot figure out how would they replace the loss of revenue. Um, well, first of all, you have to determine what would they spending the money on in the first place, because as we were talking about throughout the show, the requirement to make money is only contingent to the requirement to spend money. So if they reduce their requirement to spend money, then they can reduce the requirement to make money. Also, Florida makes a shit ton of money with traffic tickets. They can do away with sales taxes and make a bunch of profits off of people not following traffic laws. It's just a reallocation of income. It says separation of taxes, federal and state. No, I would change it and have like a whole top down scenario. That way, it makes more sense where it all of the sales tax goes straight to the feds and then have it distributed back down instead of separating the two. I would just have like one entity collect and then just distribute it to all. I learned 9 years about money. Yeah, you learned at 9. Uh, had 168 papers to deliver daily. Yep, yep, yep. And had to go door to door and collect that money. Yeah, the loan shark them, right? Yeah, the loan shark 'em, right? Hey, where's my money? I've been delivering you these papers for so long. Where's my money? But you think about the fact that $60,000 in America, while mediocre, is part of the wealthy in other countries. This is the "you are richer than you think" trope. And while it can be used to dismiss legitimate local struggles, it's the core truth that is essential. Your perspective is warped by your immediate surroundings. You compare your life to the lives that you see on TV and social media, not the life of garment worker in Bangladesh. Special shout out to Bangladesh or Belarus or Kazakhstan. But the global economic system compares you every single day to everyone else in the world. Michael says they would increase the taxes on Depends diapers to replace lost taxes. Well, Florida doesn't have as many old people as you think. Um, wealthy financially, wealthy retirees go to places like Florida or California or in some cases New York. Not so wealthy individuals tend to go inward to cheaper areas and buy places and live off of their retirement with less expenses. He says, well, how come $60,000 is richer in other countries? How does that work? Well, let's think about this. We talk about the Philippines all the time. A upper middle class lifestyle in the Philippines is a reasonable middle class lifestyle in the Philippines is 24,000 a year. Let's start there. 60,000 a year is right around $5,000 a month. You would be making 2.5 times the middle class standard to live in the Philippines. That is likely the top 25% or the top 10% of Philippines culture. Let's take Japan. Japan, you can live in Japan for $8,700 a year. Even if we rounded it up to 10,000 a year, you can live in Japan for 10,000 a year. If you were making 60,000 a year, you would be making 6 times more than what it would cost to live a middle class lifestyle in the Philippines. Bangladesh and Kazakhstan, you're operating on less than $1,000 a month worth of income, which is less than 12,000 a year. If you were making 60,000 a year in those countries, you would be making 6 times more than what you would need to survive there. Um, there are a lot of countries, Cambodia, there are a lot of countries that you could make it on less than $3,000 a year, which is $36,000 a year. And I cover that every Wednesday. I give you a different country around the world that you could survive with $36,000 a year. So $60,000 a year would be almost double a middle class lifestyle. The country we just covered yesterday, $3,000 a year would be wealthy with money left over. So if you had double that, you would be ultra wealthy in that country. right? The cost of living, like Michael said, the dollar goes a lot further in other countries. Is there no taxes in the Philippines? Well, whether or not there's taxes in the Philippines is irrelevant to the fact that your income would get you a whole lot more in a different country that doesn't have as much financial cost on its expected standard of living. But in America's, $60,000 isn't going to go that far. $60,000 might get you a gated community. $60,000 might get you an HOA neighborhood. $60,000 might get you a BMW or a Mercedes Benz S class, and an iPhone that's getting hacked, and then you're living from paycheck to paycheck. Comfortable standard of living in America is 72,000 a year. So 60,000 a year, you might feel like you're struggling in comparison to what comfortable would look like in America. It's cheaper to buy your next car in Japan and have it shipped to your house by T. Look, Timu was selling electric motorcycles, and you could buy some shit. Alibaba has some too, has some electric motorcycles for like $5,000. And you could buy some of them shits, 250 cc's electric some bitch that'll get you 40 miles to the charge and have it shipped in and probably spend like $7,000 total on getting you a motorcycle fully assembled, shipped in a box to your house, and then put a plate on it, get some insurance on it, and that bitch be cheaper than the $24,000 Harleys that are sold in America. FX Trader says all the people who only have Social Security to retire on should move to a cheaper country. Fuck yeah! I ain't even gonna hesitate on that. Yes, if you have guaranteed direct deposits from Social Security, disability, veterans benefits, or anything to that effect, where you're making $2,000 or more from your government benefits, and it's being directly deposited into your account where your money is accessible to you in another country, then fuck yeah, I would tell you to again live at 30% of the money that they give you, move the rest of the money somewhere else, so that because with Social Security disability you can't save shit. You don't have to move it like give it to a friend. You can withdraw from a bank account, put it in a safe in your house. As long as you have a less than $2,000 in your account at the end of your billing cycle every month, they're going to keep sending you money, and then you just take that money and go to another country. They're going to keep sending you money, but now you've got in another country, you've got the capabilities to live over there. And then when you get there, you can stay there because if you can show that country that you're getting direct deposits from your country at $24,000 a year, you can get a digital nomad visa. You can get a retired visa. I don't remember what that one was called, the retirement visa, the old people visa, and be able to stay there for 12 months at a time, where renewal on that visa is very easy. You don't have to do border runs where you have to leave the country and then apply for residency. You can actually just stay there, continue to renew it. You can find your wife, get married, establish a long-term stay kind of situation. There's so much going on that you could do in a place like the Philippines, where for men that's one of the best places to go because the women are cooperative, where they're not cooperative in America. So it's fiscally and culturally the best place to go. Now, economically, they could use a hell of a lot of construction. Their infrastructure could be a whole lot better than what it is, but that is the only culture shock you're going to experience. That if you were going there with 60,000 a year, you really wouldn't give a shit because you could Americanize your location and then just deal with the rest. Because I guess the sticky issue is healthcare. No, international health insurance, privatized health insurance, where $50 to $75 a month would get you some of the best health coverage worldwide. Even though in America we're paying like $300 a month, $800 a month, depending on what kind of insurance policy we have, co-pay plus the deductible to get bullshit health coverage in America, $50 to $75 total covered everything. Medevac travel for international health coverage. Why for $50 a month Can I get international health coverage in what is perceived to be a third world country where they'll put me in a helicopter and fly me somewhere on my health insurance to get my health taken care of? But in America, I can't get health coverage to drive me from my house to the damn doctor's appointment for a regular checkup. All I'm trying to say is that there's better coverage than what we actually pay attention to. So it's not so sticky. It's just our lack of knowledge. And then when you think about international health insurance, you realize international health insurance would work in America too. It's just that we never looked into international health coverage because we can't afford the health coverage that's offered here. Whatever health insurance that the foreigners are using when they come to America with their visa is the same health insurance that we could be using. They're in better health here than what we are here because they've got insurance coverage from their hometown that works here. Yeah, I got to think about this now. He said gas today was $4.81 per gallon for unleaded. That is higher than I got 387 where I'm at. It doesn't look like the gas prices are going down. That's another thing Donald Trump was talking about today that Shell, Chevron, and ExxonMobil was potentially price gouging because the cost of oil per barrel should have brought the pump down to I think he said 250 or 245 or 271, something like that. It should be about $2 a gallon cheaper than what it actually is right now. And they're investigating why that is. So I'm like, shoot. He says, isn't it a shame that Medicare will not cover citizens in foreign countries? Well, Medicaid is for local. He says Social Security can't travel abroad for more than 30 days. Social Security disability, you can travel how you want. Okay. So special shout out to Sterling. He's providing us with a little bit more detailed information where you potentially have to pay attention to how long you're out of the country with Social Security SSI versus SSDI. Because if you're getting Social Security disability from your work credits, there's no limit to how long you can be out of the country, but there are some requirements that impacts your SSI. But the question is when it comes down to SSI, because they're direct depositing the money into your personal account. All right. When do they discover that you're not in your hometown? Um, I mean, likely if you only have one bank account and they put the money in that account and you start making transactions in Thailand, they might be like, hey, what the fuck's going on? He's been spending money in Thailand for 60 days. Um, but what say if the money comes into your account and then you have a check sent from that account to, I don't know, another account. I don't know where. I haven't thought this through yet. Hypothetically, they're no longer paying attention to the money because the money was taken out of your account. It's somewhere else now. And now that account is sending the money to you in another country. Would they know that you're in another country? Because Social Security disability doesn't come and visit you at your house. Um, outside of you using your Medicaid and Medicare with your health care coverage provider. They don't check on your medical condition. Um, they basically watch your money. So if let's say you had a homeboy that was able to withdraw your money out of an ATM machine and then take your cash and Western Union that shit to you. Let's just left field hypotheticals. Would they even know that you were in another country for more than 30 days? um, I know there's always a workaround. I don't encourage doing anything that would trick the system. I'm just saying he's right. Policies indicate that you likely got to be careful. You might want to do 2 weeks out of the country, but would they even know if you were out of the country for longer than that? Because if they ask, you're probably going to tell them, "Nah, I've been here the whole time." Because you're not going to start charging money to, you know what I mean? Steven says in the Philippines, uh, they better have a wide variety of chicken wing flavors for me to feel at home. I call a place down the way and asked what flavors they had, and the guy said over 50. I cannot name them all. Sheesh. 50 flavors of chicken ice cream. I believe you if you leave another country, Social Security Administration will ask for proof of life once a year. Yes, that's what I think the fundamental observation is that you're supposed to check in with them at some point, answer the phone when they call them back and schedule an appointment and verify that you're still alive. Um, it's also my understanding that you have your own primary address in the United States. Now, if you abandon your address in the United States and you don't have an address on file, they kind of start looking for you at that point because they can't send you any information anymore. And in that situation, if they can't make contact with you, they cut off your benefits. But if they can make contact with you, a lot of the stuff that you have is digital, so they're going to email you a lot of stuff. But if they mail stuff to a post office box, and it goes to the post office box, and you're in another country, as long as like FX Trader said, you check in once a year, like yeah, you know, I'm still alive. Even if you set your trip to leave right after you check in and then come back right before you have to check in and be gone 10 months, uh, out of the year where they ask you the question, have you been out of the country over the last 30 days? And your answer is no, because I got back 45 days ago. I haven't been out of the country in the last 30 days. Technically, you could have been gone for 11 months. But when they checked in, you've been here for the last 60 days. You could do some shit like that. And they would not be able to observe your absence unless you are charging to the bank account that they are monitoring transactions overseas. Um, but when we think about where we stand on a global scale versus where we are, oh, hold on a second. He said they would know if you use foreign ATMs. Also, they check flight manifest, and also they can make you bring in your passport. Really, I have to do some research on that to determine how do they keep track of individuals on SSA to determine if they have left the country for too long and everything to that effect, what processes that they have. But that's a good observation. I don't have any information about that, so I can't even discuss the topic. I just threw up the hypothetical because if and my hypothetical was if you had a homie in the United States that withdrew the money from an ATM machine and then sent it to you after the fact, the transaction is happening in America, and once the money comes out of the bank account, it's cash. They're not tracking it after that. That was what I was saying. Um, but if you were doing this all by yourself, they will track the transactions, and if the transactions are being done in another country, then they know. If the transactions are not being done in another country, they won't know. Um, but if you have a scenario where you have benefits in one state and you move to another state, your transactions are happening in another state. It can happen where they look at that and say, well, shit, you know, He's got coverage in California, but he's spending money in Illinois. The law requires you to only have the benefits distributed from one state. I haven't seen in any law that says that you mandatorily have to live in the same state that the benefits are being distributed in. If you relocate, you're only getting one check from the government. It doesn't matter what state you're in. Now, when it comes down to the local health care coverage, that might change if you change states. The pot of money that you get your benefits from could transition over. But once you have an account established, as long as you're only collecting benefits from one department, one entity, it doesn't matter where you are in the United States, the money is going to flow directly to you and you're going to use it. They're not going to cut you off because you start spending your money in Vegas unless it's for unapproved transactions. Trader says there has to be a way to do it because there are so many expats on Social Security living abroad. I know, and not all of them are over there on work credits. There are too many retirees living in another country to say that the either Social Security Administration is so strict that you can't travel for more than 30 days, or they just want to know that you're still alive if you've been gone for more than 30 days. And that's why I said I'm gonna look into it. And I'm gonna find out like what is their requirements because your standard of living is still your standard of living and they have to they're supposed to if you qualify for their program they're supposed to pay you for life. Now I don't recall that pay you for life qualification having a strict requirement on living in the United States. It just has a strict requirement of being a United States citizen. um so I'm gonna do some research on it. I'm gonna find out and then I'm gonna let you guys know as soon as I find out because I don't want to give you false information, but hypothetically speaking, the only thing that I know that they do is track your money. So if you start doing transactions that are outside of what they approve, they'll cut you off. But as long as the transactions are not disapproved, I don't see them cutting you off. And outside of you telling them that you're in another country, changing your address to another country, changing your phone number to an out of country phone number, I don't see them questioning your whereabouts. I have relatives that are on disability and they just show up for their doctor's appointments on a regular basis. The financial institutions that issue the money never call and say, "Hey, are you still in the country?" You know what I mean? They don't do that. I don't know why. Well, I mean, he's over the age of 70. I don't know. We can ask Michael. Michael, you're old. Do they ever call you and ask you when's the last time you before they issue you a check? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm gonna find out though. I like to keep y'all informed. Is in friendly countries, Social Security Administration will let U.S. retirees open a foreign bank account and deposit the money directly. Ooh, I'm gonna double check that too to reinforce it and make sure what's going on there. Because I know you, I know I if there is a way, not only are we going to talk about it, I'm going to tell y'all the way because Sterling can take that exact mentality and go to the Philippines because I'm pretty sure that $1,200 a month medication in America is $600 a month in the Philippines because it's only overcharged in America because Americans are willing to pay that damn quantity of money for that shit. But let's be clear. This doesn't mean that your financial struggles aren't real here in America. Even if $60,000 a year is a lot of money in another country, it doesn't mean that you're not struggling here in America, right? It doesn't mean that you aren't one medical bill away from disaster. What it does mean, though, is that the baseline standard of living in a wealthy country, access to sanitation, electricity, public education, places you on a completely different planet from much of the world's population. Now, this reveals the paradox that we talked about earlier. Researchers have noted that for decades, inequality between countries was falling while inequality within those countries is rising. This means that even as the gap between you and the super rich in your own country widens, your position relative to the majority of the world's population remains incredibly high. Most of humanity is clustered on the bottom rung of the income ladder. To be even halfway up is to be above the majority. And this is why you can feel financially insecure while simultaneously being part of the global elite. You are in the global 10%, but you are not part of the global 1%. There is a grand canyon of difference between those two positions. The global 10% includes professionals and dual income households in developed nations. The global 1%, and especially the 0.1% and above, are the ones who own the bakery, the ones who own Walmart, the ones who own the mall, the ones who own the 4 year institutions that are issuing you your degrees. Understanding this doesn't invalidate your experiences, it reframes it. Your feeling of being squeezed is real, but the force doing the squeezing isn't just your landlord. It's a global system where the very top is pulling away from everyone else, including the relatively privileged citizens of wealthy nations. The lie is thinking that you are in the middle. The truth is, you are near the top of a pile that is being fiercely plundered by an even smaller group at the absolute peak. It's like being on a mass multiplayer role playing game and you're in an alliance in the top 10, but you're always getting trolled by the number one alliance. No matter how good your team is, there's one team 5 levels higher than you that's wiping your ass out. You can wipe out everybody below you, but there's one group that is above you that's cleaning out everybody above you. That's exactly what this is like. So your global income rank is shockingly high, believe it or not. The immediate logical reaction is disbelief. Well, if I'm so rich, why do I feel so broke? The answer lies in the next great lie, the idea that a dollar is a dollar no matter where you are. And this is going to bring us to cost of living and purchasing power parities. And we're almost halfway through the show, y'all. So I want y'all to make sure that y'all mash those reaction buttons and make sure that y'all like the show while y'all are here because we're going to be giving y'all a lot more information and probably some how-tos towards the end. Trader says, I think that the basic universal income is the only way to prevent a socialist takeover of the United States. I don't think that a universal income is going to do anything because unless you standardize the cost of employment where everybody gets the same paycheck no matter what industry that they're in, which is not going to do anything besides have the poor people spend more money faster. Unless you standardize it and everybody, including tech people, are making the same amount of money, and the same amount of money is that $250,000, $500,000 a year salary. Even if you're a McDonald's worker, you're getting the same salary as the president. If everybody was getting that quantity of money for showing up for work every day, more people would show up for work. But we would still have a system where poor people would be poor because if they were making $500,000 a year flipping burgers at McDonald's, they would flip burgers at McDonald's where you would be buying a cheeseburger for $10,000 for a cheeseburger because broke people would pay for it. They're willing to pay $400 for a pair of Jordans when they're on a $2,000 a month salary. So if you put them on a $20,000 a month salary, they'd be willing to pay $10,000 for a pair of Jordans. Logic dictates that if we change the system without changing the mentality of the people functioning in the system is still going to do the same thing. You're going to get the same end results. The result is that the people who spend the most money have the least quantity of financial knowledge. And as long as they maintain the least quantity of financial knowledge, the more money that comes in, the more money they put out. The more money they put out increases the demand on the supply. The more money that increases demand on the supply, the more requirement for the supply. The more requirement for the supply, the more big business can raise the price. The more big business raises the price, inflation, which puts us right back where we were in the beginning. If the bottom 50% saved, budgeted, and invested money the way the top 1% does, then you would have less inflation. Less inflation means that you would have more generational wealth on the poor class, which means you would eliminate the poor class and have more of a middle class, at least first generation middle class. You would then have second generation middle class that would be working towards a first generation upper class. Then you would ultimately phase out the poverty line, not for the lack of bad mistakes, bad divorces, and other such things. You would be phasing out the poverty line, or at least hijacking the poverty line and bringing it up to 100K. But the working class used to be the line of poverty. Working class income is like 79,000 a year. If you're not making $1,765 a week, you're poor by US standards, by US Census standards. The average American isn't making 1,600 or $1,700 a week. What is that, like 45, $55 an hour? The average person is not making 17 or $1,800 per week. That's like $3,400 every 2 weeks, $6,500 per month. Not the average, $7,000 a month actually. Yeah, $7,000 a month. The average American is not making $7,000 a month, because that would be 84,000 a year. The average American is making something less than $75,000, something closer to $55,000, 57,000 for men, 52,000 for women. They're not making that. Standard a universal income where everybody's currency would be the same. It would just take the cost of purchasing in another country. It'll take that fee away to change over the money. It's not the same amount of money. Only the basic living income, like say a $3,000 grant. After that, you make more. Okay, so let's say flat rate. They gave everybody $3,000 a year, or at least everybody that makes $75,000. So that means that the base level of income will be $36,000 a year for all Americans. Let's take that logic and put it into to action right now. Remember Section 8, where they were giving people free houses because they didn't have money. So if we look at that lifestyle, honest people like Sterling would have, he'd be made, because 36,000 a year, I don't have to go to work. Even if I'm going to work, I get a base level 36,000 a year. Even if Walmart was paying me 20,000 a year, I would have 56,000 a year set. I could pay for my medication. I'm good to go. I got my own place. I don't got to struggle. Set. Honest people, this would work. Irresponsible people, if you're poor, we'll give you 36,000 a year. You don't have to work. What do you think poor people would do? They would get paid under the table. Anything above that amount of money, they would take that 36,000 a year. They might even pool their money together and have two or three people on that program living in the same house, so that they're now living at $96,000 a year, living in a middle class lifestyle. Everybody got their own Bentley. Everybody got their own Gucci, Louis Vuitton, this, that, and a third. Nobody would have a fucking job. Now the problem comes in is, where the hell are we going to get $36,000 a year for each American that would be on that standardized scenario? We would have to tax 25% of whoever's making money, which would be big business, so that we could fund that type of program, which I don't disagree with you on it. It is just, we would still have to change the mentality of the bottom 25% in order for that to benefit them. Because if you give them 33,000 a $3,000 grant, they're right now living off of $3,000 or $4,000 a year. You give them a $3,000 grant, they're going to waste it. They're not going to invest it. They're not going to save it. They're not going to set up their kids' college education. They're going to waste it. They're going to party like rock stars. They're going to buy more expensive cars, upgrade their phone to the new Samsung 2027 or the new iPhone 30, and buy a bunch of expensive name brand clothes, get extra fancy Brazilian weave, get bedazzled fingernails, get lashes wrapped up like spools of toilet paper on their eyes, and never ever find themselves building a financial future. Because heck, fuck, if I can live the rest of my life on this $36,000 a year salary and I don't have to go to work, I can quit right now. So that means that the largest majority of American people would start, low income housing scenario would explode because they would all have the cheapest apartments, the cheapest housing situation, where they that $36,000 a year will probably have like a $2,000 overhead, where they would still have out of $24,000, they would still have another $8,000 or $9,000 a year that they could waste on bullshit and never have to go to work. Because at the same time, you eliminate the welfare system. No, you wouldn't be eliminating the welfare system. You would be expanding the welfare system if you gave everybody a flat rate $36,000 a year. You would be expanding the welfare system, and the qualification to receive that kind of money would be that you would have to make less than 50,000 a year to say I'm gonna give you a flat rate $3,000 standard. He says, in other words, you do not restrict people from making more money like today. Well, if you made that a standard pay to all Americans, even if you're rich, everybody gets it. Every individual, all 300, and now they're saying 350 million Americans, everybody gets it, regardless of their financial status. In that situation, you're just increasing the poverty line's cost of living. So we would go from having a poverty line of $30,000 to a poverty line of $66,000, because the poor class, the bottom 25, is still going to waste that money. They say you are correct. That some people would abuse it, but most wouldn't. I agree with you. Most wouldn't. Most wouldn't. Notice I told you the bottom 25% would waste it. So out of the bottom 50%, 25% of the so the how do we put this? From 0 to 25% would waste it. From 26 to 50% would do better with their life, which would increase the middle class. It would increase the gap in the middle class, and the lower class would just stay lower class. Is there more productivity from the AI revolution and more money being generated? Technically, you do make a good point, because if you gave everybody a base 36,000 a year, when people start getting fired because computers are taking over, they won't have to go to work because the machines are doing all the manual labor jobs anyway. So you probably will be falling back on government funds anyway. So you do have a good point. I don't disagree with the model. I just think without changing the ideology of how we approach stuff, we're less likely to see increasing the access to money as a solution to the increase of the cost of products. Because the way that you would stop that, you would have to destroy the GDP by putting a cap on price and say no matter how much people are willing to spend, you cannot increase the price. Even if you get a restriction on growth and say, well, you can't increase the price on products more than, say, 1% of the cost of the product. So if it's $1,000 product, you can raise it $100 a year. You would be regulating inflation, but an iPhone is $1,600, so you can raise it $160 a year. Or no, that's 10%. You'd be raising it $16 a year. So if we go back and look at, if you were existing with a $60,000 a year income and you regulate and recognize that your income level is in a good position, then you recognize that your nominal income, the number on your paycheck, is just one part of the equation. And the other part of the equation is what it actually costs to live wherever it is that you live. And that's what a cost of living index, or COLI, tries to measure. It looks at how much you have to spend on necessities like housing, food, and transportation. A city that's 30% more expensive than the average can fundamentally alter your financial reality, meaning that the same quantity of income gets you a whole lot less, and you're going to feel like you're struggling a whole lot more, even though your level of financial success is a lot higher than your actual wealth. Make sure that y'all mash those reaction buttons and hit those like buttons as y'all come through. He says your country, oh, well, you counter inflation with an unlimited supply. Well, the problem with countering, so let's look at this observation. The supply is based on creation. The creation has a cost. The cost has an overhead. The overhead has to get paid for by the profits from the sales. If you increase the income of individuals to a flat rate, $36,000 plus whatever they work for, you're increasing the entire culture's uh, accessible discretionary spending by $36,000. Now, if you do it across the board, not selectively to a specific few, I was going to say elite few, but it wouldn't be the elite because you would do it for people who make $36,000 or people who make less than, say, $50,000. If you say, well, anybody who makes less than $50,000, we're going to give you $36,000 as a subsidy every year. That would increase their standard living from the $50,000 a year that they make to $86,000 a year, which would qualify them to be able to afford the comfortable standard of living of between 72 and 79,000 a year, which makes a lot of sense on paper. Now, lifestyle creep, those individuals are going to go from living paycheck to paycheck in their $50,000 a year lifestyle to living paycheck to paycheck on their $86,000 a year lifestyle. Very few are going to decide I'm going to invest this somewhere where I can make money for myself. Very few people are going to say that I'm going to phase out of work. I'm going to work less on my job, invest money into a brokerage account, and build up enough money from my brokerage account so I can quit my job. And then, if and when they cut off my $36,000 a year, I will forever be making money off my brokerage account. They're not going to do that. They're going to just spend the money that comes in. They're going to spend it more on discretionary spending. And that is going to be the issue, because if they're buying more stuff, not just that they're buying more supply, they're willing to pay more money for the supply. So, like I use the example of the $350 Jordans costing $10,000. It's still one unit. It just went from $350 to $10,000 because people are willing to pay for it. They have access to the capital to pay for that. That triggers inflation. Because if I'm willing to pay more, if society as a whole is willing to pay more, if the average American has a subsidized income that allows them to have a baseline of $86,000 a year, where the poorest person in the country has a baseline of $86,000 a year. This means that a rundown apartment in a low income neighborhood could have a mortgage or a rent scenario of like $2,500 or $3,000 a month. And that $36,000 that you'd be getting from the government would be covering your house. And then you would have to have a job to cover the rest, which still would mean that you would be poor. You would just be $86,000 a year poor. Then women will say, he got to make $150,000 a year in order to talk to me, because the poorest person in the country get a $36,000 a year check. You can't counter inflation by having an unlimited supply. In theory, if there is more money being spent and more stuff is being bought, what big business is going to do is big business is going to raise the price of the supply. Test the market, see if they're willing to pay more money for the same object. If they're willing to pay more money for the same object, then they're going to mass produce the object at a higher price. We use shrinkflation as an example. Oatmeal cream pies used to be a quarter. Now they're like three and some change. As long as you are willing to pay for the small one the same amount of money that you paid for the large one, when they take the large one off the shelf, the small one's price becomes standard. Then when they bring back the large one at least once a year and increase the price, call it a family pack, and then charge you more money for the exact same product in its original size. You were willing to pay for less. Now we're going to give you what you're entitled to and charge you more. Shrinkflation. As long as people are willing to pay more, you're not going to be able to stop inflation. It says, I agree with you that the income gap is getting wider and might be unsustainable otherwise. What is the option here? Educate everybody. That is fundamentally the only option. You have to provide everybody with the knowledge, the reasonable, what is supposed to be common knowledge on what to do and how to do it to make, save, and invest money for yourself so that you can build generational wealth for yourself and your family. And then the select few that are willing to learn how to do that and improve their lives is going to reduce, not eliminate, the poverty line. So that if the infrastructure changed and started giving you stimulus, you would not squander it because you are taught, learned, practiced, and reinforced how to take extra money and put it somewhere where that money is making enough money where you can stop working and you don't have to worry about your standard of living. It'll be covered by what you held on to. Right? They say, yeah, you have to prevent the government from printing a lot of money. The government doesn't have to print money. You do realize that the logic behind printing money is lost to me. And the reason why it's lost to me is the government passed an executive order to make all transactions between the government and its population to be digital. More than 70% of transactions in the modern market is digital, debit or credit. Most peer-to-peer transactions is wire transfers, Venmo, Zelle, Cash App, PayPal, all digital. You don't even give your kids cash allowance anymore. You create them a Cash App account and then you send them money on their Cash App account. The average American does not hold $100 in cash in their wallet. Probably don't have $50 in cash in their wallet. More often than not, the people that lean towards cash only are people in the adult industry that are getting tipped in cash, some servers that are getting tipped in cash, and people who are committing crime with cash so that their money's not being tracked, the lack of paper trail. So it's not so much reducing the government's requirement to print money, it's just really putting a cap on the people's ability to spend because if we recognize that $350 for a pair of shoes is too damn expensive for a shoe when it is made by the same brand that is making a $45 shoe that looks the same way. They're not using better quality materials. They're not using more durable or diligent uh, uh, materials. So the product is going to last just as long as the same shoe, the same high top shoe that doesn't have the Jumpman silhouette on it. But the shoe that doesn't have the Jumpman silhouette on it is valued at 10% of the cost of the shoe with the Jumpman silhouette on it. If the average American recognizes that fundamental flaw that you're spending 90% more for the exact same quality just to get the brand, then you would ask yourself, how does that brand benefit me? And when you respond to yourself with it doesn't, you stop buying that product. When you stop buying that product because it costs too much, ultimately Jordans will start costing $60 like Feli's because nobody's going to buy it if you raise the price. When people stop buying stuff because it costs too damn much, that's the price point gap. That's the limit. And they'll stop charging. So if people stop buying cell phones because they cost more than $700, then Samsung and iPhone will stop charging you $2,500 for a cell phone. But as long as you're willing to pay $2,500 for a cell phone, just to get access to it. They'll sell it to you. So it says it seems that the bottom 25% of the population behave like children. They waste a lot of resources, as you pointed out. Yes, sir, they do. They definitely do. Because the bottom 25% of America wasn't taught financial responsibility. They were taught how to make the money and they were taught how not to overdraft a bank account, but that's all they were taught how to do. He says, correction, preventing the government from creating excess amounts of credit. Well, no, you can't do that. The $30 trillion of debt is the government creating excess amounts of credit. You know that I just seen a flyer just recently where Kamala Harris and Michelle Obama were allegedly supposed to be running for president in the upcoming elections. If these females get into office, and I ain't got nothing against females, but if they get into office and they make the type of political decisions, even if those political decisions benefit 50% of the population, if it costs a lot of money to put those decisions into place, the bill would go up. Donald Trump is trimming the government's bills by reducing its responsibilities to the government to the people and making the people responsible for themselves. If a Democratic Party got into office and changed some of that back where people would have government support, free health, $1.3 million for slave descendants, reparations, all of this other stuff. They would effectively add 5 or 10 trillion dollars to the deficit. If the government can't create excess amounts of credit, how the fuck would they pull that off? Because they're not increasing taxation on the people. They're selling the debt to investors. People like China who will buy up all of America's debt. We don't have to get conquered by China. China has enough treasury bonds to buy the country. If that is true, I say, oh brother, uh, save us from destruction. Well, all I know is that if they got into office and abortions came back, Philippines sounding more and more like a better place to be because I mean I don't want to be involved with a mentality that is willing to have an abortion before being responsible, claiming that they want to chase their career instead of having a family. I mean, if you wanna chase your career, but don't be a hoe about it, and then kill off a potential next best president, next best scientist, next best inventor that could positively improve the culture. So you're killing a life before it has the opportunity to fix global warming. You're taking out a individual that might fix the economy or literally create world peace. You're destroying opportunity before it has its capability to manifest, and I just don't agree with that. But when they get into office, whatever they do, I'm going to navigate around it. Now, let's go back to that $60,000 a year salary. In a small Midwestern city, that income might afford a comfortable lifestyle. That same $60,000 in New York or London might barely cover the rent and basics, leaving you with nothing left over. Your nominal income is identical in all scenarios, but your actual lived experience, your purchasing power is radically different. Economists use a tool called purchasing power parity, PPP, to make more accurate comparisons across countries. PPP adjusts for different price levels, asking how much money would you need in country B to buy the same basket of goods that you could buy in country A. When we start talking about the price point where certain countries' cost of living is 30% of the cost of American living, that's this PPP process. This is the adjustment used in most serious global inequality studies. And it confirms that while the gap between countries is smaller than nominal figures suggest, it remains vast. So, what is that basket of goods? It's going to be housing, food, transportation, utilities, healthcare, clothing, and education. That's before discretionary spending on luxury commodities, subscriptions, memberships, clubbing, dating, all of this other stuff. Of these, housing is often the great divider. The astronomical cost of rent in major global cities can consume half or more of a household's income, single handedly creating the feeling of being broke, even with a high salary. In places like America, you might see 68% of your cost, 68% of your income goes towards your cost of living, goes towards your rent. He said McDonald's parity index, that would be an MPI. So the mismatch between your nominal income rank and your felt well-being is a core feature of the modern global economy. Now you can be a global top 10 percenter on paper, but feel like you're scraping by because your high income is being devoured by an even higher cost of living. And this explains the paradox of feeling poor while being globally rich. But it also reveals something even deeper. The high cost of living in desirable cities is often partly a function of inequality. It is the driven by fierce competition uh, narrative where for housing in areas with higher paying jobs, a competition increasingly skewed by the immense wealth of the top 1%. So, because more people are willing to pay more money in that area, the cost of living in that area goes up. Their ability to pay prices disconnected from local wages can bid up the cost of living for everyone else. It's another layer of the system, trapping you between a high global rank and punishing the local reality. And another thing that it does is that if the wealthy is capable and willing to pay more money to be in a certain light, a certain standard of living, what happens is since the price point goes up, that neighborhood becomes wealthy exclusive because poor people can't afford to live there. If a few hundred thousand wealthy individuals were willing to pay $10,000 a month to rent a place in a specific neighborhood, or willing to pay $3 million for a house in a specific neighborhood, that means that the standard of living in that neighborhood would be that $10,000 a month worth of rent, or that $1 million for a house. Now, the average individual that barely has $250,000 living in that same situation would not be able to find a good standard of living in those neighborhoods because they don't have the $10,000 a month worth of rent. Or if they did, they'd be spending $10,000 a month worth of rent, which is $120,000 out of the $250,000 that they make, which again is more than half. And then they would be barely trying to get by with everything else. But $250,000 a year is not $10 an hour. It's not $20 an hour. It's closer to $50 an hour. He says the price segregates the rich from the poor. Exactly. Social classism. And that is one of the reasons why I say that racism is dead. People say that racism is still here. No, no, no. A lot of the times people treat you like shit because your ass is broke. Can't come here with that outfit on. You got to have an expensive outfit on. You can't come here because the food is $250 a plate or $125 a plate per person, two plates at the table. You can't eat here because the minimum reservation for this place is $125. You can't afford $125 for the total bill, so you're not going to be willing to pay $125 just to get a seat at the table. If they make the price so high that the poor people and the uh, uh, inadequate behaviored individual, the lower quality behaviors, are priced out of this environment, it is a form of gentrification. The wealthy disconnect themselves from the non-wealthy because the non-wealthy can't afford to eat there. The non-wealthy can't afford to hang out there. The non-wealthy can't afford to park their cars there. The non-wealthy cannot afford to be in the same place at the same time with wealthy individuals. Now, can wealthy individuals go out with some regular clothes and go shop at Walmart with the poor folks? Yes, they can. But a wealthy individual can go to a private tailor and get their outfit together, where a poor person would never be in that tailor's office. Can a wealthy person ride the bus? Yes. But a poor person is less likely to be on a dealership floor talking to them about a Jaguar or a Maserati or you know a luxury vehicle. So the wealthy can reduce their overhead by shopping responsible, but the poor people cannot find themselves budgeting their money responsibly and associating with the wealthy people. The average individuals cannot say that they have walked past a rich person a day because you wouldn't know. But rich people know when they done passing by poor folk. So yeah, price segregation does occur. Social classism, it does occur. Now, so far we've treated money as purely mathematical, income, wealth, and prices. But this leads us to the next more subtle lie. So make sure that you guys mash those reaction buttons while you're still here and hit the like button if you haven't done so so far. Okay, we got Sterling coming in here. Hello, Sterling.
Hey, how we doing? Thanks for having me.
Doing okay?
I'm loving the content. I'm loving the show.
Thank you. What do you got for me today?
Oh gosh, I've been listening for a while, and you've hit on so many great topics. Um, I kind of just want to get in where I fit in. I don't have any like opening statements or whatnot. But you
Okay.
know, I don't want to like go over things that we've gone over in the past or repeat myself, but you bring up good points. Is that like with universal basic income, for example, if we give people this standard of money each month, right? Then the corporations are just going to raise the prices of your daily lives, whether it's food or housing or whatnot. So it
So
can't be.
that
Go
does
ahead.
come from us spending more money, though.
What do you mean exactly?
Well, okay. So let's say that you currently have a fixed income, hypothetically, of $24,000 a year. Now, let's say the government starts handing you $36,000 a year. You now make $60,000 a year. If you didn't learn from this podcast and take that extra money and redistribute it somewhere else where the money is making more money for you over time, where you can start building yourself a retirement, you would likely spend that extra 36,000 a year. It doesn't matter what you spent it on. You can spend $15,000 of it on the diabetic medication that you need, and then you would still have another $15,000 for discretionary spending. A lot of people would improve their standard of living by getting a better place, whether they get a bigger apartment or buy their own house. They will improve their transportation by going from public transportation, owning a car, or trading in the car that they've had for so long that they're tired of to a newer model vehicle. They will go from owning stuff to leasing and financing things. Some people will even go so far as rent a center, rent a own, IKEA, and other such places, and lease furniture, upgrading the quality of the furniture in their house. And that's before they go buying better quality clothes or better looking clothes. That's just more expensive because it's modern, and the stuff that they had with rags and holes and everything else in it, uh, 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 they want to do away with and kind of improve. the way they live. They're not changing out the clothes because it doesn't fit anymore. They're just getting newer stuff because they can, right? They'll increase the quality of the food that they eat. So they'll go from maybe a less meaty diet with more vegetables and rice and everything like that, and start adding more steak and chicken and lobster and salmon and everything else to their diet. And that lifestyle creep would now bring you from what you was originally sustaining, a $24,000 a year lifestyle, to now trying to sustain with the same level of stress and frustration a $60,000 a year lifestyle. Because you're spending more money, there's more demand. Because there's more demand, manufacturers have to create a larger supply. Because there's a larger quantity of supply going out, manufacturers will always, that's the moment where manufacturers start testing the ability to raise the price. If you're willing to pay the extra price, then they get to lock in the newer price. That price point is what customers are willing to pay for this product. If they raise the price and stuff doesn't sell, they lower the price. That's what clearance comes from. We started trying to sell something for $29.95 and nobody would buy it. We dropped it down to $15.95. It sold out. Next time we'll try and sell it for $17.82. See what happens. But if we price pointed at $29.95, thinking, oh no, they're not going to buy it, it sold out. Well, next time it came back, it was $45.95. It sold out. Next time we put it up there, it's $85.95. It sold out. Next time we put it out there, it's $254. It's sold out. Once people stop buying it, we stop raising the price. That is fundamentally what inflation is. If they're willing to put that price point out there and people are willing to pay that price, then that's what it's worth. It's only worth what other people are willing to pay for it for. So they're not strong arming society. Big business is not strong arming society and forcing society to pay these prices. Society is voluntarily paying these prices because they want the item. The only thing that big business does is make the item appealing to you through advertisement. But once you decide, oh, I'm going to buy that, doesn't matter how much it costs, I'm going to buy that. Think of all the millions of people in America that have a WWE replica of some kind. Anywhere between a couple $100 to $2,000 per replica. You got some folks that got 25 belts on their wall in their house. Can't even hold all of them at the same damn time. And you've got to think about the fact, special shout out to Daniel, you've got to think about the fact that the money that they're wasting on that could have been towards their retirement. If they had more money, they would spend more money. And if we spend more money, that's where inflation comes from. But what else were you saying?
Well, yeah, you hit on it. Like what I'm saying is that the bottom 25%, if we gave them an extra, 36,000 or whatever, what would immediately happen is just what you said, like, but it wouldn't be for like frivolous things that they don't need. It would be for everyday items that they sell at Walmart. It would be for your housing, your rent. It would be for your education, the books that you pay. Like immediately, once people have more money, then the corporations will just charge more for their items. So I
Well, that's because we'd
disagree.
be spending more money on it.
Say that. Well, we're
If you
spending.
move, if you move from a $900 a month apartment to a $2,000 a month apartment because you're making $60,000 a year now, you are the reason why the rent went up.
If I got a universal basic income and my and I stayed in the same apartment, I guarantee you that my rent would go up, even if I stayed in the
No,
same one,
no,
100%. Which is why
no,
rent. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, tell me why.
no. Okay, so first of all, there's only a 4% increase on rent year over year. That's standard. 4%. That's it. Doesn't matter if you get a bigger income or not. The rent goes up 4% year over year.
Was that is
If
that a
you get
law? Is that a law, or are you saying that's
no,
like
it's not a
standard?
law. That's standard practice.
Right. So if tomorrow like the average American income doubled, then you don't think that rent would go up too?
No, the rent itself is not going to go up. You are going to choose to spend more money in another location, and that is going to be what the standard is going to be. The new standard is going to be because if you've got 36,000 extra dollars a year, you're going to be willing to stay in a more expensive apartment or a more expensive house. If you stayed in the house that you stayed in, or if you stayed in the apartment that you stayed in, year over year, you'd see a 4% increase. You might see $100 a year on your rent go up every year. If your income goes from 30,000 a year to 60,000 a year, your rent is only going to go up $100 a year. So if you were paying 900 last year, you're paying 1,000 this year, you're paying 1,100 next year, you're paying 1,200 the year after, but you went from 30,000 to 60,000. Now, what most people do is, I don't need to live in this rundown piece of crap apartment. I can afford the $2,000 a month apartment. So they're going to move to a more expensive location. Looks nicer, feels better. I can brag to my friends about it. The rent didn't go up. You chose to spend more money. Now, when more people are willing to spend that $2,000 a month for guess what the baseline becomes? That $2,000 a month. So since you moved out of the old apartment, everybody else is willing to pay $2,000 everywhere else. That means that that old apartment can be renovated, and now they're going to set the price at $2,000. Now, the next person that moves into your apartment is paying that $2,000, not because you make more money. Society is willing to spend $36,000 a year more on their housing.
Okay, all right, but like, So let me check this out. So do you okay? What about like the cost of? Well, first of all, like I disagree that housing costs have only gone up 4%, and that's some sort of like rate that you can rely on. Like as soon as things get hard, as soon as times get tough, housing prices they just go up way more than the 4%, way more than inflation.
Okay, so when California was burning to the ground, housing did
Uh,
go up a lot because the wealthy was willing to pay way more money than the average person so that they can have an apartment while their house was being rebuilt. But outside of natural disaster, 4% is the national average. And when you think about $100 extra on the rent is not always 4%, because if the apartment is $1,000 and it goes up $100, that's not 4%, that's 10%. But on the standard average, if you've got a $3,500 a month apartment and it goes up $100, that's not 10%. You've got a $5,500 apartment in California and it goes up $100, that's not 10%. But on average, you're going to see a 4% increase on rent across the country. But you're also going to see on a regular basis, when your landlord does raise the rent, $800 increase on your rent. But your rent's not, unless they renovated your apartment while you were in it, you're not likely going to see the landlord say, well, you was paying $1,000 last year, but you're going to pay $1,500 this year. You don't usually do that. Usually the quality of the apartment continues to degrade over time because they're only fixing what you report and you don't report anything. And they're going to charge you an extra $100 a year to stay in the house as is. That's typically how it goes. Now, if your paycheck goes up, your landlord's not going to be like, oh, he makes more money. Because do you call your landlord and say, hey, bro, I make an extra $36,000 a year? No, you don't. You pay whatever they ask. So what they're going to do is they're going to raise the rent when they start fixing the property. When you start calling the landlord saying, hey, fix X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C, then they might say, oh, well, we renovated this apartment. We're going to charge more money. If you say, I'm going to fix up the apartment myself, then a landlord comes in, does an annual inspection, sees the apartment in better condition, because the quality of the apartment improved, they might raise the rent. But them raising the rent is strictly based on their cost, not your salary. Your salary, in, it compels you to want a more expensive place. You're going to volunteer to buy a more expensive place. And because you moved out and everybody's moving out and buying a more expensive place, the landlord can raise the rent. And then the next person that moves in is going to be paying a higher price because that becomes a standard. If you moved out and went to the apartment across the apartment across the street costs $1,000 more than the apartment that you're staying in. If everybody else in the neighborhood did the same thing, well, fuck, why don't I just raise the price of my apartment too? Because if everybody's willing to pay $2,000 in this neighborhood, why don't I start charging $2,000 too? It's the same unit, it's the same size. I just put more stuff in it, throw some free cable in there or something like that. Whatever the other guys got, I'm gonna match that. That's the market average. That's one of the things actually with big business, no competition clause with things like cell phones and shit like that. they don't have to worry about raising the price, because if one person says I'm going to start charging $50 for a box of Lucky Charms, every other freaking cereal box is going to be about the same price. You're not going to see only one cereal box on the shelf that went up $10. Oh, all the cereal went up. Everybody knows that cereal is going to cost more money, right? What makes the price go up is because you saw the more expensive cereal and you bought that one instead of the cheaper cereal. So now the cheaper cereal can say, well, fuck, I can raise my price because they're willing to pay for the competitor. And a lot of us really buy branding. The reason why Dodge, Ford, and Chevy look the same is because nobody really gives a fuck about the body style. They're buying the brand. But I want to say every 2.5 years, you will see all three cars look exactly the same exact body style. They sell the patents to one another. One of them might have better turning, one of them might have better roll, one of them might have better traction on the rear, but outside of individual performances, they all look the same gas mileage, somewhat of the same price. Matter of fact, the only difference is the logo on the back of the vehicle, and people will buy all three of them. Help me understand it.
Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry, I'm just doing some math here. So, okay, in the last 10 years, rent prices have increased by 35 to 45%,
Okay, in the last 10 years,
right? So that might be
which
on
is an
track.
average of 3% a year.
Yeah, 3.5 to 4.5. It sounds like that would be right, I guess.
Hmm.
Um, but then, like, hmm. But like but like the average
Income
wages
has
have.
nothing to do with that, though. The income is separate. The cost of the property to the owner of the property or the business managing the property versus the profit margin that they want to have generally encourages them to have on average a 4% increase on the cost of the property. Now, the people who can qualify to pay for the property tend to make more money, and that's the reason why uh, people who can't afford it have to move out of their apartment and go to cheaper neighborhoods, gentrification, because rent goes up to a level where we can't afford to pay for it no more. Our paycheck didn't go up, but our rent did. So now I got to move out of this apartment and move into another apartment so that I can afford the cheaper place. Income doesn't increase with um, rent. But if we were to get a raise, a promotion, a bonus, a new job, if we were to have a partner move in or roommates move in, and now we have three times more income, your rent's not going to go up because you have three times more income. You're going to choose to move into a more expensive place because collectively we have more money.
Right. And so what I'm saying is if collectively people have more money and Walmart is going to immediately notice that and raise the cost of their prices on their goods 100%. So and
Walmart's
then
only going to raise the prices of the goods because Walmart sells out because more people's buying more goods.
well, false, because you like under your assumption you're saying that the more items people buy, the more Walmart makes. And what I'm saying is that's not necessarily
No, I'm
true.
saying that the more items being bought, the lower the supply versus the demand. Once a manufacturer recognizes that they're selling out, they can start considering raising the price because they're always sold out. The reason why Cybertruck is over $130,000 is because people are still willing to pay for it. Its original price point was supposed to be 79,995. If nobody was willing to buy it for the extra 50 grand that they're charging for the vehicle to get it last year, the vehicle would still be worth 79,995. But the ultra wealthy are willing to pay an extra 50 grand to get it right now. And as a result, the value of the vehicle is now 130, $150,000. Walmart is not going to raise the price when it finds out that its employees are making more money. No, Walmart is going to start raising prices on products because they're sold out on those products every time the product comes out. So they're going to raise the price and see how much can I make off of this. If it sells out on a regular basis, I'm not charging enough money. Let me raise the price on it and see how much I can get off of this product. When it stops selling out, that's the price point.
Exactly. And
They
that
don't know that you're making more money. They know that you're spending more money. And because you're willing to spend more money, they're willing to raise the price.
exactly, and that's exactly what would happen. They would raise the price to the point where that 36,000 extra doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yes, but that's because of the discretionary spending of the people, not big business thinking, I'm going to take more money out of your paycheck.
But we just said you just said that that's what big business would do. Walmart would charge more because people are willing to pay for it more, are willing to pay more for it because and all because they're the only reason they're willing to pay for it is because they need it and they need it and they have the money and then they pay for it.
Nah, not all the time do they need it. A lot of times they just want it. It's a hard discretionary decision for us to determine the difference between need and want. Some people feel like they need cable TV, but they don't need that. They want that. We don't need social media. We don't need a data plan for internet scrolling. We need to be able to make basic phone calls, text messages, and emails. Um, we don't need video calls. We benefit from it. Um, uh, I mean, since we have emails, we don't need newspapers, but people still pay for newspapers. So when we think about need versus want, you need food, you need clean clothes, you need a shelter over your head to reasonably be considered remotely stable. Do you need a car? No, but you could benefit from one if you have far commutes in an area that doesn't have good transportation, good public transportation. But if you had a bicycle, if you had a scooter, you could have an electric scooter. Um, you don't even need a moped. You could have like a like regular, like a bird scooter that you just owned and got you where you needed to go, and bring a charger with you and charge it while you're there, and then ride it back. You wouldn't need car insurance. You wouldn't need anything else. You would just be able to go, and that would be cheaper. But people choose to want a car. Then you can't afford a new car, so you choose to go and get a used car. But you don't have enough money to pay for the whole car, so you choose to put money down on the car, and now you're making monthly payments on a car with 100,000 miles on it. It's a choice, and it's a choice of the consumer that triggers the inflation. Big business doesn't start raising prices until the consumer starts spending more money. So if consumers saved the extra money that they got, invested the money that they had, and put it in different places where the money was making more money for them, big business would not have any triggers that would compel them to raise prices because consumers would not be spending more money. They would be saving and investing it.
Right, but I just feel like these corporations would know how much money that you have, how much money you're making, how much money you're investing, and they would
Yeah.
absolutely they would absolutely take advantage of that.
No, they don't know how much money that you
Of
save and
course,
invest. They
of
know how
course,
much money you spend though.
well, yeah, no, these corporations spend millions of dollars on this sort of marketing thing. They know exactly what the price point is that they should come out with the product, not so that everyone can afford it, but so that they can maximize their profits. Because perhaps selling it
Okay.
to, yeah, perhaps selling it to just one out of five makes them more money than selling it to, all five.
Right.
Right. So
Like
so
that watch that came out that's like 200 something dollars for a fucking watch when everybody tells time by using their cell phone. And it's a collaboration between two famous entities. And because people know of both of those entities, they want to commemorate this collaboration by buying a fucking watch. That does nothing for them besides be able to say, look, I got the watch. They don't tell time on the watch. It's a fashion statement that really says, look, I'm wasteful, but they think they're the shit in their society because they're trying to get external validation because they spent $250 on a watch when to tell time, you could have bought a $25 watch from Walmart. You could have bought a $15 watch off of Temu, got it shipped to your house. You could have bought a collection of watches off of Temu and sent to your house for $50 in a box where you could have kept them safe and dust free and potentially spend an extra $10 on the thing that rewinds the watch to keep the watch programmed so that the watch never dies. You could buy it cheaper from somewhere else, but it's going to spend 200 something dollars on a watch that's exclusively limited $200 in inventory. No, 200 items of inventory per release, and 10,000 people are going to go to the mall where only 200 people are going to get the watch. The demand is there because they sell out every time. So next time the watch might be priced at $300 because there was almost a riot outside of the mall because more than 5,000 people couldn't get to the product in time. They're selling wristband. This is how they're turning a profit. Not only is the watch expensive, they're selling a wristband for you to be in line to buy the watch. So now you got to pay to get in line to pay for the watch because people are wasteful, not because big business is compelling them to spend money. Consumers are wasteful. You seen that line outside of Walmart the other day? I forgot what they were out there for. Some new release that was about to happen. Broke folks will sit outside the store 4 hours before the store opens, start a long ass line so that when the store opens, the store is packed. Black Friday, broke folks. For the life of me, I don't go out on Black Friday because I'm black. But you look at the dynamic that there's a line of people, hundreds of thousands of people waiting to throw their money away just because there's a 40% markdown on the product. And a lot of times people will save a little bit of money between August and November so that they can get that markdown. But look at what big business did. You've got Black Friday sale, you got Christmas sale, you've got the New Year sale, you've got the Easter sale, you got the tax
Amazon,
season sale,
Amazon Day,
Amazon
yeah,
sale, yeah, Amazon Day. You have a
return,
Cyber Sunday or Cyber Monday. You've
yeah,
got Mother's Day sale,
return to
Father's Day
school.
sale, Fourth of July, return to school, Fourth of July sale. Do you notice all they had to do was put sale in there and then buy one get one free or buy two get one free? As soon as they put free in there, broke people run out there. Take my money because I can get more stuff for less money. But they never say, you know what? I didn't need that shit in the first place. So big business isn't the reason why more money is coming out of people's pockets. People and their decisions are the reason why big business is like, hey, if they're going to throw the money away, let me get it. If you were in a crowd, let me ask you a question. Just be honest with me. If you was in a crowd and five people were standing there throwing money at the crowd, would you pick the money up?
Um, I, it depends. Like if it was safe, if I could, it would depend.
Oh, let's just the dynamic is you're in an area where you see people throwing money. There's money all over the ground. Would you pick it up?
Again, if I could safely pick it up, yeah. If all I had to do was bend over and pick it up, 100%, yeah.
Okay, now, yes, 100% of the time, there's money on the ground. There's just money. Not only is there money on the ground, there's more money being thrown in the air. You would put some effort into getting some of it. You might not be able to get all of it, depending on how many people's there, depending on how much space it is between you and the next person and who's reaching for what, because you're not trying to fight nobody for the money. But if there's enough money around you where you could pick up what's around you, you're going to collect that money. Spending is consumers throwing money in the air. Big business is saying, well, fuck, if it's raining money, let me get it by adjusting their prices. Big business is a secondary byproduct of consumer decision making. I can't blame Walmart for raising their prices because people are willing to go into Walmart and do two things: waste a bunch of money on stuff they don't need and steal. Because every time they steal something, that negatively impacts Walmart's overhead, and Walmart is going to offset that expense onto the customer. So they will spend more money on making more security in their facility, and that money is going to be redirected towards the pricing on all the products in that store. Now you're like, damn, it's fucking $15 for a bag of ramen noodles. But your homies is stealing Doritos out of the Walmart. I mean, it's kind of a byproduct.
right. And but the problem is, why are they stealing Doritos and off-brand Jordans out of the Walmart?
because they're irresponsible and they make bad decisions. Because they
Okay,
don't need Doritos. They're
right.
not stealing bread and milk. They're not taking necessities. They're taking luxuries.
In some cases they are. In some cases they're just getting what they need.
No, they're not getting what they need because snacks you don't need. Snacks make you fat. Snacks cause diabetes. Snacks make your health bad. Snacks don't fill you up. Snacks doesn't provide you with nutrition. They're stealing stuff that they don't need. They're stealing stuff that they want. Not one person is getting got for running out of the stove with a bunch of formula for the baby.
Oh, you really believe
Ain't
that?
nobody walking out the stove with diapers.
You believe that? Well,
I
you
believe that
don't.
more often than not, people are stealing irresponsibly for things that they really don't need. More often than not, there's probably going to be an outlier. So I'm going to recant my statement and I'm going to restate to the fact that the average individual is not stealing for necessity. The average individual is stealing for desire. They're not stealing for necessity. Now, when we start throwing in the what about the homeless people? Well, yeah, they got to eat. They don't have any money. They take food because they need food. They don't care what they get their hands on. They'll just grab something that's cheap and affordable. But the average everyday individual that would run into a Champ shoe store and run out with some fucking Converse or something, they're not doing that because they need shoes on their feet. They got shoes on their feet when they broke the glass and ran in there and started stealing the shoes.
But if they ran into Walmart and stole some shoes,
What about it?
would that be because they need them?
No, it would be because they want them.
They want
If
some
you want
Walmart.
if you paint the picture of a person going into a store barefoot and coming out with shoes, then I would say that's a need. They're going in there with shoes on their feet and coming out with another pair of shoes. That's not a need. If you went
Or
into Walmart and you had no clothes, you went in there and at best you only had underwear on and you came out with an outfit, that's a need. You're going in there and you're shoving clothes under your shirt. That's not a need.
what if you went into Walmart and you had no food in your house, and then you left Walmart with a bunch of food, whether you bought it or sold it? Like, we would agree that that's a need, right?
No, I
No.
wouldn't. Because why do you not have food in your house?
But regardless of why, like, I still need it though, right? Like, to live.
No, because you spent your money somewhere else.
Um, yeah, I spent my money on healthcare, for example.
Well, you're not okay. So let's look at this logically, because you're gonna try to spin a hypothetical to assume that people can steal for a need, and there are some people that are destitute financially that would steal for a need, but the average American that is in the 25 to 50% range, that is part of the lower financial class, but above the responsible destitute class, are stealing because they want it, not because they need it. They're not stealing name brand products because they need it. They're stealing name brand products because they can't afford it, but they want it. You got people who steal snacks in California. There, if you what I think it was under $900 worth of stealing, it is a non-arrestable misdemeanor kind of situation. They won't even come out and do it. So people were running into Walmart and they were running out of there with Coke and chips and puffy balls and all kinds of snacks that they didn't need. They weren't running out of there with steak and ground beef and cheese and milk and other. They wasn't coming out of there with real groceries. They were coming out of there with bullshit. That's what they were coming out of there with. And you're gonna say, well, well, everybody needs snacks. No, that's a luxury. We decide to make snacks part of our lifestyle. Matter of fact, we don't necessarily need all that much meat. So anything above ground beef, we decide to make steak and lamb and oxtail and all this other stuff part of our lifestyle. We decide that. It's not a need, it's a want. And when you start separating needs from wants, a lot of the stuff that people steal, they steal because they want it, not because they need it. And a lot of the people that steal because they need it are stealing because they need it because they spent what they had on something that they didn't need. You got a lot of people who out there self-medicating. They're homeless. They're spending their money on drugs and alcohol. They don't have enough money to do both. But instead of them getting sober and finding a job and getting a hotel and living out of a storage unit and getting a little bit of money on the side every now and again and building up their ability to get on their feet, they will instead stay wasted and then they run out of money and then they go and steal from the store so that they have something to eat because they spent the cash money on getting fucked up. You got a lot of times that people make irresponsible decisions. They wasted the money that they had, so now they don't have the money to be responsible. Just like the buddy that I had that got himself a secure credit card to try to improve his financial situation, but he did it when his car note was due. So he took the cash money that was supposed to go on his car note, put it on a secure credit card. His car note is cash only payments. So he can't charge his car note to his credit card, which means that he now is short the money for his car note. It was a bad decision. It was bad timing. That doesn't mean that he doesn't make enough money on his job. It just means that he put the cart before the horse. And a lot of times when people steal, that's one of the things that's one of the reasons why they steal. They want something that they don't need. They want something that they can't afford, and can't afford it doesn't mean that you need it.
Right. I guess I'd be interested to see some stats like of people who are stealing because they need it versus the ones they don't. And like if they are stealing like a high end product, maybe is it to because they want it for themselves or because they can sell it, you know?
I mean, the merit behind why people steal. I mean, I understand back in the day, people would steal high end products so that they could sell it to make money, and the people who would buy it would be people buying high end products at a cheaper rate because it's stolen, so that they can get that high end product. But again, you have a want that is supported by another want. The person who's stealing stuff to probably make money to sustain his standard of living because he doesn't have a job. Why he doesn't have a job is a very big question. But if he's stealing for an income, that doesn't justify him stealing. And if he's selling it to somebody who wants it by desire, the product is still being stolen because somebody wants what they can't afford.
Oh, or you're assuming that the person who stole it, you make a lot of assumptions about the person who stole it because they may have stole it because they need the money, even though they do have a job.
Right. But in order for them to sell it, somebody had to want the product and
Well,
couldn't
that's
afford to buy it from the store. So they're buying it secondhand from the person who stole it.
or it could be a rich person who was always looking to save money, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I'll buy
No,
that." No, no,
no. Rich
no.
people buy things from legitimate sources more often than not. Now, I'm not going to say that they don't have backdoor deals that are under the table and criminal in nature, but I can say that rich people more often because they have it. They have the capabilities to buy it within a reasonable price range, and they're because they don't need stuff on a last minute basis. They have the ability to observe. I'll wait until this is actually a reasonable price for the product. But take a wealthy person will walk into a Walmart and buy a $35 pair of shoes before they walk into a Reebok and spend $100 for a pair of shoes. Even if that same wealthy person might walk into that Walmart, pay $35 for a pair of shoes just to walk into the warehouse because warehouse rules is that they got to have shoes on their feet. They have flip flops on. They'll buy the $35 pair of shoes just to walk in that warehouse and then throw the shoes in the trash when they walk out. $35 in the trash. But they're not going to go and buy $100 pair of name brand shoes because if they're only going to wear the shoes once, they're not going to waste $100 on it. They'll save $70 and go and buy the cheap shoes because they're only going to wear the shoes for a couple hours. Now, a poor person wants to be seen in expensive stuff. So they're going to go and buy or steal expensive stuff so that society can see them in possession of expensive stuff. And other poor people will think, hey, that person's rich because they can spend that much money on expensive stuff. External validation. It's a need, not a want. Well, actually, it's a want, not a need. It's a want, not a need. That they're wasting this money because they want external validation. They want this stuff. They don't need this stuff, right? And poor people, more often than not, are stealing out of desire. They're not stealing out of necessity.
Okay. Is that a fact though? Do you mind if I take a minute and let's fact check? What if I fact check that and it says that
I
No.
mean, you could try to refute my observations.
Uh, well,
I don't think we have that many statistics that actually go into why people steal, but more often than not, discretionary spending and a lack of access of capital, we already have covered the spread where the average individual is spending more money than they make because they want more in life, not because they need more in life. And if we understand that the people who want more in life are starting to steal what they want in life, ultimately that theft is because they wanted it, not because they needed it.
and I'm just of the mindset that if people could afford stuff, then they would buy it. They'd rather buy it and
Yes,
work and pay for something than steal it. Like I'm
there is a strong observation that the average honest person is going to work for what they want as opposed to stealing it. And the average individual that wants more than what they can afford in situations of extreme desire may steal what they want when they can't afford to buy it. But not all the time. And there isn't a high probability outside of the homeless population who doesn't have an income and doesn't have regular access to food. There isn't a large quantity of individuals that is stealing because they need it. There's a large quantity of people that are stealing because they want it. Looters loot because they want the loot. And then when you think about looters, what are looters running off with? TVs, VCRs, PlayStations, Xboxes, video game consoles, jewelry. They're not running off with bread and bologna and hot dogs. You think about what they're stealing and then think about how that's not a need.
huh. I wonder if there would be statistics on that.
If you want to take the time to check on that, I can
No.
run through a little bit of this, and then you can jump back in and tell me as soon as you find out.
Go ahead. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. The idea that people everywhere will handle money in roughly the same way is not likely, but it's the expectation, and this is the foundational assumption of much of Western economic thought. And it's profoundly wrong because, I mean, not everybody does what they're supposed to do exactly the same way. Money isn't just a tool, it's a cultural artifact. The way we save, spend, borrow, and invest it is deeply shaped by the invisible scripts of our culture. Your financial decisions aren't made in a vacuum. They are guided by shared norms and values that you might not even be aware of. Some of the most powerful evidence for this comes from studying migrant communities. When people move, they enter a new economic system, but they often retain the financial habits of their original culture. Studies have shown that individuals from cultures with high savings norms continue to save significantly more than others, even after moving to a new country and facing the exact same economic environment. The effects can even persist across generations, proving that how you handle money is, in a large part, learned from where your community originated, which actually I see you, Sterling. It actually is equivalent to when Mexicans come to America and like 20 or 30, 40 of them can live in the same place for a reasonable period of time and then everybody buy a Ford F-150, but five Americans can't come together and stop being broke. This structure actually points to that. Now, Sterling, what statistic did you find?
Okay, so yeah, let's get into that. Let's get into that. It says that and this is just from a Google AI question here. It says poor people who resort to theft overwhelmingly steal what they need for immediate survival rather than items of luxury or desire. Data from retail security firms, food banks, and criminological studies consistently show that shoplifting driven by poverty targets low cost, everyday necessities. And that it says that
Mm,
it goes into what people in poverty actually steal. It's infant care, like baby formula and stuff like that. It says fresh meat, bread, infant food. Whereas like, or there's an exception to where they steal to sell, which is what I mentioned, like high value resale, like laundry detergent, things that they can sell to get what they need. Um, and it differs. It says it differs from wealthier thieves because um, okay, theft by want is driven by thrill-seeking, entitlement, peer pressure, affluent people, and those are the type of people that have kleptomania, and they typically will bypass the grocery aisle to steal luxury goods, electronics, or cosmetics that they could easily afford to buy. So it seems like it's opposite from what you're saying. It seems like the poor
No, it
people
seems
are
like it's exactly what I said.
okay because what I heard you say earlier is that poor people are stealing because they want something they can't afford, and I just read that it's actually poor people are stealing the things that they need, and it's actually the more wealthy people that are stealing things that they want. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm
Sorry,
listening
you're
because
you're frozen.
I had to pause and think for a second. Yeah, because I have a cross reference. Hold on, I think everything just froze up for a second there. Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
you're good
Um,
now. Yeah.
I heard what you said. I had paused for a moment because I was thinking. I do not impulse speak. Um, and then it froze right after that because I actually cross-referenced your information in order to be able to throw out some more statistics because I like to be accurate about my assumptions. When I originally made the statement, I did not claim that the ultra poor, the bottom 25% of truly poor individuals, homeless individuals, and stuff like that, that do in fact steal out of necessity, is the largest majority of people that were stealing. I said that the largest majority of poor people, which would be like I said specifically, the 26% to the 56th percentile, which will be anybody that's making more than 30,000 a year, that's probably making less than 100,000 a year, is stealing primarily out of novelty. They're stealing out of want, not need. You know, you have people that are on a fixed income, like anybody who's solely living off of government funds that might have to steal because they don't have enough money to get the things that they need. And I did not discredit them at all. But the average individual that's got a 40 or 50 or $60,000 a year lifestyle, their kids might be stealing out of fun. Their kids might be stealing out of novelty. You've got the young bucks that's breaking into shoe stores. We use that example. The ones that are stealing cars. We use that example. The individuals that are shoplifting out of malls, they're not doing it out of novelty. When I use the example of the individuals that are stealing bread, hot dogs, and bologna, that's stealing out of need. But the individual that's running off with the PlayStation, the Xbox, and the TV, that's stealing out of necessity. When I use the example of walking into a store with no shoes on your feet and walking out of the store with shoes on your feet, that's stealing out of need. But walking into the store with shoes on your feet, trying to steal another pair of shoes out of the store, that's stealing out of necessity. When you're walking in the store with no clothes on your back and you're walking out with clothes, that's stealing out of need. But when you're walking into the store with clothes on your back and you're shoving clothes under your shirt and running out of there, that's stealing out of necessity. I identified the platform. Okay. And just to be clear, most shoplifting does involve everyday consumer goods, but it is not all necessities. And we do not have a single definitive percentage for necessity only theft. We have the best available survey data that suggests food and non-alcoholic drinks and basic necessity categories are the single commonly stolen items, making up to about 45 what self-reported shoplifters say that they take, with other common categories including clothing and cosmetics. But what shoplifters often steal, from a 2024 Lending Tree survey of 2,000 US consumers found, 23% of Americans say that they shoplifted at some point. And among those who have shoplifted, the most commonly stolen items were food and non alcoholic drinks, clothing, accessories, or jewelry, which is not necessities, makeup and cosmetics, which is not necessities, and food clearly will fall under a necessity, but clothing, diapers, baby formula, and basic household items are also frequently targets of theft, especially for resale in organized retail crime, not just for personal substance, where that theft of a necessity being sold to somebody who needs it at a cheaper price benefits the person who's buying that necessity, but the person who's stealing it is not necessarily stealing it out of necessity. They could be stealing it out of the fact that they don't want to work on a 9 to 5 job and they want to make money easily looting and selling it to the next person. We don't know the mentality of the people who are stealing for profit, but if they're stealing for profit, that's not a necessity. I mean, we can paint the picture of, well, what if he's trying to take care of his family and get a real job, you know? But stealing for profit, not really a necessity. Now, are shoplifters mainly driven by need? In the same letting tree work discussed in major media coverage, about 90% of recent self-reported shoplifting said inflation and the current economic motivated the current economy motivated them. That doesn't mean all of them were starving. It means that economic pressures, higher prices, lower real wages, debt is key factors that they cited. But the Doritos, the Coke, Diet Coke, and corn puffs that they were stealing out of Walmart in California when Walmart started putting armed guards at the door to stop shoplifters, they were stealing snacks. That's not a need. But they were stealing $900 worth of snacks. That's not a need. However, security and policy analysis emphasize that a large share of losses comes from organized retail theft, where thieves focus on high demand everyday products, detergent, diapers, baby formula, cosmetics, over the counter meds to resell for profit, not just meet personal necessities. We also have individuals that steal gift cards out of the store in order to commit identity theft and fraud, stealing money from people who will get those cars and try to reload them, and then there's nothing there. Their money is gone. What percentage is necessity? Well, there's no uniform government statistic that clearly separates necessity from non necessity in shoplifting or looting. So any percentage is drawn from surveys or case studies, not a single national database. But on the detailed surveys that I've already mentioned to you, at least 45% of self reported stolen items fall into food and drinks, which are expected to be a necessity. But food and drinks include snacks, and snacks is not a necessity. If you broaden necessities to include clothing and essential household baby items, then a majority of stolen items are everyday consumer goods, but a non trivial share also includes non essential items such as certain cosmetics, accessories, or high end goods. Stealing name brand clothes for the sake of it being name brand clothes, not for the sake of needing clothes, because you don't have a lot of people robbing Goodwill in a thrift store. You have people robbing the mall. The difference is that you're stealing out of luxury desire, not stealing out of necessity. Because you can't say that it's easier for you to commute to the mall that has high security as opposed to commuting to a thrift store or a Goodwill that has no security. For looting specifically, especially during civil unrest, riots, and protests, researchers mostly rely on incident reports and media accounts rather than national standardized percentages. And those reports show both essential food, diapers, pharmacy items, and higher value or luxury goods, as electronics and designer items, are being stolen. And depending on the event and the location, the stuff is outrageous. So to answer the question, yeah, many looters and shoplifters do steal necessity classified items, especially food and basic household goods, but a substantial portion are targeted for resale, not essential items that are needed for themselves to survive. To five figure is 45% of self-reported shoplifters say that they stole the food and goods. But if you add other basic categories like the clothing, the necessity or near necessity share is likely to exceed half of shoplifters' items. But the precise national percentage beyond that is not formally established in data, which is what I told you before we got down this rabbit hole, was that there isn't official data that articulates exactly what shoplifters are stealing, but observing the average American, more than half of the population, spends more money than they make, which puts them in a destitute situation financially, which compels them to do things like steal stuff. So, if you're stealing out of necessity as a byproduct of discretionary spending on stuff that you didn't need, you ultimately spent your livelihood on a luxury and then stole a necessity for those individuals, as you said, um, more than a poverty level class. So you got the poor people that are probably under $30,000 a year that are stealing out of necessity, and the people that are making more than $30,000 a year that are stealing because they can. Again, it is not a necessity. If it's peer pressure, it's not necessity. If it's novelty, if it's a thrill, if it's anything other than, if I don't steal this, I don't survive. If I don't steal this, my kids don't eat. If I don't steal this, my wife or my girlfriend will die. Necessity. If that's not the motivation for it, if it's I can turn a profit off of this, that's not necessity.
And what if you need that profit to feed your family?
You don't need that profit to feed your family because you need a job to feed your family.
And what if you have a job at Walmart and you work 40 hours a week, but you still come up short?
You can always stand on the side of a highway and hold up a sign that says, I work for Walmart and don't make enough money to survive. Give me $50 to feed my kids. And people will stop and hand you $100.
So what you're saying is, if you work a job 40 hours a week, you don't have enough money, then you should go hit the street corner and beg people to help you as a charity, and you will get paid. You will get enough. You will get what you need. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that more people stay homeless and unemployed and beg for money because society is willing to give those people money so that they can stop suffering. And society will help those who are trying to help themselves. So if you were standing outside on the side of the road, even with your Walmart vest on, holding up a sign that says, on my limited benefits, I work at Walmart and don't make enough money to survive, and I can't feed my wife and two kids, and I need help. People will stick money in that bucket because you're trying. They will stick money in your bucket before they stick money in a homeless guy's bucket because you're trying. And whatever you got off that interstate, because statistical average that I seen a year or so ago, so I don't have updated average because I don't keep track of this on a regular basis, that they make anywhere between 50 and a couple $100 an hour standing out there begging for money. So you don't got to be out there all day to make $200. You can be working at Walmart at $10 an hour and work 20 hours to get $200. And in some cities and some states, you can stand off of an overpass with a sign and make that $200 in 2 hours. So really, you could work a full-time job at Walmart and then on your 2 days off, spend 8 hours standing out there on the side of the road and make $500 on your days off, and do that every week and potentially make $2,000 of extra unmonitored cash that you can then turn around and pay for your medical treatment. I don't encourage it, which is why I've never talked about that on my podcast. But hypothetically speaking, the difference between the necessities that are being stolen from the grocery store versus panhandling to get capital so that you could, and by the way, I'm just going to say panhandling is not supported by law, that you can be cited for standing out there with signs and stuff to that effect. So I don't encourage this. But if it was done and you didn't get arrested for it, you could turn over profits that you could utilize to go and buy your necessities. Even if you put up a sign and said, hey, this is what I need money for. I need $1,200 to pay for my diabetic medication. I work at Walmart. They don't cover it. They don't cover it on my health insurance. I work full time there. I don't have enough money. I can't afford my medication. People would you might actually have the news stand out there and do an interview on you after you stand out there for a while saying, hey, I need more money to pay for my medication because Walmart doesn't pay us enough money. But people would put money in the bucket, and whatever you got, if it was $50 out of the day, that $50 would buy the stuff that the average person that's stealing for necessity would be stealing. Both are not supported by law, but you would actually safely be able to collect more money before you got arrested to go and buy the stuff from the store than what you would getting caught stealing from the store. The theft is still an inappropriate choice. There was, and always will be another way.
I would push back, and I don't have the. I've never looked at the studies, but I would push back that you can make more panhandling on average than the average Walmart employee. And then I would also push back on the idea that, oh well, it's just that we haven't been taught generational wealth. That's why this generation is poor because their parents were poor. Well, actually, if you look at like boomers, I was like, why do you have such a huge resentment against Walmart? Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. I'll come right back to that. And I do. I don't deny it at all. Like I absolutely do. I don't. I loathe the Walton family and Walmart and what it stands for, and we'll come back to that. Okay.
You got the
Because,
floor, brother. Take your time.
okay, great. Because I kind of lost my track of thought on this other thing. What was I saying? I was right in the middle of a sentence when I read that.
You were disagreeing with my observations that panhandlers can make more money than Walmart workers, and then you were disagreeing about the ability for shoplifters to shoplift as opposed to panhandling and buying the stuff.
Right. I don't believe that panhandling is a solution to working at Walmart. And I'm not saying that somebody didn't make $200 in a day or 200. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but by and large, on average, that's not the case. And if it were the case, then more people would be out there panhandling and not inside Walmart working. And then why do I have?
No.
If you could make more money, you said yourself that that's how like the supply and demand is determined. That's how these prices are determined. If people could make more money outside panhandling per hour, they would be the number of people inside Walmart working would be it would be the opposite. There'd be like one or two people inside Walmart working. There'd be like 150 people outside panhandling.
The one of the reasons why people don't panhandle is because it's they're gonna get arrested for it. So if everybody was out there begging for, because first of all, in order for you to panhandle, people gotta have extra money. Um, um, the other thing is that because it's not supported by law. If you're out there too long panhandling, you're going to find yourself getting got by a police officer because you can't tell what vehicle is pulling up, especially as an amateur panhandler, until the vehicle gets close enough to identify that you're panhandling. At that point, you get arrested, you spend 30 days in jail. The average person does not deliberately do easy stuff to get money when they know that it's an arrestable offense. So even if you can make quick cash panhandling, you're probably not going to do that more often than not because you don't want to go to jail. One of the reasons why the adult industry is done because women can stand there and look attractive and have men throw money at them because it's legal. If it was a crime, if it was an arrestable offense, women wouldn't do it. But there are still some women that are willing to involve themselves in prostitution voluntarily. Backpage, for example. Backpage 2, they brought it back. And the fact is that women are willing to sell themselves for money instead of working on a regular 9 to 5 job. Not all women do it, but the women that are in that industry that are willing to sleep for a man would sleep with a man for money instead of working on a 9 to 5 job, chooses to do so because they can do whatever they need to do in that 1 hour time and make $250, $300 as opposed to the 9 to 5 job. Now, again, if you're in a low income environment where 36 or $40,000 a year is good enough, that $200 for 1 hour is way better than $200 for 10 hours. And a lot of people who don't have the motivation to get out there and make it will ride out there and get the easy money first.
And then Sterling, why do you have such a huge resentment against Walmart? Why would any American not? Like if I'll just use Steve. Like Steve, I would say, why do you not have a resentment against Walmart? We're talking about we're talking about the single largest corporation that has more of their employees on food stamps than any other. So I resent Walmart because they take advantage of the American worker, the American taxpayer, the American consumer, and they do it meanwhile by running out mom and pops. Right? They've ruined the mom and pop businesses. Right? By importing goods from China that we don't even manufacture here. So they're importing goods from other people, which also like takes jobs away from the American workers. By the way, good jobs that people had that were like supporting their family on manufacturing. We no longer have that. We instead we buy it from China and at a discounted rate. And then who profits off of that? Well, the billionaire, the Walton family. They make billions of dollars every year, while meanwhile they don't pay their workers enough to survive. That's why I have a resentment towards them. And they also like if you look at all the people who go to Walmart, it's because of it's a necessity. Like they don't have enough money to go shop at the higher end places. They don't have enough money to go to Publix, for example. So they're doing it because of a necessity, and the majority of things that they sell there are a necessity, and they are charging the American consumer the maximum amount that they can because they also buy our politicians to keep the system broken. So absolutely, I, cheapest show in town. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. And the people who work at Walmart, for example, they can't even afford to buy groceries from Walmart and put them on their table. So that's and so that is. I hope you like the prices. Yeah, yeah you like the prices. Yeah, well, exactly, and they got you because you're not willing to go somewhere else and pay more for something where they treat their workers where they paid their workers a living wage. You're not willing to do it because you're saving the money. So like we're all complicit in it, but at the same time,
Mhm.
we're doing it out of necessity. We're not going to Walmart to buy $250 Jordans. We're not
True,
doing
because we
that.
don't have $250, but they had people going to Walmart and buying those $450 Trump shoes during the campaign.
What do what now? Trump shoes?
Yeah, there was a golden Confederate flag Trump shoes that was being sold in Walmart during Donald Trump's campaign. They were paying $450 for them shoes out of Walmart and then selling them on eBay for $9,000. Yeah, I know that's irresponsible, but that's what they were doing. Now,
I don't know.
to
I don't think it's
to to the
irresponsible
credit of
if you're pocketing 8 grand. That's pretty good. That's hustling.
well, you're thinking about the person who bought it from the Walmart. I'm thinking about the person that paid the 9 grand.
The person who paid
Anybody who's
nine
paying,
grand.
yeah, the person
Go
that's
ahead.
paying 9 grand for a $450 pair of shoes is irresponsible.
Yeah, but I mean, who is that? Who are those people?
I, I don't know. When I did that,
Ex-
when I was covering the topic when it was being done, we were covering the fact that these shoes were being overpriced in Walmart, and they were ugly shoes. It was gold material that almost looked like aluminum foil. They had the Confederate flag on. It looked like Converse with the Confederate flag for the branding, and they were Trump shoes. It was during his campaign right before the manga book came out, right before the manga hat came out. He had a Confederate flag shoes. I think there was only like 1,000 or so that were sold. They were sold in some WalMarts for $450, and they were being resold on eBay for 9,000. So somebody was buying them bastards overpriced, and they didn't care because they wanted the shoe for what it represented to them. Now, to the magnitude of what you were saying before, okay, so first and foremost, we're going to talk about how typically 1 in 5 homeless individuals or panhandlers actually accumulate more than $40 a day. We've also understood in places like Toronto, journalists claim that panhandlers could make over $200 a day. But medical journalists have found that on average, people make anywhere between $30 and $50 a day on panhandling.
Okay, and
Now,
that's much less than you would make at Walmart working a shift.
that depends on
Uh-huh.
how many hours they're out there during the day making that quantity of money. Because again, even if you're getting $20 an hour, where two people hand you $10 or four people hand you $5 an hour, and you're out there for 10 hours out of the day, you can walk out of there with $200 or $300 a day doing a full shift standing on a corner where you would be doing a full shift at Walmart.
Yeah, but you just
Um,
said that on average they're making like $40 a day, which it would
I
imply like
said
oh, oh
one in five is making well over $40 a day, and I said that there are individuals in other areas that are making anywhere between $10 and $30 a day, $40 a day, $50 a day,
a day.
panhandling.
Yeah, a day. So that would
But that
imply that
doesn't
you're
change the fact that the margin of the items that's being stolen, because again, we want to talk about the holistic portion of this discussion was, people are stealing out of necessity from the Walmart because the stuff is too expensive. Um, if you can panhandle for $50 a day or something like that twice a week and get you $100 to go to the Walmart and go and buy the things that you need, you can still bring in a $400. Realistically speaking, you could still bring in $400 more per month to cover the stuff that you need uh, from the Walmart and not have to steal from the Walmart. Um, Also, there is something like $2,000 to $6,000 of annual income that can be earned from panhandling, which is fairly high because if you're already on a fixed $24,000 a year income and you can draw in an extra $6,000 just from standing on a corner panhandling, and that's again dependent upon how many hours a day that you're out there panhandling. Because I know when I was fundraising, because here's the funny part: the difference between panhandling and fundraising is that you're allowed to stand out there in certain cities and states on a Sunday and raise money for a nonprofit, but for you to stand out there every day to pull money for yourself, that's outlawed. But I was out there one time before fundraising, was able to make what $50 in an hour and a half. Relay for Life for cancer. It is. I'm not going to be out there all. I think I was out there for 3 hours total. The $150 and donated it to a good cause. But I only did that one time back in college because I was challenged to do so. The fact of the matter is that individuals who do this for the sake of do this for because they can. They had situations where they called them scammers, the people that would pretend like they were homeless and go stand out there and raise enough money to put gas in their Bentley and then get in their Bentley and drive off. I mean, the fact is that if you can bring in an extra $6,000 a year panhandling, the fact is that even if you could bring in $2,000 a year panhandling, where you're looking at almost an extra 150, $200 a month, the diapers and formula and groceries that you're stealing from the grocery store, you actually could have bought with legitimate money. So they're not always stealing out of necessity. They're stealing because they can, and they're stealing because they want what they can't afford. And what they can't afford isn't always a necessity. And we cannot use the excuse that the person that is stealing from Walmart to sell for profit is doing it out of necessity. It's a different decision making skill that I can profit off of this. If I don't get caught from Walmart, I can turn a profit in the hood, high risk, high reward. I don't have to work a 9 to 5 job. I don't have to work for Walmart and be there all day long. I can just steal from Walmart and sell to my neighborhood and make money. Call yourself an entrepreneur. Bad decision making skills, but that's not a necessity. And the one of the reasons why that's not a necessity is because capitalism is not a necessity. You know, for example, people who sell their food stamp cards to get cash. Some people will say that's a necessity, but you're selling your food stamp cards, $2 of food stamps for $1 of cash in order to get cash to buy things that's not supported by your food stamps. Some people will say, oh, well, I need it for my light bill. I need it to offset my rent. What did you spend your money on? Now, some people are going to say, oh, well, it's just too expensive. We have individuals that are unfortunately um, aged out of the system, priced out of the system, gentrification. Because rent will go up about 4% or $100 a year. It will. And if your income doesn't go up, if Social Security, disability, and WIC and food stamps does not make adjustments for inflation, you will get priced out. But some individuals are effectively deliberately staying inside of the threshold of financially challenged just so that they can get the benefits of the money so that they don't have to work as hard. Not because they're trying to pick themselves up from the bootstraps and better themselves and they're going to rely on this until they can do better. Because every individual has the opportunity to start up their own business online. You can buy yourself a computer with some of the money. You can use that to pay for some things so that you can whatever little bit of change that you get so that you can offset your standard of living. You can turn what looks like a hobby into a side job, but that side job, if done correctly, can outpace your standard of living and potentially work you right out of the destitute class. But if you were to digitize a small business where you're the first employee until you can expand your company to being one of many employees, if you're not willing to do that, then you're always going to be stuck in the same position. But if you're willing to do that, if you say, well, I'm not going to be limited by disability standards, I'm going to use the disability standards as a safety net so that I can build myself up. Eventually, you're going to surpass the standards where you no longer qualify. But when you no longer qualify, you don't need the money. You emotionally miss that money because it's free money that I didn't have to earn. But I'm earning more than that, so I don't need that money.
Okay. And let's go over a few things. First of all, one of the things that got started us on this was because you said that people in the 20, like in the bottom 25 to 50 percentile, I believe you said,
Yes,
would are stealing things because they want it and not because they need it. And I
yes.
and so I think what I was trying to point out and what I think we did find is that no, actually, that these people are stealing stuff because they need it, and it's the
No,
wealthy.
we've determined that based on the statistics that people are stealing it because they want it. There are people that are stealing it so that they can resell it, and that's because they want it, not because they need it.
No,
There is a select few that are stealing it because they need it, but that's the bottom 25%, not the 25 to 50 percentile.
and
The people who are stealing and looting and everything, and they're stealing name brand stuff, that's not a need, that's a want. Again, I point out stealing out of need is robbing Goodwill. Stealing out of need is robbing a thrift store. Stealing out of want is robbing the mall.
but like if you're stealing something to pay your rent, like out of a thrift store, that's gonna be hard.
But you're stealing something. Okay, so we're setting up the dynamic that you don't have enough money to pay your rent.
Sure,
But when you start setting up the dynamic of why don't you have enough money to pay your rent? Where'd your money go?
food, healthcare, childcare, transportation,
Okay, so you're painting a picture that you apparently don't make enough money to pay for the place that you're staying. Why did you move there?
because it's the cheapest place in town.
Okay, so if you're living in the cheapest place in town, we first have to recognize that in order for you to qualify for that place, you have to make three times the rent. So if you make three times the rent, how come you don't have enough money to pay the rent?
No,
Because unless you're on Section 8, where Section 8 you don't have to have three times the rent, they pay your rent for you. Unless you're on a HUD house and they pay your rent for you, or at least a portion of your rent for you, everywhere else that's not a government subsidized establishment where a rent voucher is being paid on your behalf, everywhere else requires you to pay three times the rent in order to qualify for the unit. So unless you've been living there for 50 years, where eventually the cost of that place has finally overshadowed, and this is typically going to happen to individuals that are like 75, 85 years old, is going to overshadow your disability benefits. When that happens, That's when the individuals are in the bottom 25 percentile that are stealing out of necessity. But the average individual, 30, 40 years old, 50 years old, that is stealing because they can, 20, 30, or 20 years old, 18-year-olds that are stealing because they can. They're stealing out of necessity. They're not stealing for the sake of their families. They're not stealing for the sake of because I need. They steal because they want. They want what they can't have. If they're living above their means where their paycheck doesn't support their standard of living, that's because they chose a standard of living that exceeds their income. They're not in a situation where they could not buy less. They chose not to buy less. And because they chose not to buy less, or they bought too many things in a short period of time and now they don't have enough in between paychecks because they spent too much money in too short of a period of time, they don't have enough to cover the spread. Now they got to steal something, sell something to make money to pay for something that they needed instead of paying for what they needed first.
Again, it just sounds like with all due respect, it sounds like you have this disdain for people who are, in the bottom 25% or even the bottom
No, I
50%.
have disdain for people who are irresponsible with their finances.
Right, and it seems like you equate those two things. Like the reason they're in the bottom 25% is because the vast majority aren't good with their finances. It sounds like that's what you're saying.
Well, there are individuals that are in the bottom 25% because they have poor health and they can't physically perform in order to make more money, but they also don't have the financial knowledge to make more money because you have this. But what was his name? Bill Gates or somebody, dude in a wheelchair that's a billionaire. I mean, your physical condition doesn't limit your mind capacity a lot of the times, unless you're mentally disabled and you don't have the cognitive functions to think outside of the box. But a lot of the times it's just lack of willpower. Sometimes it's lack of resources too, but a lot of times it's lack of willpower to find another way. And then you have a lot of people whose upbringing is to stay inside of the box. So if you qualify for government funds, you don't want to not qualify for government funds by doing things with like holding on to too much money. Spend it as you get it, which changes your mentality from saving and investing. Because if you hold on to too much of it under your name, they're not going to give you any more, right? So you can't build yourself up to be a millionaire by government funds. Not under your own name actually. So no, I have no disdain for um the bottom 50%, but I do understand that there is another way for you to not stay in the bottom 50%. It doesn't work for everybody because the threshold of performance might exceed the motivation of the person. Lifestyle choices further impacts the ability to succeed because you might be fresh out of prison, murder charges, armed robbery charges, and it might be harder for you to get a job. It might be harder for you to sustain an honest standard of living. You might reduce yourself to crime because after you've already made a bad choice in your life, you only now have limited choices that are not always positive, and it's a double-edged sword. I either make another bad choice or I allow myself to suffer longer. Uh, so there are a lot of scenarios that you would have to open a Pandora's box of ethics to evaluate all of that. But when you come down to just the honest people being honest, and you look at the average individual that's working, not the homeless, not the criminal masterminds, and you think about the average person that has the capability to earn money and improve their standard, or earn money and improve their retirement and then improve their standard, the average individual will earn money and then improve their standard first. And that keeps them living from check to check. And if you don't have enough, if you go from living a life of overtime to living a life with no overtime, you're now officially struggling because you was living from paycheck to paycheck and now your check is short. And your check might be short for two or three paychecks. Now your money not right. That doesn't mean that people should go and steal, but some people do. But some people don't steal. Some people will borrow against a stone, pay their loans, cash advances, pawn some stuff instead of going to steal. Again, we have stealing is not always a necessity. Stealing is more often than not is a desire to obtain something that you don't already have the money to get, and that desire, some more often than not, comes from a observation of want, not need, because we can't even separate in this discussion the difference between needs and wants. But I can separate, and when I separate the difference between needs and wants, and then when I say looters during a protest, look at what they're stealing. That's not needs. Somebody taking regular groceries out of a store, that might be needs. But somebody robbing a store for snacks, that's not needs. I can give you situations of the difference between needs, but the problem is that statistics will show that snacks is food, sodas is food. So if food is stolen, and 45% of food is stolen, but we had a robbery spree in a lot of Walmarts in California to the magnitude that they put AR-15s at the door because people were stealing snacks, not bread and milk, not bologna and cheese. They were stealing snacks. 30 cans of soda, 50 cans of Doritos, they were stealing snacks. It was like I wasted all my money on weed and now I got the munchies. I'm gonna go rob Walmart because they're no longer gonna put me in jail for it kind of behavior. It wasn't, food is too much, so I'm gonna steal some canned goods and some ham and cheese and feed my kids. That's not what was going on. Because if that what was going on, it would have went viral that Walmart's overpriced because homeless and poor people are stealing groceries to survive. That was not the headline. People are stealing junk food, stuff that they don't benefit from. And then some of them were even overweight people stealing snacks. You don't need snacks. You're supposed to be trying to fight diabetes already. You're sitting over here stealing stuff that's going to make your health worse. It wasn't positive decision making. But all of that steers far away from the original topic, because the original topic is reassessing the situation, the difference between your ability to recognize your success in your country versus how you stack up to the rest of the world. But for the average individual that makes less than 60,000 a year, the average individual that makes less than $30,000 a year, there is, I can give you like 25 or 30 things. I put a bunch of stuff in the membership that shows you guys exactly how you can start up your own thing and start making money from something as simple as a side hobby. I even gave you guys a way where you guys can actually start by promoting your product to individuals with no startup cost, actually get a customer base, have people invest in the product before you create the product, and then you produce the product to the customers that paid you for the product, and then you use the profits from the product to scale up the product. So by the time you created the first product, you should have 3 clients. And by the time you got the money from the 3 clients, you should be able to produce the product. And if you're doing this on a regular basis, especially if you're touching on pain points that American people have right now, data organization, web development, calendar constructions, automated AI to interact with the customers for customer service questions. Like, and there's platforms that exist where you can lease the platform and then rent out subscriptions to the people so that they can use the platform so that they can automate their stuff. And you can turn a profit off of that. You can turn a significant profit off of that to the magnitude where you can go from working for somebody else to working for yourself. And if you're working for yourself, you don't need disability. You can price yourself out of the poverty class by changing the way you do things. But if you choose not to change the way you do things, you're not going to get better. And so when you said that I had a gripe or a beef against poverty individuals, I was in a poverty class, but I also was able to build myself up to a $250,000 a year business just by staying with it. I went from used vehicles to a fleet of 2020 Dodge Ram 1500s. I went from doing it by myself to hiring a team. I said it on this podcast. I actually gave one of my employees a $45,000 work truck so that he could work for himself after he finished working for me because his truck broke. You can do it. I did it. The problem is, do you want to? And then do you have the motivation to keep doing it when times get tough, when the money doesn't look right, when profits aren't the way you hope they would be, when it takes longer to turn your first dollar over than what you thought? Do you have the motivation to keep going? Take, for example, this podcast. This isn't a cash cow. This isn't a cash cow. I spend more money on this podcast than I make off of this podcast. Been doing it for 3 years. But If I give up on it, will it ever become a multi-million-dollar podcast? No. But if I keep doing it, will it eventually get there? Of course. Will it get there as soon as I wanted it to get there? Probably not. I was actually expecting to be over 100,000 subscribers before January, and we're at like 78 now, 78,000 now. Things don't always go the way you want it to go. But if I don't give up on it, I'll eventually make it to the goals that I set. If you're starting up your own scenario where you already have a stable income and you subsidize your stable income by starting up another income, you can use that safety net to generate something that can replace your current income. And now you can work from home instead of working on the job, which is less effort for you. And if you can start off by putting into your standard of living, covering the cost of your medical care, and then increasing your standard of living to cover the cost of your standard of living, increase your profit margin to cover the cost of your standard of living, by the time you walk away from the job, your insurance isn't relevant because you're paying for your insurance out of pocket. So you don't need Walmart to pay for United. If United isn't covering the care that you need, you can get a different insurance company that will cover the care that you need. You can actually play the market by contacting companies and finding out how much does it cost for you to get X, Y, and Z medication. Do you cover that before you even get that health insurance policy? They can tell you, oh, well, yeah, we got this, but you got to pay us $200 a month for the health insurance policy. You might have to pay that out of pocket separate from the Walmart health insurance. That is inconvenient for you. But if you are able to turn over $300 a month profit off of a side gig, you can pay for that health care. And then that $1,200 a month expense is covered from your $200 a month insurance. It is possible, but it requires trying something different. But the average individual that's not doing is not doing by choice, not because they don't have another way. They're unwilling to look for another way. And then naysayers will shoot down every positive observation and every positive retort under the guise that that's not possible. But I did it. So how is it not possible? Matter of fact, I did it with a broken arm during the pandemic. So if I can do it, anybody can do it if you have the drive, ambition, and dedication. You've got to have that motivation and inspiration, because if you don't, you will quit before your first dollar turn about. You will quit before stable income comes about. You will quit before success occurs. And then you'll say, because you tried and failed, that it's not possible. No, you quit. That's why it's not possible. Not because it's not possible, but if you don't quit, anything's possible, or majority of things is possible, because the only things that are impossible are things that are taken from you by somebody that's got more control over your situation than you. But in a dynamic where there's no limits, nobody is regulating what you're doing, anything is possible. You have to be willing to try something else.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, but if the competition is a corporation who's gonna outsource their help, their workers, it's gonna be hard for you to compete with that as an
Well,
independent
it depends,
startup.
because if you're trying to sell something that Walmart.com would sell online, then you're competing with everybody else. But if you're selling something that Walmart needs, like a back office organizer of some sort, data analysis, you're selling to Walmart a service that Walmart needs. Who cares about the average consumer when Walmart is your customer?
And they would be your customer because you said like data analysis.
Well, I use that as an example because there are certain things, like for example, I covered on 6 or 7 shows over the past 6 months, where you could start up different businesses, where you can go to different coffee shops, mom and pop shops, different places that are barely on the internet, that doesn't have that much of a online presence, and aid them with web design, web development. You can aid them with their back office operations. You can organize their files. You can actually get paid anywhere between 25 and $150 an hour to help somebody who has been around for a while take their paper data and put it on the computer where it can be accessed, scanning all of their files and organizing their files, and putting it onto the computer. A lot of businesses, hospitals, law firms, police departments are trying to take all of their archives and put them online. They have warehouses and storage units full of files, full of patient files that they're trying to get onto the internet to make it easily accessible to their patients that existed before the system was created. And they will pay a subcontracted party a decent quantity of money per hour to scan files in and organize the system so that the information can be found online instead of them having to drive down to the warehouse and sift through 85 or 120 file cabinets. And there's a lot of businesses that need that kind of service. All you have to do is specialize in it.
Yeah, but like when GoDaddy's out there like hiring people from India to do that same job for less than you, like it's hard to compete.
Well, GoDaddy is a domain.
But they also can help you with marketing and all the things you just said. Like, or for
Well,
example,
they can help you with marketing, but they can't help you take your client inventory list and take it off of paper and scan it into the computer and put it on your laptop.
I'm sure that they can tell you like to use this Chat GBT or some sort of AI. This already got it all figured out, and these AI
Yeah, no,
companies.
AI does not have access to your physical paper copies of your historical data, and since it hasn't been put online yet, since it hasn't been put on a computer yet, somebody has to manually scan this stuff and put it onto the computer.
Well, yeah, but like, I mean, how much money are you gonna make just to scan shit?
Yeah, depending on what you're doing and your organizational skills and your price point, anywhere between 50 and $125 an hour, if not more, depending on the type of file you're dealing with. Because if you're dealing with the average mom and pop scenario, you're probably going to charge a whole lot less than what you would charge like Tampa General Hospital. But if you're organizing their data, where you're taking their paper files and scanning it into the system and organizing it into the system where they can now have digital copies of their archives, taking paper archives and turning it into a digital data point that they can access on their computers, they pay for that. And most companies around the world will pay for that. You just have to create the system and then advertise it to them.
Yeah, and then compete against like Iron Mountain, who literally does all that. They store it. They'll make digital copies for you. They got
Well,
heavy duty.
again, if you paint the picture of it's impossible, you will find that it's not possible because it's a self-defeating observation that it's not possible because there's too much competition. There isn't too much competition because big businesses are doing it with probably a lot more overhead required, which requires them to charge a larger price point in order to break even or turn a profit. You can establish the exact same service that somebody else establishes with a smaller overhead because you're doing it different. You have a lower workforce, so you don't have as big of an overhead, which means you can charge less money. And one of the things that beats competition is going to be quality of service and the cost of performance. So if you can do it just as good as them, but cheaper, you can beat out the competition. $1 cheaper is all it takes. But if you can do it for 50 to $100 less than the next guy, where they're charging $500 an hour to get it done, and you're charging 175, they'll buy you before they buy them, as long as you did a damn good job.
Right, and to think that you're gonna like outcompete a worker in India or Indonesia.
Probably not, because they have more motivation than we do. But I mean, a human being is a human being. India is not better than America, and America is not better than Asia. So I mean, the work ethic of somebody in India who's going to spend more time in the fields, trying to make money versus the ethic of an American that's willing to play video games for fun is that one person is willing to get out there and grind to get that money, and the other person is not. They pay
You-
people in India because they're cheaper, but the people in India work harder than the people in America because Americans are lazy.
Right. So my point is, how are you going to compete with that? Like, it's going to be very difficult to
Stop
compete.
being lazy.
It's going to be very difficult to compete with someone in India who can do the same job as you for cheaper than you. And
No,
how you,
because people don't trust foreigners.
but yet they're the ones that they're answering all the phone calls. They're the ones that we're talking to when we call
Oh
these
yeah,
places.
because big business will subcontract the work to foreigners. But
Exactly,
most of there's a lot of American clientele, including myself, that will specifically say, I want to talk to an American. I want to talk to somebody in Georgia in the call center in Georgia. I don't want to talk to the call center in the Philippines. I want to talk to somebody in the California branch. I don't want to talk to somebody in Indonesia because while you guys are got a good spirit, you don't know the system. And since you don't know the system, you have limits because y'all are trying to keep fraud protection, but I have entitlements because I'm an American and I can't doesn't work with customer service in America. I can't works in your country, but I can't doesn't work in my country. Let me talk to somebody in my country because the customer is always right. Let me take care of you is going to be the response of an American customer service agent. I always say, hey, I don't want to talk to them. I want to talk to them. Right. So the observation that you get is that yes, you can create an entity that is targeting a specific pain point that a lot of companies experience. And instead of you competing with those companies, with the consumers, I've said plenty of times, instead of trying to sell the mine, sell the picks and shovels to the mine. Let everybody else go and mine the mine. But if you're selling the picks and shovels to the mine, you're going to turn a profit. It doesn't matter how much everybody else makes a profit out of the mine. You made the profits out the picks and shovels. Instead of competing with the products being sold on the shelf, sell the cash register that's cashing everybody out because you're guaranteed to turn profits off the cash register versus the products being sold at the cash register. What people have done is automate the system instead of competing with other individuals with certain products. They sold the service that makes the transaction possible. Debit and credit cards, the service fee. That service fee only exists because somebody thought, hey, I can help take your money off of your card and put it into their bank account for a fee. Middlemaning transactions is a pain point that can be monetized, where ultimately it can also be automated. Because if person A is middleman through you to person B and you get a profit from it, now you've got Stripe, you've got PayPal, you've got all kinds of different services that get paid just because the money passed through their platform, their app. The creators of that app don't really do much other than make sure that the transaction goes through. And who are you competing with now? Because you're not trying to sell a product, you're middlemaning a transaction. That's a price point.
I would say that you still have to compete against like Honeywell, Zebra, and other like big corporations to if you want to get in that game. And the people who are making money off of that transaction fee, I feel like is the credit card and the big banks anyway. It's not like somebody said,
Whoever's providing the service is getting the money off of it. The banks are going to make money off you depositing your money in the bank after you got paid off of the service. But recognizing everybody's got to eat. This isn't a situation where I'm gonna try to get all the money for myself. But more often than not, I'm trying to put money in everybody else's pocket so that I can get paid too. That's typically how the capitalism functions at its most optimum efficiency. Is special shout out to OG Kicks. Is that I'm going to make you money, and then I'm going to get a percentage of it. So you give me $100,000, I make $140,000, take 4,000 out for myself. You made 136. You turned a profit. I turned a profit too, but I used your money to do it. Everybody's making money. So Stripe gives you the capabilities to take cash off a credit card and put it into your bank account. The bank is going to make money off of the deposit, but Stripe is going to get a service fee for the transaction. You now have access to people who don't carry cash. What Stripe did was create a pain point that put two people together. It doesn't matter what's being sold. What matters is they got to buy it through me. Same thing with in-house financing. Instead of allowing banks to finance the sale on dealerships sold cars, dealerships started creating their own banks and saying, "Oh, we're going to do in-house financing." So you can go and buy you a Chrysler and then have Chrysler Capital, which is Chrysler's bank, finance the vehicle. In-house financing without actually being in-house financing. But the financing is a middleman situation. You don't have the money, but you want the product. They want you to have the product, but you don't have the money. Well, our finance department will help you finance the vehicle. So we get paid twice. You bought the car from us and you paid us the interest. The money didn't go anywhere. So not paying, not caring if, because think about this. Because when you say, well, yeah, you got to compete against A person, B person, C person. Yeah, there's what, 300,000 different cars or more, different makes and models on the road, different size vehicles, SUVs, boats, trucks, motorcycles, everything to that effect on the road. Nobody said, man, there's too many cars out there. I'm not going to make one. Oh, they're just going to make one that nobody's ever seen before. Now they're electric. Next, they're going to be hybrid. Somebody made one off of, out of air, fuel by air. How the fuck is that going to work? I don't know, but they made one. The fact is that it's only not possible when you stop trying. So you can, in fact, create a pain point that benefits big business and then profit off of big business. You can get involved with other small, like-minded individuals that all are trying to work on a similar project, and then y'all can Silicon Valley that situation. You got startup forums that happen on a regular basis where people have an idea. Some people have actually been turning profits off of it. Then they go to millionaires and Shark Tank the situation and say, "Hey, I've got this business. This is what my portfolio looks like. This is what my profit margins look like. Give me some money so that I can expand." Some people give me some money so I can start. At the end of the day, if you don't try, you won't succeed.
Right, but I would reject the notion. Now that you said this, but you kind of implied it that Elon Musk has $1 trillion because he tried harder than, or he came up with an idea that was original. I don't believe either one of those things.
No, I
I
didn't
believe
say that he came up with an idea that was original. I said that he came up with an idea and he stuck with it because Elon Musk started with electric cars when electric cars wasn't popular. Elon Musk stuck with those electric cars until electric cars became popular. Elon Musk became a billionaire because Elon Musk did not stop continuing to attempt. If Donald Trump almost $5 million when his ancestors died, Donald Trump went bankrupt 6 times. If Donald Trump would have gave up, best case scenario, he would have still had $5 million. Yeah, he started off with a shit ton of money, way more money than what you and I would ever imagine. But after cutting losses and reassessing the situation, he continued to strive upwards and went from $5 million to $4.5 billion. MC Hammer back in the 90s, $53 million. He went backwards, $5.5 million, and stayed there. Difference is the drive and the willpower because MC Hammer could have jumped on some of the stuff that Donald Trump jumped on and been sitting in the several $100 million range. Instead, whatever he's got going on, he's satisfied with where he's at and he's not striving to get more. As a result, he plateaus. The average individual that is on a fixed income is on a fixed income not just because they can. It also partially is because they're psychologically unmotivated to do better than that. Yes, they want more, but they don't always want to put in the effort to get more because one of the first sacrifices, especially when you have SSI, one of the first sacrifices that you get when you start getting more is once you cross over that $1,000 threshold, they take away $2 of your benefits for every dollar that you make. So if you make $1,100, they take $200 out of your 1,000. So now you've got 800, which means that if you made $1,100, instead of you getting $2,000 a month from fixed benefits, now you're getting $1,900 a month. And that's going to be a continuation until you start making more money than what they're willing to allow you to have. If you start making $2,000 a month, they stop giving you money, and it's $2,000 above the average. So if you got $1,000 a month from Walmart, and then you started making $3,000 from Walmart, they'll cut you off for your disability. Partly because they want you to stay under $3,000 or $30,000 a year. And since they want you to stay under $30,000 a year, when you start making $36,000 a year, they start saying you're not poor enough. And what some poor people don't want to do is be in a situation where they're not poor enough, because you get less benefits. Because not only do they take away your Social Security disability, they also take away your food stamps. And since your food stamps is $300 a month, that's another $3,600 a year. So you don't just lose the $12,000 a year that you get from SSI, you also lose the $3,600 a year you get for food. That means you got to make another $16,000 for the year to cover your standard of living, to maintain the same standard of living that you're maintaining by being able to work less and get more. So a lot of people, before they make that sacrifice, working harder as a zero sum game to make the same quantity of annual salary that they would have made just riding the coattails of government funding, a lot of people are unmotivated to do more. Because if I'm going to do more and get less, why would I do that? Why not just stay where I am right now?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If I could stay at home and make more, why would I go to work?
But that also means that they are poor because they chose to be poor. And that
Well,
also means that if they decided to steal because they wanted something that they could not afford, it's not a necessity.
yeah, no, I wouldn't argue with it if they stole something that they wanted that they couldn't afford. It's not a necessity. Of course. I mean, yeah, I mean that's definitionally accurate. No one's going to argue that. The only thing that I would argue again is that why they're stealing in the first place, and then also like I'm the one who said sometimes they steal brand name stuff, but again, it's because they so that they can sell it, and so again,
Right.
yeah,
But
so
that's a
again that
need, not a that's not a need. That's a want. If they're stealing name brand stuff to sell it to make a profit off of it, that's a want, not a need.
how do you know
And
that?
if they're
How do you know that?
getting if they're getting the money if they're getting the money so that they can subsidize their standard of living instead of getting a second job, that is a choice. That's not a need. That's actually the desire to not work two jobs and still make the money that they need to cover the spread.
Right, because yeah, why would you work get a second job if you can just go out and panhandle and make more? Oh, but wait, we realize that they don't make more, that you they really can't make
No,
52.
they make a decent quantity of money. They make enough money
They,
where if you were, as opposed to stealing, the difference between two crimes, you can steal and make them, you can steal and get the item, or you can panhandle and get the money and then go buy the item.
or you can work and make more. That's what we learned.
Yeah, you can get a second job or a third job, because if you have a side hustle and two actual jobs, you can have three jobs and cover the spread and not actually need to panhandle or steal. So again, do you really need it?
Wait, say that again. I lost you.
I was asking, do you really need it? Because okay, we paint the picture that the person has a fixed income, and that person's fixed income has them with alleged needs that supersedes their income. Ultimately, the average individual lives above their means no matter how much money they make, because we established yesterday that people make $500,000 a year and still live paycheck to paycheck in California and New York and Hong Kong. Hong Kong. So the fact is that if you're living above your standard, you could pay less for something so that you have more money to get the things that you need. Then you have scenarios where individuals just want more. Now, you can throw into the fold and say, oh, well, what about the $1,200 medication? Yeah, that's a need, right? That's a need. And if you're only making $2,400 a year, or $2,400 a month, you're not making enough money to cover the need, right? But you could get a second job. Now, the problem is that if you got a second job and you're making $2,000 a month on your first job and $1,100 a month on the second job, they're going to cut off your disability. So that means that you're going to have to make $2,000 on the first job and $2,000 on the second job so that you have the $1,200 to pay for the medication. Not fair. It's going to suck. You're going to be tired all the damn time, but you can do it. You just got to get the right kind of job. Instead of doing something that's physically strenuous, you could be a mall cop, ride around on a Segway. There's stuff that you can do, but you have to find another way. Not everybody's willing to do that. And because they're not willing to do that, they would first choose to steal, which is not a necessity, to get something that they didn't need so that they can sell it to somebody to get a profit so that they can use that profit to pay for something so that they don't have to work. If you're stealing so that you don't got to work, you're not stealing because you need it. So while there is a select few of individuals that do steal because they need it, there is a majority of individuals that do steal because they want it. So I'm not going to justify the fact that people steal what they want when they don't want to put in the work to get what to buy it with their own money. And the difference between the bottom 25 percentile of individuals that are stealing things and the 26 to 50 percentile group that is stealing out of desire, they're all lumped into the same shoplifters and panhandlers category. But the largest majority of theft is coming from people who could have done better. They just chose not to. So when you originally said, "Oh, well, you have a bias against poor people," no, I don't. No, I don't. Social classism has a bias against poor people, and I just point out the fact that irresponsible decision making can lead to people making bad choices. That is not only financially compromising, but legally compromising. But I'm not going to say, "Oh, well, Walmart is a horrible place because people steal." No, people steal because they want to. Walmart's prices are because they're the cheapest in the cheapest horse in town, but Walmart's prices will go up because people steal from Walmart. They steal from the cheapest place,
Yes,
and then the cheapest place stops being cheap.
right. And why do they raise their prices so they can maintain their profit levels?
Right.
Right, right. So that's the problem is that why should we allow them to maintain billions of dollars of profit every year when they're affecting, like you said, like the bottom 50% of the whole country, even more than that when you factor in the people.
But that's why this whole show is here today is to talk about why are you not paying attention to your own money instead of paying attention to somebody else's billions of dollars.
Exactly. And what I'm trying to point out is that all the time we spend trying to talk to like the bottom 50% or the bottom 99% trying to get them to change their ways, and then we spend zero time on like the 1% and what they've done to take advantage of us.
Well, they're not taking advantage of us. They're benefiting from our mistakes. They're benefiting from our greed. They're benefiting from our desire. They're benefiting from our lust. They're benefiting from our poor decision making skills. It's the full totality of capitalism. The weak, the ignorant, the lazy, they're capitalized on. And it is because there's something that they want or in some situations need that they're willing to pay somebody else to do so that they don't have to do it. And somebody else saw that and said, I could turn a profit from it. Then a lot of people wanted it. And they said, well, I could probably raise the price on it. Truly taking advantage of someone else is deliberately putting them in a position where they are unable to do anything else. And I think the only fair example that you gave me of that was the medication that's overpriced in America. Everything else clearly is consumer decision making. But that product is still only being sold at $1,200 at a time because people are paying for that in America. If nobody bought it at its $1,200 price, they would drop it to six. Now, could you still afford it? Probably not, but it'd be cheaper.
Yeah, yeah, it would be, and but I disagree. Like I think they're absolutely taking advantage of us, 100% taking advantage of us, because they then in turn pay off politicians to keep the federal minimum wage the way that it is. They
The
affect they
federal
affect.
minimum wage,
Huh?
the federal minimum wage limit in a lot of they got some states like Louisiana, it's like 5.15 and stuff like that.
I heard you say that. I heard you
But
say that last time, but I'm not sure that that's true. I think the federal minimum wage is 7.25. It used to be 5.15, but now I think
yeah,
federally it's
places like Louisiana, that's like 5.15 and stuff like that. And they might have if finally met that 7.25. But you have certain cities and states like Florida that's doing closer to $18 an hour. You have places like California that's doing upward of $45 an hour. Regardless of what the standard was, the minimum standard was, businesses are competitive about their working wage salaries, and they're willing to offer if the area, all of the employees are asking for a certain amount of money, they actually meet that as a standard. Now they're not going to give you a raise because you're making more than minimum wage. You'll get hired on for a certain amount, and that might be your amount for the next 5 or 7 years, unless you do something meaningful for the company. But if you're making $18 an hour in Florida, that ain't enough for the price of Florida if you're living in a neighborhood where the rent is like $3,000 a month. But if you're in an area where the rent is like 900 or 1200, then you could do just fine with $18, $25 a month. But if you can't afford it, you can always get a roommate. Matter of fact, with the building codes, you can get three roommates because two people can stay in one room. So you can have, with a two-bedroom, four people staying in that apartment. And if each person is making $2,000 a month, and you got four people in there, that's $8,000 combined income for a $2,000 apartment, which means each person is paying what, $1,000, $500 a person. So you got a $2,000 income per person. Each person's paying $500 for the unit. They got $1,500 extra dollars in their pocket. They effectively would have almost $16,000 a year of unallocated capital, discretionary spending. And what would they do with that? More than likely, waste it on bullshit. And this is proven from college students who live on campus for 4 to 8 years, get out of college, and don't have a pot near their window. Some move back home. Some follow their career, get put into the internship, but they did not invest in their financial future with the extra money that they didn't need. Big business is not keeping people down. Big business is profiting from the poor financial decision making skills of the other people. Big business is not taking advantage of us. They're capitalizing on a situation. Big business is the person in the crowd watching consumers throw money in the air because the money they got extra money. And big business is picking that shit up. But then we're gonna say, well, big business is an asshole because they picked up all the money off the ground. Well, you shouldn't have threw it.
right. And what I'm saying is that they're not just picking up that money that a few people throw. They're taking it out of your pocket, whether you like it or not. They're making you pay for it.
How? How?
You said how?
How?
Because they're profiting and capitalizing off of necessities and not just wants.
They're profiting and capitalizing off of convenience.
I'm okay. Okay, go on. Go on.
Okay. So uh peer-to-peer lending and borrowing with one another. A lot of those apps have service fees. You profit off the convenience of wire transferring money to your friend today instead of ACH transferring 5 to 7 days to somebody to send them some money. Western Union, wire transfer money. There's a high fee on that. Uh, and Amscot has high fees on wire transferring individuals, and some banks charge like $8 for um, cashier's checks, which is just, like a money order. And these are financial situations that allows for us to move money from one place to another in a short period of time. That's convenience. Let's think about other conveniences, like for example, memberships, subscriptions. You have gym memberships. Most people don't use. That's convenience to be able to exercise. That's actually a luxury. You have like YouTube, Shopify, Spotify, Pandora. Those are conveniences to be able to listen to music, to be able to live stream on podcasts and stuff. You have dating platforms where people are trying to find love. They get a membership on a online dating platform. That is the convenience of being able to meet multiple people without leaving your house. You've got all of the cars that are being made now in 2026 going forward that has like retina display, biometric print, um, uh, satellite radio, navigation systems, OnStar, autopilot, all of this other stuff, which is luxury features. Power windows, automatic transmission. These are all luxuries in a vehicle that is ultimately a luxury to have because you could have rode a bicycle to where you could have got a skateboard or some rollerblades or something. But you get in this car, which by the way costs $15,000 more this year than what it cost last year simply because of the tariffs, right? You have luxuries in life that the convenience of, for example, Walmart.com delivers. What's it like? If you got food stamps, you can get like a $50 a year a policy, but if you don't, you can get $100 a year policy. Okay, fair enough. $100 a year, less than $10 a month for delivery. Now, you can order stuff from Walmart.com that can get delivered to you on a daily basis, where that's less than 20 30 cents a day to pay them to deliver stuff to your house. But you are ultimately giving them at least $100 a year for them to deliver stuff to your house. You make it worth it by ordering everything that you want, and you buy back your time because instead of you spending 2 hours in the grocery store plus the time it takes to get to the grocery store, you're paying $100 a year for them to drive it to your house and drop it off. Now, that's convenience, right? Um, there's plenty of other conveniences that exist. Drive-throughs, fast food, that's a convenience. And the food was made before you pulled up to the window. That's a convenience. You don't have to sit at the house and cook for hours. That's a convenience. Big business benefits from convenience. They're not taking advantage of people. They're not getting the average American hammered and then having them have unconsensual agreements with big business so that big business can make money. The average individual, the average American says, I am willing to waste money on this. And big business says, well, I'll sell you five of them on a discount. I get 30% off if you buy five. And they'll do it. What's your take on that?
I'm, I, I would say yes that they take advantage of, or they capitalize off of quote unquote convenience. Sure, but they set us up for it. So like Walmart sets us up for to be searching for that convenience because they know that off of your 40 hours a week, you're not going to make it. So you're going to have to work 50, 60, 70 hours a week. And then therefore you're going to be looking for that convenience because,
Well, Walmart didn't set you up for that convenience. You being poor set you up for that convenience. Walmart
right,
knows that you're willing to work overtime. So if they need an overtime worker, they're going to say, who wants overtime?
right. But see, but I believe in a 40-hour work week. I believe that people working 40 hours a week in this country should be able to survive and put food on the table.
I agree.
But that's not the
I
case.
completely agree with that, but it's not the case, and it's not big business's fault that it's not the case. It is the poor decision making skills of the average American. More than 75% of Americans spend money on things that they don't need. It's called lifestyle creep. That's why there's an identification for the concept of why they're buying things they don't need. They increase their standard of living, and their standard of living goes beyond basic food, basic clothes, basic utilities in their house, a basic standard of living, to an upgraded lifestyle. They go from a walking to having a vehicle. They go from having an old 30-year-old vehicle to having a 10-year-old vehicle, from a 10-year-old vehicle to a brand new vehicle. They go from a 5-year-old cell phone to a just came out last month cell phone. They go from non-name brand clothes to name brand clothes. They go from 40-year-old appliances to just got it last month appliances. They go from renting to owning. They go from used to new. And these upgrades cost money. They go from cooking at home to takeout and nights out on town. They go from going and get it themselves to paying for it to be dropped off. They buy a lot of stuff to make themselves feel better about how much their life sucks, and then because they can't afford it, they do fractional payments, which is why what is it, affiliate and some other app Karma pops up on the transactions page that sets up the dynamic that if you want to, you can split this up into 4 payments, as much as 12 payments for whatever it is that you're trying to buy, and now you just give me $50 a month for it till you pay it off. But that is only there because you really wanted that item. And a lot of the times we cannot tell the difference between want and need. But if you can wait 2 weeks to get it, it's not a need. If you die without it, that's a need. Can't go more than 3 days without water. So having water in the house is a need. But the Coke, Sprite, Diet Coke, Gatorade, Yahoo, High C Fruit Punch, Arizona tea, those aren't needs. Those are wants. It's still in the category of food. It and food is considered essential, but the kind of food is essential. Certain kinds of food are not essential. So while you disagree, I have to effectively disagree with the fact that people are inherently unable to do anything because big business is holding the American people financially hostage. I completely disagree with that. The poor decision making skills of the average American is being capitalized by American big businesses that see you throw the tennis ball up in the air and give away the point, and they're going to take that point because you're giving it away. If you didn't give away the point, they wouldn't try to fight you for it. Banks don't take money out of your pocket. You volunteer that. Most banks and a lot of financial fintech technology. Oh, hey, direct deposit. We'll give you X number of dollars if you set up direct deposit and have the money funnel into this account that we control. And then while they control your money, they're making more money off of your money than what you're getting from them because you redirected direct deposit from the competitor. But they didn't force you to change bank accounts. You chose to change bank accounts. Take, for example, if a bank says, oh, well, your free account is going to get transitioned into a $5 a month monthly service fee account. Okay, cool. Well, I don't want to pay $5. So what am I going to do? I'm going to contact everybody that direct deposits me money. And I'm going to tell them, hey, transfer my money to this account over here that's free every month. So I will stay with the bank that was benefiting from my money until that bank starts charging me $5 a month. Now I'm gonna tell them I don't want to do business with you anymore. But they are not strong arming us to stay with them. We choose to stay with them. Oh, my bank fucked me over because they changed their policies and went from 0 to $5 a month, or from 0 to $15 a month. They're a horrible bank because they're charging me money. But I stay with the bank. There's 8,000 financial institutions. If I don't like this one, I can just go get another one. If you don't like working at Walmart, there's millions of jobs. You can quit Walmart, and there's, depending on what job title you have, I could probably find 150 different jobs that are similar to that one. It just depends on if you want to change jobs. So big business does not take advantage of us. Taking advantage of us would be a wealthy individual that walks up to us and says, hey, I got a financial deal for you. You put your money on a table, I'll make you some profits. Then we put the money on the table, they walk away with the money. That's taking advantage of us, not giving a shit when they promised us everything. That's taking advantage of us. But saying, hey, if you don't mind spending $50 to stand in line, you can spend $75 when you get to the end of the line so that you can ride this ride. Oh, I don't want to wait in line. Can I give you $100 to skip the line? Sure. Are they taking advantage of you? No, you're paying for convenience. And by the way, that is Disney World.
Yeah, but Disney World ain't a need.
Disney World is not a need, but that's capitalism. That is capitalism. You really hate Walmart, and I respect the fact that you really hate Walmart, but I can't fault Walmart for the consumer's mistakes. I can say that Walmart could probably have better healthcare policies, but the law doesn't require Walmart to provide the healthcare. Walmart is required to introduce you to a policy. You don't have to get the one that they offer you. But if you're going to talk to Walmart and say, hey, the one that you're recommending to me doesn't cover the healthcare that I need, are you willing to cover another one? If they say no, well, then I got to find me another job because I need an employer that will support the provider that covers my healthcare. You choose to stay with that job. You don't, they're not forcing you to stay there. And because I come from first person accountability, not a lot of times will I say things that people agree with because that puts the responsibility in the person that feels like they're a victim because you chose to stay in a victimized position. When you started feeling like this isn't good for me, that was the moment where you should have been looking for another way. To stay in that position for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, knowing that you're not satisfied, but staying anyway, it is no longer somebody else's fault. It's your fault because you chose to stay in that environment. And because there's at least two other ways that are equivalent to what you're doing right now, there's no reason why you haven't done another way beyond the fact that you didn't think about it till I said something.
I would push back on the idea that there's other jobs for everybody who works at Walmart, and that they're to blame for not finding these other great jobs that are allegedly around the
Oh,
corner.
I'm not going to say that they're great. I'm just saying that they're equivalent. What job do you do at Walmart? Because you got cashiers, you got stockers, you've got department managers, customer service reps, garden center, door greeters. Which position do you want to throw at me?
Um, just any of them, like the average employee.
Give me a position. Give me a position.
Um, okay, the person who runs the cash register.
Okay, cash register. So, cash register, most widely used position in sales. So, you have fast food restaurants, you have retail stores. So, you can get out of Walmart and you can go work at Ross, Burlington Coat Factory, K&G's. You can work anywhere in the food court in the mall. You can work any kiosk in between any of the other stores in the mall. Um, let's see if we're trying to do well, it depends on when you start talking about cash registers. Really, you're just taking people's money and giving them change. So you want to stick to places that doesn't require you to do 100% commission. But then if you're talking about a department store, you go from Walmart, you've got Sam's Club. You go from, but Sam's Club is part of Walmart. So BJ's, Costco, Lowe's, Home Depot, Advanced Auto Parts, Discount Auto Parts, O'Reilly's. Um, I can keep going. Wait, the dealerships have cash registers because when you go to get your car fixed, you go to the cash register to pay for your vehicle to get fixed. So Dodge, Ford, Chevrolet. If you know how to take people's money and swipe a credit card, another place that you can work to do the exact same kind of job.
Yeah,
So
it's
is
just
there
funny.
another alternative?
It's funny that you named all corporations, and the idea there is that this other corporation, if you have that corporation in your town, and if it's available, that everybody at Walmart could just go to work there, and that it's going to be better. Like the
No,
corporations
I
you
didn't say
named.
it's going to be better. It's an alternative. It's an alternative. So here's the thing. If you don't like where you're at, you got to make a change. The grass is not always greener on the other side. But if you say that you are basically working in a retail style position, you can explore other places while you still work with your current employer and look for a different job somewhere else. You can look for a different job specifically tuned to two specific expectations. Three, accessibility so that you can commute there without an issue, an increase in pay, even if it's a quarter, and the ability to cover your medical expenses. As soon as you find the right employer that meets those three criteria, when can I start?
Yeah, okay, but like find me an employer that's gonna have affordable Ozempic, $1,200. Like the
I
idea
don't
is that,
know. I did. You would that your responsibility for your condition is to find somebody who covers it, or find an insurance policy that covers it, and then find an employer that covers that insurance policy. Because not
oh wow.
everybody has United. Not every company has United. Your responsibility to yourself is to find another way. And another way means that if Ozipic is what you need to find out who covers Ozipic. And then once you find out who covers Ozipic, you find out who covers that policy. And that's the person you work for, since Walmart doesn't do it.
And that's what I'm saying. That this policy, this corporation doesn't exist because like none of them are going to give you a $1,200 benefit every month at no charge. Like insurance companies are going to make money off of that drug. So even if it's
Well, they're
no
going to make
charge
money
to,
off of that drug, but if they're making money off of that drug, they're going to charge you premiums, and probably the premiums are outside of the threshold of your affordability. But that doesn't mean that it's not offered.
I'm sorry, it doesn't mean that it's what.
It doesn't mean that it's not offered, that it's not available.
It's
Let, let,
available,
me-
but
let
I
me
just
take a
keep
look at this, though, Zippy.
okay.
Continue.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, like the idea that I'm going to be able to go to Costco and Costco is going to cover a $1,200 a month drug at no charge is absurd. It's not going to happen. So, and again, that's only if there is a Costco that is in my town. And we all, like I said, all of us Walmart employees can't go to Costco.
True.
And by the way,
100% of
Costco,
the employees can't go.
right? And so, what's going to happen to the rest of them? And also, like Costco has its own insurance to where you have to use Costco, which is another form of the monopoly. They make money off of you spending money, and they force you to go to a certain place and spend a certain price so that they make more money off of you. To me, that's taking advantage. But what were you looking at? Ozempic?
Okay. Um, yeah, I'm looking at Ozempic right now. Um, they're saying that Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage plans will cover type 2 diabetes, but they're not going to cover it when it's prescribed solely for weight loss. So specifically, you would need to have your medical provider clearly identify that this is a need for diabetes, not weight loss. Now, if you have a weight problem and diabetes, and they're offering you Ozempic as a two-part solution, where it helps with your diabetes, but it is designed for you to lose weight, then it is primarily prescribed as a weight loss supplement, which is not going to be covered under your health insurance. So that actually gives you another option, because any provider that is covering specifically type 2 diabetes medication will cover Ozempic, as long as your medical provider specifically identifies it as a diabetic medication, not a weight loss medication,
False. So let me
which
tell you
means you
why.
just got to go back and talk to your provider.
So 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 okay, that's false because I'll tell you why. First of all, and you said Medicare Part D, I believe it is, which by the way, like most
Medicare
Americans,
Part D and Medicare Advantage
yeah, that's only for people like
will
65.
cover it for type 2 diabetes.
Well, hang on now.
I didn't say that they're going to cover
Hang
the
on.
whole cost. I'm saying that
Hang
they'll
on now.
cover it for type 2 diabetes.
Hang on now. So Medicare, first of all, to qualify for one of those plans, I got to be 65 and older or on some sort of disability. Okay, and
Hmm.
then and so that's not the average American. And then like you just said, like they use words like this that it'll be covered, and you say that any plan that covers diabetic medications will cover Ozempic. That's false. Like there's plenty of plans. Like
No,
there's
I said
no
it'll cover Ozempic if Ozempic is listed as a type 2 diabetic medication.
false. Even that's false because like they have the ability to deny it at first, and then you have to get prior authorization. And then you go back to your doctor, sure, and they say that you have diabetes. But then even it being quote unquote covered could cost you the whole $1,200. So what's the like? That's what insurance companies love to use words like what you just regurgitated. Like it'll be covered. Yeah, well, covered
Hmm.
could be like 20% of the whole cost. They could still leave you with $1,000.
Okay.
So again, so this notion that, you know, we don't have what we want because they're just wants, they're not needs, and that we just need to work harder so that we can afford the things that we need is just, I'm telling you, it's bogus. And there's corporations on every side of it boxing us in. There's no insurance company that I can get from a mom and pop. There's no diabetes medication that I can buy from a mom and pop. There's no pharmacy that I can go to with my United Healthcare insurance and use it at a mom and pop. It's almost impossible for there even to be a mom and pop pharmacy these days because of the contracting of the big pharma and the big insurance companies. If you own a mom and pop pharmacy and somebody brought in United Healthcare, you would tell them, "Oh, sorry, we can't accept this. Walmart won't let us accept this. They force you to go to Walmart." So that's another way where they take advantage of the consumer. They force you to go where they want you to. They force you to pay their prices, and they force you to play within their rules.
I mean, as far as the government controlling how we make, save, and invest money, we do have to pay by their rules. I would say that governmental policies does manipulate consumer spending, but I'm still not going to say that big business is taking advantage of us because at the pharmaceuticals is going to take advantage of us, and I agree with you on that. Pharmaceuticals will take advantage of us because we need, and they will price it based on its demand, and that's going to be excessive quantity of people need this product. I can make a shit ton of money. It's life or death for them. They're going to pay it or die. If 1 in 5 people pay $1,200 for it, I made $1,200. It's better than me selling it to 5 people for $300 and not guaranteeing that I'm going to make the money that I need to make. Right. Um, the observation is I'm looking to see because we're looking at Medicaid and Medicare Part D. We have BCBS Plan A uh, with a $50 copay, BCBS Plan B. Some companies with different employers have different tiers that might exclude it. Let's see. I was looking for specific names. We have Blue Cross Silver HMO, United Healthcare Employer PPO, um, Amberetta Marketplace, Humana Medicare Advantage. These are different places. There's a Nuvo Nordisk cover checker form that you can use that might help with this. Um, you might need to get a documented diagnosis, an A1C, and prior drugs like metformin. Uh, and then if you go through the correct process, you can potentially get from an Ozempic savings program from Nuvo Nordisk. Uh, this can cut your copay down from $50 to $25 a month on many commercial plans. There
And
is a
see,
laundry list of options, but it is not an easy process because initially, since it can be listed as a weight loss pill, not as a diabetic medication, that it could get denied under its observation of being a weight loss pill. If your medical provider determined that you should lose weight and you need a diabetic medication, they can misrepresent the underwriting department of the insurance company. Where I would not argue if you said the insurance company was taking advantage of you. Uh, because I mean Trump gave them like free reign to fuck people over. I would definitely say insurance companies take advantage of you. I would say pharmaceuticals are taking advantage of you. I would say that pharmaceuticals and insurance companies are working together to take advantage of you. But I still can't say, even with all the information that I'm looking right now, I still can't say that big business is taking advantage of you financially or in any other way, because big business sells you something that you want. Uh, Working on a pain point, it can be considered a need. It can be considered a desperate need, but it also can be a convenience. Because when we think about, while I understand your physical condition is so much better with the Ozempic than it would have been with regular insulin, the fact is that since there is an alternative that is covered, even though it's not satisfactory to your expectations, the fact is that while it would be a poor quality of health, it is an alternative. So that turns out making an Ozempic a luxury, not a necessity, because there is a cheaper version that can benefit your situation. Now, while a medical need is still a medical need, there is still a variation of luxury medical care versus standardized medical care. And that luxury is a price tag that's sometimes priced higher than the income of the average individual. Now, does that mean that you're going to rob banks in order to pay for the Ozempic versus taking the insulin? Probably not. You might get the Ozempic every now and again, and depend on insulin. You might have a provider that'll give you some samples whenever they can, instead of giving you an actual full on prescription of it, since you can't afford to pay the $1,200 a month for it. That could work too, uh, until you can do better. But you would, in order for you, because there's a laundry list of providers, um the insurance provider that you have that's not covering your medication seems to be the core problem that you have, not Walmart. Yeah, you hate Walmart, yeah, you hate the owner of Walmart, but I mean, they didn't make the policy that's fucking you in the ass right now. The policy is fucking you in the ass. And I have never once said that insurance companies are not corrupted. Matter of fact, I think I covered it over a year ago that Donald Trump is opening the floodgates on the devil because the pharmaceutical companies are going to take advantage of the fact that he just privatized healthcare. So that's a soundbite from like almost 12 months ago. But I can't say that big business is taking advantage of people, because big business only makes a profit when consumers are wasteful. Even if it is a need, like for example a tire, you might need one tire, but they'll say, hey, buy five and get one free, or buy four and get one free. Now, instead of you buying the one tire that you needed, you bought four for the convenience, because you're buying it for convenience because you needed one. The other three was extra. You didn't need the other three, you just got the other three because they were on sale. It was a good deal, right? But it was the convenience of having the peace of mind to know that all four tires are new, not just one. But you only needed one tire, right? So, um, more often than not, everything in order is the expectation, and everything in order in a specific way becomes the standard. But that standard is a lot of times a luxury, and we are not used to it being a luxury because it has been our personal preference for so long that it goes from being a um, desire to a must. It goes from, well, I could benefit from it, but if I don't have it, I'm okay with, to I can't go without it. Same way, take for example, people who smoke weed for 20 years. When they first started doing it, it wasn't that big of a thing. I could do it or I don't have to. A lot of times they were pressured into it by their friends. They're in a circle. Or they were experimenting because one of the adults in their household left weed lying around and they hit the blunt just trying to see what it was like. Right. But then after a number of years of doing it, it went from a recreation to I can't function without it. And then they have to take bill money to go buy an ounce from their supplier. Now, their supplier, we're going to say, well, he's got a family to feed. He's got a girlfriend. He's got kids he's got to pay for. He's a local drug dealer, the local pharmacist. He's selling it to all the people who need it. They don't need it. They just got used to it. Now they don't want to live without it. Now he's turning a profit off of it and paying for his standard of living because he doesn't want to work a regular job. He gets to hang out and smoke weed with other people that smoke weed and get paid for it. right? He's capitalizing on other people's pain point. They don't want to not quit, so he's going to provide them with the supply that they need. Now, would he be taking advantage of them because they're buying ounces off of him? Would he be taking advantage of them because instead of them paying $165 an ounce, they're paying 375 an ounce? Is he taking advantage of them now because he raised the price, but they're willing to pay the price? Or is it just the fact that they're willing to waste their money on something that they technically don't need because they're not used to not having it? I'm going to say that they're wasting their money on something that they don't need because they're not used to not having it. We don't need TVs. We want TVs. So when you buy a $400 TV from Walmart, Walmart's not taking advantage of you. You could have bought a projector for $45 and watched TV off of that. You don't even need a TV. Matter of fact, you could find something productive to do. You know, people who doom scroll on social media because they don't have any other options that they need to perform. That's on them though. They could find something to do. They can clean their house. They could plant stuff in the garden outside. They can get a lawnmower and cut grass and make extra money. There's other stuff that they can do. They just choose not to, you know? And a lot of the times people say, I can't. I can't is a self-defeating mentality where you refuse to try, fear of success, fear of failure, fear of judgment. I'm self-identified as this Walmart worker to hate Walmart, but I'm not willing to change my job. That is not on big business. If I didn't like the job that I was doing and I quit that job and I start doing something else, and now I'm not hating my job. I went from working for somebody else to working for myself. Now I get paid to sit on this computer and talk to you for 9 hours. I don't have to clock in for somebody else. I have to clock in for me because I want to, right? And the difference is that while I'm making reasonably the same amount of money that I was making before or more while working less hours, I have a better way of life than what I did when I had to show up to somebody else's demands. But all I had to do was put forth the effort to change the way I do what I do. And that's something that a lot of people have to think about. So, with today's topic has started discussing the difference between actually being destitute and perceivably being destitute. And I mean, I want your thoughts, but ultimately, the difference if you change the way you think about life, instead of being envious of multimillionaires having multimillions, pay attention to how can you become a multimillionaire instead of being pissed off that they can make money off of our wasteful spending. Stop wasting money instead of being frustrated about not having enough money to go around. Reduce the quantity of stuff that you have to pay for so that you have more money going around, or find another way to make a little extra money on the side. It doesn't have to be a whole second paycheck or a whole third paycheck, but it could be enough to where you're no longer financially struggling. If you can do anything to improve your financial position where you no longer have to do without, then you will find yourself in a position where you're a little less disappointed. And if that means that you have to change jobs, then change jobs. I'm not going to sit here and say Walmart is the best thing since sliced bread. But what I am going to say is that Walmart is not the only way. And if Walmart ain't cutting it for you, you got to find another employer. So if you wanted to start somewhere, I would start somewhere by saying, well, first and foremost, I would test the waters and see if Walmart has other providers that they're willing to support. If they're not, then I would find which providers supports the medication that I have. Then I would go from those providers and then find out which companies will support that provider. Somebody will support that provider. If under the hypothetical scenario where I must get this provider from somebody, or I have to pay for it out of pocket where I can't get the provider from anybody, then I'm in the position to tell myself, you know what? I am going to find X, Y, and Z, A, B, and C company so that I can pay for this myself. I'm going to make enough money from whatever company I'm going to work for so that I can afford to cover the stuff that I need. But I have to first find out what it is that I need and how much does my needs cost. And then I'm going to negotiate with the employer that I'm going to apply for to find out if they can compensate for my needs. But I can't just sit back and say, well, it's hopeless. It's big business's fault that life sucks because I can't do better. No, you can, but you might not have the idea as to how. What you have to do is you have to recognize what your skill sets are. What am I good at doing besides taking people's money? And if taking people's money is my strongest skill set, let me find different ways to take people's money legally. Let me talk people out of their money. Pastor in the church. It's a job. I mean, we got some ethical concerns about that, but it's a job and it pays well. Bentleys and Rolls Royces and shit. These multi-million dollar churches came from an individual that just knew how to say the right thing to a room full of people and take all the money out of their pocket. Would have been the best salesperson, but they work in a church. So again, there's no dynamic that I can put together to be able to implicate big business as the core problem. I can implicate poor decision making skills. I can implicate uh, uh, um, a bad social network because if you got friends borrowing against your stone, that you can find yourself in a situation where you're not able to pay for the things that you want to pay for because you're bailing your friends out. I can find all kinds of things that just doesn't work out where it is still first person accountability, the fault of the person that's participating in the situation, but it is also externally influenced because if you got friends that are calling you asking you for money, a lot of the times you've got your friends are the reason why you're broke because you're paying for the poor decisions of the people around you. But you also have situations where you're the only person negatively impacting your situation. People who are dating to find companionship and they're spending a bunch of money on dating. The It's not the woman's fault that the man is paying for everything. Yeah, I hit the women hard and be like, hey, you should probably prioritize taking care of yourself and then get out there and pay for the guy since you have such high standards. But I also say, fellas, instead of you wasting money on her, why don't you go out for free where the most you spent was gas money and the time out of your day and not spend 100, 200, $300 a night on a first date where you don't even know her last name so that you have the capabilities to improve your standard of living because again she don't even want to talk to you because you don't make enough money, so why not change your situation so that you can make enough money by not talking to these women until you got the money. And then when you get the money, you don't talk to her. You go talk to somebody else. You go talk to a different person who doesn't know how much money you have. But again, that still puts you in a situation where you have to set your own standards. And then you have to adhere to those standards. So can we be in a situation where we can take advantage of the wealthy? Yes. Are we being screwed by pharmaceuticals? Yes. Are we being dog walked by insurance companies? Of course. We are like one step away from being financially trafficked because they are really really putting the screws to us because we must get the insurance whether we want it or not, and we can't do anything about the fact that they are charging way too much for what they're asking us to pay for. But if we don't get it, they're going to take a bunch of money out of our tax returns. If we don't get it, they're going to not give us the coverage that we need, which means that we're going to have to pay cash out of pocket for the performance at the medical provider, where medical providers are also screwing us out of the situation, not just pharmaceuticals, because doctors won't take us if we don't have insurance. So that puts the burden on us to go and get the insurance so that we can go see the doctor because they no longer want to take cash. That's just like 4-year institutions only exist because businesses state that you must have a degree from a 4-year institution. That's the only reason why the 4-year institution even exists. If they didn't get the support from big business, or not big business, if they didn't get support from the the uh the other um entities, that they would not exist. So it's one of those scratch your back, I scratch your situations. But the medical provider will offer you, um, hey, get this medication. It's a good medication, blase squaze, and see how you like it. And you find yourself in a situation where you're getting screwed. But that is primarily not big business. Now they're making big business off of it, but a doctor making money off of you isn't big business. I mean, it can be big business because they're making millions, but you yourself have to choose to go to that provider. You can have the provider look for an alternative for you. It's not always going to be the one you want. It's not always going to be the best one on the market. It's going to be the one that you can afford. Now, again, there are only two ways that you can address, three ways that you can address this, because doing without and accepting whatever it is that you got right now is one way. But when we start talking about making change, you can find a different provider that covers it, and then make sure that your medical provider listed exclusively as a medical need for diabetes, for um not for weight loss. So like take weight loss out of my diagnosis, and we understand that I could lose a little bit of weight, but specifically explain to the medical provider that this is exclusively used for my diabetes. Now that that's established, now the medical provider needs to cover my diabetic medication. They either will or they won't. If you're not covering my medication, I'm not gonna stay with you. I'm gonna go to another provider. Somebody will cover it. You can look into international health coverages, because international health coverage is still accepted in America. We typically get whatever's offered in our local city and state. But again, if the premiums of the health insurance company has to be higher because you're getting this particular type of policy, remember I told you there are marketplace coverages where the $1,500 that they offer towards your health coverage will subsidize your health coverage, not completely pay for your health coverage, but it will reduce the cost of your more expensive health coverage to cover the diabetic medication. It requires you to find out which one you can afford. You can get you an insurance agent, a health insurance agent, to help you find one that specifically covers that particular type of medication inside of a specific type of monthly premium. And then they'll tell you which ones are available, which companies do that. They're not going to give you zero, they'll give you a copay. But if you set up a copay where I don't have to pay $12,000 or $1,200 in order to get this medication, like I'll pay 50, I'll pay, and $50 a month, that's 500 a year. That's it. But after that, y'all got to cover it. If y'all ain't gonna cover it, I got to go to a different provider. Then likewise, once you figure out which provider it is, you got to talk to your job and say, hey, will y'all copay this? And if they say no, well, fuck, let me go find me another job that will copay this. You don't got to tell them that, but you're just gonna go find you another job that will copay it. And whichever job copays it, that's the one that you change to. And I mean, if you're in retail, it's easy to change jobs. It's just not easy to find a job that you like. That's two different things.
How is
Changing
it?
jobs and changing one that you're satisfied to is two different things.
And and how is it? How easy
What's
is
your
it to find
question?
a job that's going to cover my Ozempic for the prices you mentioned?
Well, first of all, that really depends on which company that you go to, because I did name a few. And then after we named a few, the concern that we have is that I don't know how much you're willing to pay versus how much it costs, and I don't know which employers in your area exist, and then I also don't know which policies they support, if they only support one or if they support more than one. And since this is a medical need, I'm not sure if you've even put in the effort to negotiate with your current employer, and if your current employer is flexible enough to accept an alternative policy being offered where they drop the policy that you have and copay on a different policy that covers your health insurance, since you are an employee of theirs and this is a medical need, and the policy that they offer doesn't cover this. And then I also don't know of the alternative of uh, 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 subsidizing the first policy with another policy, because what veterans usually do is they have two health insurance policies. They've got their VA benefits, and then they've got Medicaid, Medicare, and Plan D. And whatever one policy doesn't pay for, another policy will. If you got one policy that is just medication, that insurance policy is way cheaper than an insurance policy that is doctors and medication. So you might have your one and I just thought about this while I'm talking to you. You might have one policy that's covered by Walmart that covers all your doctor's appointments. Then you might have another insurance policy that is just covering medication, no doctor visits, no emergency care, no nothing, just medication. And it might still be a little bit pricey, but that one offsetting the other one will be easier to pay $100 a month for the second policy instead of paying $1,200 a month for the medication itself. But it requires you to find another way. It requires you to think outside of the box. It requires you to talk to providers and see what they're willing to offer. Can you give me a policy with zero doctor's appointments, zero walk-ins, zero appointments? All I want is medication, but I want it specifically to be this medication. And I want it to be this medication under this budget, whether it's a monthly premium and a copay for this amount, or a monthly premium or a copay, one of the three. Where my budget is, I'm only willing to pay $100 to $150 a month, and it's going to cover my premiums and the medication. Now, figure out how I can get that and which provider can get. I don't need any doctors. I already got doctors. I got a different policy. All I need is this medication covered. If that's what you're negotiating, you can find another way, but you got to look for it. Until you look, what you got is all you got, and that might not be enough for you. But you can't
Yeah.
hate big business because pharmaceuticals suck. You can't hate big business because the Medicaid and Medicare suck. You can't hate big business because insurance, privatized health insurance sucks. That's not big business's fault. You're misdirected rage right now, in my opinion.
Well, we can agree to disagree. What I would say is that you shouldn't be angry at the person that works 40 hours a week at one of those places. And as far as big business, you said it yourself. Big pharma is big business. Big insurance is big business. And like the idea that you're going to get, again, the idea these insurance companies are corporations, for-profit corporations. They're legally bound to maximize their profit. Okay, so the idea that you're going to find some insurance policy that's going to give you $1,200 worth of product for $125 a month, that you're going to find a for-profit insurance company that takes an $1,100 or $1,000 a month loss. It doesn't exist.
It's not a loss. There's a cash price and then there's an insurance price.
And I'm aware of that.
There's actually deductibles and prorates to this where they actually get paid to sell this stuff. They're not losing money on this. Actually, they probably lose more money with cash paying clients than what they do with insurance.
No, because if you're paying cash, then they don't have to subsidize your health care. Nothing comes out of their pocket at all if you're paying cash.
No, there's
And
rebates and deductions on the cost of the product, and then the difference is what you're going to be paying. The cash price is the one that they're showing you and making you pissed off at the amount that you would have to pay in cash to get it. But ultimately, the cost of the cost to make it versus the cost to sell it to somebody else, how much the insurance is willing to pay for it versus how much the insurance is going to get from its clients. No, the what right now, from what I did my research on, the biggest issue you have is not so much the cost of the product, it is the listing in your medical records for the product. Because if it's listed as a weight loss product, they're not going to cover it. If it's exclusively listed as a diabetic need, not a diabetic weight loss need, exclusively, he ain't got no weight problem that this medication is addressing. He's got a diabetes problem that the medication is addressing. And you would have to probably change healthcare providers. But if you change a healthcare provider where the doctor says he exclusively has a diabetic problem, he's just got type 2 diabetes and he needs this specific medication to regulate his uh, 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 blood pressure. That new medical insurance policy will probably cover it. Probably, I can't guarantee it. Probably, but you won't know until you try. But if your doctor has in the medical files that you're overweight and you have type 2 diabetes, and he's recommending Ozempic because it's a two-part process where Ozempic does help both diabetes and weight loss, it is being prescribed as a weight loss medication and it's being prescribed as a diabetic medication. And because it is being described as a weight loss medication, the insurance doesn't want to cover it, even though it benefits your diabetes because it's a byproduct. How you doing, Summon?
Um,
Does that make sense?
again, well, yes and no. You're wrong because like even if it's prescribed and it says on there for diabetes type 2, and so that's in my record, and I'm not even obese. Again, like to find an insurance company that will cover it is difficult. And then once you again, we're using words like cover it. Like I mean, you could have it covered and still cost you $300 to $800 a month. Okay, and
Oh, it's
so
not going to be free. There's going to be a copay.
well, well, yeah, but like I'm not expecting it necessarily to be free. Like even if it was 125, like under your scenario, like paying $125 a month. Okay, I'm cool with that. But you're not going to find that. And
But
these
even if you
savings
could, if you can't afford it, it's not going to be inside of your spectrum. It means that you got to find another way. You have to either make more money or get a different product to help you with your diabetes.
exactly, exactly. And you better hope that you can afford that other product too.
Well, you did say that insulin was did a good job of keeping you alive until Ozempic was created. So I mean, while it's not satisfactory, you had irregularities in your stability. The fact is that you made it this far with type two. So it would make more sense for you to be able to fall back on something that you can afford and then invest in health savings accounts that'll build you up the kind of wealth where you can afford to pay for the Ozempic over time. By the time they come out with a generic version of it, that's probably going to be cheaper and more stronger. You would have saved up enough money to be able to pay for it. Not fair to you because big pharma should be able to make it affordable for the average American, but Donald Trump pulled the rug from under affordability healthcare in order to support big business. But it also supported big pharma. And big pharma and big business are not exclusively the same thing. The pharmaceutical treaties that he did with some of the other countries had nothing to do with big business. But pharmaceuticals is a big business. But the pharmaceuticals are not made in America and produced in America and American made, American owned, American produced companies. These are other countries that created these pharmaceuticals and they're being sold through treaties, through trade to America, to Americans. And it's priced at what Americans are willing to pay for it. And
and
that's
what
more often than not our fault.
and these are actually all companies that are sold on the New York Stock Exchange. So the idea
Which means that you can invest them and turn profits off of them.
well, the idea that other countries are sneaking it in and charging us more is baloney. We pay the most in healthcare of any other
Yes,
country.
we do.
Yeah,
We get the least quality health care. Yes, we do.
and these name brand drugs are U.S. corporations. Nova
Not all of
Nordisk.
them.
They're all traded on the New York Stock Exchange.
Just because they're traded on the New York Stock Exchange doesn't mean that the product wasn't manufactured in another country.
Oh well, manufacturer is different. I'm talking about
The price of the product comes from the manufacturer, not the seller. That's a manufacturer's
yeah.
recommended sales price. That's where the price starts, and then it continues to the seller selling it at an inflated cost. That's what we call sticker price. And then whatever we're willing to pay for it versus whatever the um, manufacturer's recommended sales price is, that's the difference in the profit margin. And depending on the product, depending on the market, the profit margin is different. But ultimately, we're in a situation where, again, it is not big business. It is not exclusively Walmart that is ruining your day. It is the health insurance policy that Walmart offers that's ruining your day. It is the medication that is being sold to you from big pharma that is ruining your day. Now, if your whole campaign was health insurance policies suck, and big pharma suck and they're taking advantage of healthcare and ruining people's lives and taking all the money out of everybody's pockets who can't afford to get by, I would have stood by you 100%. I wouldn't have had nothing to say. But you're continuing to project to me a campaign that big businesses like Walmart, Costco, or any other place that makes money off of people wasting their money is taking advantage of people. That I can't get behind, because the only reason why the product is being sold is because the person left the house, went to that location, picked the product off the shelf, went to the register, and paid for it. That is not taking advantage. Taking advantage is big pharma setting a price for a physical condition that cannot be cured and setting a price outside of the price range of the person that has a condition. That's taking advantage. But that's big pharma. That's the pharmaceutical company having a health insurance policy that's taking a bunch of money out of your pocket but not covering the medication that you need. That's privatized healthcare. But that's not Dodge, Ford, Chevy, big business. That's not Bank of America. That's not Amscot. That's not Wells Fargo. That's not Tesla, Netflix, big business. That's not Wall Street. That's just privatized healthcare and pharmaceutical companies, which still, in my observation, while you don't like to pay for Walmart, it is not Walmart's fault just because Walmart is selling it in their store. It is the whole problem of privatized healthcare and unregulated pharmaceutical prices.
Yeah, and I would say that, again, yeah, I would distinguish between, what's a need versus a want. Okay, so but then again, like when you mentioned like Ford, and you mentioned those auto manufacturers. Well, I remember back in 2000, I think it was like 2007, yeah, 2007
Hmm.
and 8, when the Wall Street was going under, and the American taxpayer had to jump in and bail out the insurance companies and the big banks, and the American taxpayer had to bail out Ford. And so, like,
Okay.
they what and so what they do, and to me that's taking advantage of the American taxpayer. That's saying that, hey, we're going to reap all the benefits and the profits. We're going to privatize those. Those come to us, but the losses, we're going to share that with you.
That's not taking advantage. That's capitalism. Because if you want the losses and you're going to let me keep the gains, whose fault is that? If
Well, yeah,
that's the
no,
offer on the table, that I'm going to keep the gains, but you're going to share the losses with me, whose fault is that? Now, not my fault. I put up the offer. Again, taking advantage of somebody is doing something that is beyond their control, that forces them to do something that's beyond their control. And the only two scenarios out of this whole dynamic would be big pharma and privatized healthcare. But big business is not taking advantage of you. Ford fucked up the money. We bailed them out. We did them a favor. We feel entitled. Your vehicle should be cheaper. They're not going to be cheaper. Why? Because somebody's willing to spend $150,000 for a Ford F-150. So why am I going to leave that money sit on the table? Because if you don't buy the Ford, you're going to buy the Dodge across the street for $155,000. So I might as well price point it at the same price as Dodge, because next door to just about every Dodge dealership is a Ford. And next to every Dodge and Ford dealership is usually a Chevy. So if you're willing to buy a Ford truck for the same price as a Chevy truck, for the same price as a Dodge truck, I'm not taking advantage of you because you came to me and bought my product because my price is the same as theirs. The $33,000 2020 Ford F-150 is a $33,000 2020 Dodge Ram 1500. The same price as a Chevy pickup. It's the same price, reasonably about the same mileage. No one vehicle costs overly priced more than the other. Three different vehicles look similar, some of the same amenities. Now they got king cab, second row seating, extended bed, sunroof, power windows, Bluetooth, everything, navigation center, all of the overdrive system, eco boost, all this stuff. All three vehicles have somewhat of the same stuff. The only difference is the color of the vehicle and the logo on the hood. Now, How are they taking advantage of you if you walk on the dealership and buy the product? Because you, first person accountability, walked onto the dealership and made the purchase. You might need a truck, but there's a mom and pop's dealership somewhere that's selling a 1996 for $5,000. There's a mom and pop somewhere that's selling a 2015 for $10,000. There's a small time somebody or another somewhere that's selling a 2020 for $15,000, maybe $20,000. So do you have to buy the $75,000 off the showroom floor? No. And because you don't have to do that, while you might need a truck for work, you don't need a brand new truck. You don't need a certified pre-owned truck. Matter of fact, you can go pick you up a truck from the auction for $2,000. You can pick one up from the police auction for $500. You can pick one up from an estate sale for $1,800. So if you can get it somewhere else for less, the fact that you're paying what you're paying for where you're at is because that's where you wanted to get it from. And that's not big business taking advantage of you. That is consumer poor decision making skills. So recognizing the difference between the need and the want, and also recognizing the difference between getting what you need from where it's financially beneficial from you versus getting what you need from where it's not financially beneficial from you is also a choice. And first person accountability, I'm going to hold the victims accountable for their decision making that put because you make a certain quantity of decisions before you fall into the pit of no return, where now you just have to accept the consequences of all of your past decisions. But up until you got to the point where you can no longer control the scenario, you made a bunch of bad decisions that led to where you are right now, which is why you have very few options to get you out of the situation. It's the old saying, you made that bed, lie in it. You dug the grave, now you got to lay in it. The fact is that you made so many wrong decisions in the same spot that puts you in a position that you are no longer able to effectively get yourself out of, that you have to exist in the consequences of your decisions. And then people want to say, well, oh, it's not my fault that I'm in a shitty situation. It's big business. They don't know who you are. You're a statistic. They unlock their door, and if you walk in, you walk in. If you don't, you don't. You're a statistic. So they're not taking advantage of you if you're choosing to show up. Taking advantage of you is having a house party and then having a bunch of girls come over, get them drunk, and then sleep with them while they're unconscious. That's taking advantage of them. But if you came to my house party and got drunk and you left and you crashed your car, I didn't take advantage of you. You showed up. You made bad decisions. I didn't do you nothing. If you come over to my restaurant and I'm charging you $150 a plate, you're willing to pay that price when the food is $5 a plate down the street. I didn't take advantage of you. You chose to come here. You chose to pay this price. You sat here, you enjoyed my product, and you paid the price when I handed you the receipt. That is not taking advantage of you. The only opportunity that I see throughout the last 3 hours of tonight's show of you being taken advantage of was pharmaceutical and privatized healthcare, which I said as soon as Donald Trump said that he was going to do that, that people were going to get screwed. And I said that over a year ago because as soon as he said he was going to do that in 2025, I was talking about it. Now we're a year later after I covered it, and we got people on the show talking about how big business and pharmaceuticals have collectively fucked up with the life. And I understand that. But that's not all of big business. Pharmaceutical and healthcare is a percentage of big business. Big business is everybody else: lawyers, doctors, uh, 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 schools, private schools, universities, dealerships, mechanic shops, appliance stores, rental companies, leisure activities like skating, rollerblading, bowling, movie theaters. These are a lot of places that are big business. Real estate is big business. Real estate could give two shits if you buy their product or not. Somebody's going to pay for it. Did it take advantage of you because you closed the deal? No. You had 45 to 65 days to figure out whether or not you wanted to buy this before it got sold. And a lot of times in the contract, there's a 30 to 45-day grace period for you to rethink your position. But usually when people sign a contract, they move in immediately. So did you get taken advantage of? Well, they probably withheld a little bit of information from you, but I mean, you probably would have still bought the place anyway. The shit that you found might be a disappointment, but it's not a deal breaker. But everybody in real estate tells you, well, you never know what you're going to get when you buy it. You know what you're seeing when you walked up, but when you start fucking with things, that's when you really start seeing what's really going on with the property. And yet, and still, you bought it on first sight. You bought it on a walkthrough. You didn't use your cell phone and plug it into all the wall sockets and make sure that everything worked. You didn't flip every switch in the building. You didn't turn on every faucet. You didn't run the AC and hang around for 20 minutes and see if it worked. You didn't test every window. You didn't unlock every door. You didn't make sure that the house was fully functional. You just walked through it from whatever door they told you to walk through and said, oh, it looks nice. I'll take it. But then come to find out another door on the other side of the house doesn't work. You should have checked that before you signed the paperwork. So is big business taking care of the average American, taking advantage of the average American? No, no, they're not. No, they're not. Poor consumer decision making is screwing over the consumer, not big business. Pharmaceutical and big and privatized healthcare, yeah, they're fucking over people, and I'll agree with that. But nobody else is fucking over the average American. The average American is fucking over themselves. And then we say, well, it's because I'm poor. I'm poor by decision. I'm not poor by design. I'm poor by decision. Because the decisions that I made over the last 40 years is the reason why I ain't got no money right now. That is something that not too many adults are going to be willing to admit, is that I'm in a financially challenged situation right now because I made a series of decisions due to the lack of financial knowledge that, while I may regret them, I'm having a very difficult time bailing myself out of this financial disparity. But what it takes is to change that mentality and say, okay, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to spend less money on stuff that I don't need. I'm going to change from things that I get to things that I just have to tolerate until I can do better. I'm going to reinvent the wheel and put more money into my pocket by starting up a business that'll pay for itself, having that business pay for my medical care, factor that business into taking care of my standard of living, then quit my job and work for myself. And you can accomplish that inside of 10 years. You can maintain a stable standard of living at your current employer, pick up a side job, or start up a side business, and within 5 years, that side business will be making the same amount of money as your job at Walmart. And then you could just quit. Within 10 years, you'll be able to quit. By the time you're ready to retire from Walmart, you're able to work for yourself. Matter of fact, I stopped working for somebody else in 2023, and it's 2026. And I'm able to sit here 2 hours after the show was supposed to go off the air, so having a conversation because I get paid when I get paid. I go to work when I want to go to work, not because somebody tells me to show up and clock in. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Um, yeah, I appreciate your time.
Hey, I'm always here for you, brother.
I
I
appreciate
just
it.
don't want you to I don't want you to have misdirected rage towards the wrong problem, the wrong person, the wrong entity. Because yeah, you are in a situation where you are being taken advantage of, but you're pointing the finger at the wrong person, the wrong entity. You point the finger at the right entity, then you can navigate around it. The entity that you need to pay attention to is pharmaceutical and privatized healthcare. And you need to find the right healthcare provider that will cover the medication. That's the first step. Then find out if Walmart will cover it, and then if not, find a company that'll cover it. If you can't, if you want to start off by saying first, let me talk to a health insurance policy and say, hey, do you just call a marketplace in your local city and state? Call an insurance marketplace company in your local city and state and see what policies they have. When you talk to the agent, the first thing you tell them is, I have a specific medication that I take for my diabetes, and I want an insurance policy that exclusively focuses on that. I already have an insurance policy, so I don't want another insurance policy that's going to give me more doctors and everything to that effect. I will sacrifice doctor visits and everything else so that I can get exclusive medication coverage. What premiums do you have for that? I want the lowest copay possible. That way you don't have to spend a bunch of extra money out of pocket after you pay the monthly premiums. What policy do you have for that? And they'll tell you, hey, we've got this at this rate. Since you're not using anything else, we've got this at this rate. And then even if it is high for just a medication plan, it's cheaper than $12. And if it is inside of your budget, then you can sign on that. If it's not, talk to another insurance company. Bounce around until you find one that'll cover it and you can afford it. And when I say cover it, they're gonna pay the rest of it, but you don't have to pay like $800 a month for it, kind of thing. But what I read when I did the research is that a lot of people are making you pay $50 and then they pay the rest. I don't know how if it's $1,200 an item, but that's what I'm seeing with the research. But if you've got a copay where you got to pay a certain quantity of money before they pay the rest, then we need to recalibrate like which policy that you have, reduce that copay.
Or
It's
that's
going
what
to
they call
give,
the deductible.
yeah, I understand that deductible. You got to reduce that so that you can not have to pay so much money. Because actually, since you got to pay the whole deductible before you trigger full compensation from them, if your deductible is too damn high, you got to pay $1,200 so that they can pay for the rest of the year. You don't have the $1,200. And ultimately, if it takes you a whole year to put it $1,200, you're paying for it out of pocket the whole year. So what you need to do is reduce the deductibles, increase the monthly premium, and then let them pay for the shit. But you can only increase it to a level that you can afford. So if you can afford an extra couple $100 on your monthly premiums, if they're going to cover the rest of the medication, then reduce my deductibles and go ahead and put it on the copay where I can pay the premium and you cover the medication so I can get what I need. But while you're talking to a policy that says we're not going to cover it, it doesn't matter how much you're paying per month. They're not going to cover it. I don't want you as a policyholder. I want a different policyholder. I want one that is going to cover it. I want one that is going to include it in the cost that I'm paying for the policy. Because why am I paying however much I'm paying for the insurance policy when I got to pay out of pocket cash up front for the medication? I don't want that insurance plan. I want an insurance plan that's going to cover the medication. Right.
Right.
So
And
that requires you to find which one does it, and then find which policy, which one Walmart is willing to cover. And if Walmart's not willing to cover it, and you need a copay from an employer, go and find some other employers that are in the same field as Walmart. And you can be honest when they say, "Hey, well, what are you changing jobs for?" Man, I love working at Walmart. Lie. I love working at Walmart, but their insurance doesn't cover the medication that I need. I did some research and I found out that your company covers this insurance policy, which covers my medication. So I'm really just coming over here so I can get better medical care. They'll hire
yeah,
you, but you got to do your own research before you go talk to the new employer. And you're not telling Walmart, fuck you, I'm going to quit. No, you don't tell them shit. You find a new employer, you get your interview in on your day off, and then you talk to your old employer and say, "Hey, I want to cash in on my vacation time. I want to cash in on my sick days. I want to cash in on any PTO time that I've earned. Have it all back to back, starting on my next day off, and then put in your 2 week notice. Because you put your 2 week notice, oh, two weeks before your last day on your paid time off. But if you got 3 weeks of paid time off from Walmart and you start working at your new job during your paid time off, you're going to find yourself uh, in a position where by the time you get your last paycheck from Walmart, you're getting your first paycheck from your new job. And they've got the healthcare coverage that you need. It's doable, but it really requires you to try.
I would say it's only doable for the 1 out of 5 who can afford it. And I would say that there's no like people even before. And by the way, like Trump didn't start this. Trump didn't privatize healthcare. Like even Obamacare was written by big pharma and big insurance company. It was a sellout to all that. So like it was a joke that it was affordable before the Affordable Care Act or after it. It wasn't. And so
Oh no, the Affordable Care Act just made it mandatory for you to be accepted. The Affordable Care Act did not put a cap on how much you had to pay for it. So I mean, yeah, I agree that it wasn't designed to make healthcare affordable. It was designed to make healthcare guaranteed. Then they reduced the quantity of coverage that you get to make it affordable, which means that if you can't afford healthcare, you ultimately had very little, if any, coverage. And the shit that you needed was outside of your budget. I completely understand that, which is why I said out the gate that big pharma and privatized health insurance was a problem. But what I talked about with Donald Trump privatized Medicaid and Medicare and other such government funded health insurance policies where the government is no longer covering your health benefits. And that was something that gave all of the elderly and retired and disabled individuals that used to be covered by the government to the wolves because he privatized government funded health care. That's what I was talking about.
No, Medicare had always been privatized. It got privatized under the Affordable Care Act. Humana owns Part D plans, Medicare plans. You know, like I mean, these are corporations that own Medicare. They always have. Like Trump didn't change that at all. I don't know.
He changed laws and made it easier for them to charge the prices that you're paying right now.
Oh, he did. What laws were those?
Yes. I can't remember them off the top of my head because
Yeah.
I cover 365 shows a day and I've been doing this for 3 years. But last year, I covered a show where I talked about all of the things that were changing and how your premiums would end up going up on your insurance policies based on the bills that were just passed by Donald Trump last year when those bills were passed. Now you are the product of those bills where you're now looking at a $1,200 health coverage bill for something that you otherwise should be paying like $500 from your insurance policy, where the copay would be you pay $50 and they pay the rest instead of you paying $1,200 out of pocket. But again, it requires you to defer yourself from a policy that doesn't support your needs to a policy that does. If your job is paying for your health coverage where you don't really have much to pay, and you have a very high deductible so that you don't have to pay for anything for your health coverage because really all you need is your diabetic medication, then you just need to get an out of pocket very little copay or very low deductible with a reasonable copay, 80/20 or 50/50 copay, and then have them cover the stuff, preferably 80/20, but even 80/20 on 1,200 would have you paying like $200 to $400. If you don't have that, then it's still going to be outside of your reach. But that's the big pharma pricing it out of your reach. And then the downside that you have is that apparently you're making more than what their financially challenged status is, which prevents them from giving it to you for free or at a reduced rate. Sometimes we're in that gray area where we're poor, but we make too much money to be poor. That's a part of what we were talking about on the show today, that depending on where you are financially, you might be in a financially challenging environment due to the limited income that you have, but you're not necessarily as poor as you think in comparison to the global average. So one more thing, what else you got for me before we wrap things up tonight?
I would just say thank you for your time. I always appreciate these conversations, and there's a lot to learn on both sides, hopefully. And I would say
Oh
that,
yeah, I learned a lot of it. I'm doing research while we were talking on the show, and I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. I'm picking up some new information.
and I would just say that, you know, the difference is of taking advantage of us. You bring up a good point when we should define when they are taking advantage of us. And I would say that when they're profiting billions of dollars a year, more and more each year, and they're cutting our wages, they're cutting our benefits. That's when to me it becomes being taken advantage of.
Well, taking advantage of is putting you in a situation beyond your control and then taking everything from you. Collectively speaking, if you're trying to paint the conspiracy theory of, and I'm going to call it a conspiracy theory because low wages is because big business doesn't want to pay for wages. High prices is because customers are willing to spend a lot of money. Putting those two together and then saying I'm too broke to pay for my standard of living and then blaming big business, that's not them taking advantage of you. if you are willing to work for a lower quantity of money, you agree to that. They are not forcing you to work for that quantity of money. You are just willing to accept that salary when you apply for a job because you needed money. You might qualify for a higher paying job based on the years of experience that you have at your current job if you went and got a similar job with a competitor. You're not willing to move. So you're not willing to explore the financial options. You're not willing to, upon discussing with a new employer, other benefits such as better healthcare coverage so that you can cover your medication. Because if your medication was covered, you would actually have more money in your pocket on a month to month basis because you wouldn't be paying out of pocket for your medication. So trying to find a way to change and improve, trying to find a way to get the benefits, creating your resume and documenting your skill sets. What is your hardcore skills and what are your soft skills? What stuff did you learn on this job? Because ultimately, if you're only transitioning for a better healthcare coverage, and you found the healthcare coverage with the provider that is offered by the company that you're applying for, and they have an opening for a position that you're overly qualified for, you're less concerned about the hourly wage and more concerned about the health coverage. You may negotiate that they put more money towards the Cobra so that they can cover more of your policy, more of your healthcare coverage to make sure that your diabetes is covered. These are unwritten rules to negotiations where you can foot in the door with 15% more with a new company than what you would with your current company when your current company has limitations as to what they're willing to offer. But again, I call taking advantage being forced into something beyond your control and then forced to accept the narrative. For example, Google. Google is everywhere. Google has become the primary server for searching stuff. Now, if Google, that is on everybody's cell phone, everybody's computer, started charging you 50 cents per search, that would be taking advantage of everybody because Google put itself on everybody's platform. You can't get information without using Google, and then Google started charging you to use it. That would be taking advantage of it. But Google, everybody has a Gmail. And when their Gmail is full, Google offers them the option to either delete information off of their email or pay between $2 and $20 a month for them to give you 2 terabytes of service. Now, to store your information in the cloud. Now, are they taking advantage of you because you have accumulated 15 gigabytes of storage space and they're trying to sell you 2 terabytes more worth of storage space? Or are you just paying for that extra storage space out of the convenience of not deleting 15 gigabytes of information that you never look at just so that you can have it in addition to all of the other stuff that you're downloading? Oh, yeah, charging me for cloud space on what otherwise is a free service. It feels like a ripoff, but they're not taking advantage of you. You're choosing that convenience because you could
Hey, I
just
gotta
dump your
run.
email.
I gotta run. Thank you so
Yes,
much for
sir.
having me. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you coming. You have a good night.
You too.
Okay, so this was fantastic. This was fantastic. But I'm not going to carry you guys another 3 hours. And I know that we got part of the way through. We got halfway through before we had this nice long discussion today. Um, but we kind of nailed the hammer into the head when we talked about it with Sterling. All of the different ways that we're not paying attention to um, our personal benefits to ourselves um, versus our personal observation of how we compare ourselves to others. So one of the things I'm going to start by doing as I wrap this situation up is I want to give you guys a different framework and a different position on our way out. And then I'm going to put this together and put it into the membership so that you guys can have it. A way that you're not just uh, uh, simply calculating, but recognizing a series of steps to build a more accurate perspective of yourself. So the first thing you want to do is you want to go beyond the income. You want to stop fixating on your salary, stop fixing on everybody else's situation, and calculate your net worth, your assets minus your debts. the stuff that either makes you money or doesn't cost you money versus the stuff that actually costs you money, right? This number is going to tell you more about your financial security than a year's worth of pay stubs. Is it a positive or negative number? This is your true starting point. Step two is you want to adjust for your household. You are not an economic island. A $60,000 income that we were using hypothetically, but when me and Sterling was talking, we were talking like a $30,000 year income for a single person is very different from that same income supporting a family of four. So a rough way economists account for this is going to be to divide your household income by the square root of the number of people in your house to get a sense of your individual purchasing power. So if you got 60,000 a year and you've got four people in your house, you've got $15,000 a year per person on average. Step three, you want to account for your location. Where do you live? Acknowledge the massive impact of your local cost of living, especially the housing, since that's usually 68% of your income. Your high global income might be entirely consumed by rent, if not a mortgage, especially if you decided to buy a very expensive house for the space and your income barely covers that, meaning that you're actually having a standard of living that is far lower than someone with a much smaller income in a cheaper location. Then, step four, you want to compare globally using the PPP. Armed with more realistic sense of your income and net worth, you can now look at a global comparison tool that uses purchasing power parity. These will give you a more accurate, if still imperfect, sense of where your household consumption level places you and your family on a global spectrum, but it also can help with local spectrums as well. Be prepared for the number to still be surprisingly high for a global scale, and in some situations, excessively low in a local scale. But if you're looking for a local scale approval so that you can get government funds or free services, then aim for a low number. Step five, factor in your safety net. And I want you to look beyond the numbers to your real security. What is your safety net made of? Do you have significant savings? That's wealth. A strong family network, cultural capital. Or do you live in a country with robust public services, which is institutional capital? A person with a lower income but a strong safety net may be far more secure than someone with a higher income without one. This exercise won't give you a single satisfying rank. It will give you something more valuable, a multidimensional map of your true economic position, and it will likely reveal a contradictory reality that you are simultaneously privileged and precarious at the same time. Privileged by your position in the global income distribution and your country of birth, and precarious because you are lacking personal wealth, your high cost of living, and the ever widening gap between you and the true owners of the global economy. So, what's the great lie here? Well, it's the belief that your financial life is a simple personal story, that your place in the world is determined by your salary, and that this number is a fair reflection of your hard work. The truth is that your financial reality is a complex position on a multidimensional map, and is shaped by the crucial difference between income and wealth. It's determined by the lottery of your birth and the country that you were born in. It's molded by cultural scripts that dictate how you use money and who you are obligated to. Because whenever you make a financial decision to pay for a friend or family, your duty to them costs you money. And it's constrained by political rules of your nation and the very architecture of the global economy. So understanding this isn't about shame or blame. It's about clarity. And it's going to be about trading a comforting fiction for a complex and sometimes uncomfortable, but ultimately more powerful reality. It helps you understand why you can feel squeezed even when the data says that you're globally fortunate, very fortunate. So this is going to reveal that the target of your financial anxiety should perhaps not be your neighbor. You should not have financial anxiety because of Walmart or Walt or Walt Disney or anybody who owns a big business. The system engineered to funnel wealth to the absolute top is the system that you need to pay attention to. And then how do you contribute to that system as we use multiple examples of how consumer spending leads to the wealth getting wealthier? The only thing the wealthier do is pay for a lot of advertisement to put big spending in your face so that you can impulse buy. The new perspective is the first step. It's going to allow us to better create questions and demand better answers. And I change the questions. It shifts the focus from individual competition to collective choices about the kind of world that we want to live in, which is why I kept saying stop comparing yourself to big business. Stop comparing yourself to the top 1%. Just pay attention to your own income and try to make it bigger, right? And now that you see the full picture, I have one final question for you. How does this change the way you think about wealth, not just yourself, but for the world? Let us know in the comment section. And if tonight's show opened your eyes, I want to make sure that you guys share this because the first step to changing the game is making sure that everyone knows what the real rules are. Now, we covered a lot, 6 hours. Man, we're running marathons. I'm going to start by saying, ladies, thank you for coming. But ladies, as long as the situation doesn't make sense, I'm going to keep asking you ladies to make it make sense. So ladies, please make it make sense. Fellas, I'd give you this information to make you guys higher value men, not just by increasing your financial life, but also by improving your decision-making skills. Ladies, this is a male-driven podcast from the male's perspective, but you too can benefit from becoming a higher value woman by utilizing this information. It does require you to prioritize your 20 and 30-year plan. Reverse engineering, that's what you need to do today, and then proactively keeping your eyes and ears open to find the right suitor with the right personality and characteristics, the drive, ambition, dedication, inspiration, and determination to complete their own individual goals, and then see how their goals mesh with your goals. Because if they have long-term satisfaction goals and you have long-term satisfaction goals, y'all both will be heading towards the right direction. As long as one of you aren't dealing with short-term gratification goals, you two will be successful together. And as I tell you guys on a regular basis, two people can make it to $1 million faster than one. So we got a lot of stuff to do starting tomorrow. I'm actually going to be wrapping it up right around 1:30 at the latest. So, or actually no, it's like 2:30 Eastern Standard Time at the latest. So we're probably going to have us a 2-hour, 2.5-hour show tomorrow. We should be starting right around 11:30 Eastern Standard Time as I did today. So I want to make sure that you guys like and subscribe to tomorrow's show and stay tuned for what we got coming up for the upcoming week. I want to thank you guys for coming to tonight's show. Special shout out to Sterling, Steven, Michael, OG Kicks. I can't remember if I'm missing anybody else. FX Trader, special shout out to those guys. I'm the 81, Danny Steffen, and Red Boy. I really appreciate you guys for coming to this and that. I'm your host, Xander, where we talk about this, that, and everything in between, and I will see you guys.
That's my personal command. I'm not mounted on higher ground where excellence is found. My potential knows no bounds, raising the bar, breaking ground. I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never I'm not just living, I'm manifesting my vision, cutting through limitations with surgical precision. My expectations are my compass, my respect is my shield to mediocrity and chaos. I will never yield.